is the boss in Nanchang. A man waved a bloody knife and laughed wildly. He raised his sword and slashed an enemy in front of him. Kill all these sons of bastard. The cry of K*Ling, the sound of ice blades clashing, and the screams formed a bloody fighting scene. No one could have imagined that such a brutal bloodbath would occur in a city with rapid economic development. It's not just cities with rapid economic development. Every city has the same thing. Where there is light, there is darkness. However, darkness can never compete with light. These underground forces have their own set of solutions. 0. The relevant departments also knew this, so they established a rule. If you have any grievances, we can settle them tonight, and you can fight as you like. Don't affect ordinary people's lives. The brother gangs and alliance forces fought like rivers of blood, and the scene was very chaotic. Lao Lu of the Brotherhood had just finished K*Ling an enemy when a black boy hit him. The knife struck his neck hard. Lao Lu was startled and quickly sheathed his sword, blocking the K*Lur blow from the attacker. Taking a closer look, he saw that this man was tall. I don't know if it was because of the fighting, but there was a lot of blood on his face, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. Lao Lu felt that this person was unfamiliar and did not look like someone used by the alliance forces. But seeing that he was stained with the blood of so many brothers, he suddenly felt angry. He rushed forward waving his long knife. The burly man raised his knife to block, which seemed to be a bit difficult. He looked like he'd hit an iron plate. He planned to leave, how could Lao Lu let him do so? If you dare to kill my brother, you will die. Lao Lu pressed forward step by step, while the burly man fought and retreated. Unconsciously, the two of them were getting further and further away from the battlefield. Ahead is a dead end. The burly man had no way to retreat. Lao Lu swung his long knife with a ferocious smile on his face. Run, why did you run away? Bury with my brothers. Lao Lu shouted loudly, brandished his long knife, and charged towards the burly man. If you follow the burly man's previous play style, even if he blocks this knife, the knife in his hand will be knocked away. However, the next moment, the aura on the burly man suddenly surged. A triumphant smile appeared on the blood-stained face. The exit with a cold voice. It's you who deserves to die. Lao Lu's powerful and heavy sword was easily blocked by him. Kicked him hard in the chest. There was a click, and the sound of bone cracking. Lao Lu flew out completely. When he fell to the ground, his fighting strength was greatly reduced. He wanted to stand up, but the tall figure of a burly man had already arrived in front of him, holding the Tang Dao Hai in his hand. Through the falling moonlight, Lao Lu could see clearly the appearance of the burly man. Mo Butcher. He's not from the League. Why did you show up here to kill him? There seemed to be a layer of fog in front of my eyes, making it difficult to see clearly. It's as if a big hand is manipulating all of this. At this moment, he thought of the Brotherhood, the Alliance forces, and the Lu family. Maybe they were all plotted. With a swipe of the knife, he could never reveal the news. A warm scene is taking place in the Xu family villa. The family is sitting on the sofa watching TV. Xu Hao and the protagonist's beautiful stepmother Su Wancho were sitting together, with a pair of twin daughters next to them. Xu Hongzhuang sat on the other side, looking at this warm scene, feeling strange no matter how she looked at it. Xu Wei peeled open the gr*pays and fed them to Xu Hao's mouth. Xu Hao opened his mouth to eat, then touched his little daughter's head with appreciative eyes. Xu Wei raised her head happily. Then, she winked at her sister, indicating the bet between the two. Xu Xiqing glared at her bitterly, indicating that she understood. Just when the family was getting ready to go to bed, Xu Xiqing pulled Xu Hao aside. 053 The shameful and angry Xu Xiqing, who can withstand it? Chapter 53, Xu Xiqing is so ashamed and angry, who can withstand it? It's getting late and the family is getting ready for bed. Xu Xiqing pulled Xu Hao aside. Dad, please wait here. After saying that, he blushed and ran away. Xu Hao's brows moved slightly and he waited with interest. He also knew that there was a punishment for the bet between his two daughters. It's still about him. Interesting. He didn't keep him waiting for long. Xiqing came back soon. But at this time, the daughter was holding a basin of warm water in her hand. Xu Xiqing came to Xu Hao, put down the basin and squatted down. Said a little embarrassed, Dad, let me wash your feet. Xu Hao's heart was shaken. Who can resist such a well-behaved daughter? He finally found out about the bet between the two sisters, which was to wash his feet. Regarding this, Xu Hao said, the more, the merrier. Please come to more similar bets. It's best to make the bet penalty bigger and think more liberally. He can handle it. Ding Xu Shiqing couldn't help but feel ashamed, her emotional value plus 666. Seeing that Xu Hao didn't seem to react, Xu Shiqing blushed with embarrassment. He personally stretched out his hand, picked up Xu Hao's feet, and put them into the warm water. I washed it seriously. She lowered her head, not daring to look up at Xu Hao, and her face turned red to the root of her neck. Feeling the filial piety from her daughter, Xu Hao felt happy. His ears twitched slightly. A sound of cautious footsteps was heard. Xu Hao knew without thinking that Xu Huai had brought Su Wanchou and Xu Hongzhuang to take a peek. He had no intention of reminding Xu Shiqing, still thinking about how to bring up the fight between the two and give him more benefits in the future. The opportunity is here. If Xu Shi's shameful behavior during the 910 inches incident was seen by her mother and sister, they would definitely not let her go. Wouldn't it be necessary to make bets frequently? Maybe, the content of the bet will become more and more shameful. Wasn't he the one who enjoyed it in the end? Moreover, by letting Xu Shiqing die in public, he can also gain a wave of emotional value. Not bad. Putting aside distracting thoughts, Xu Hao closed his eyes and enjoyed the service from his daughter. Just when Xu Shiqing was washing Xu Hao's feet, she had gradually gotten used to it. With a click, the door she had closed was violently pushed open. Sister, I'm sleeping, why can't I find you? Sister, what are you doing? You secretly wash daddy's feet alone. Xu Huai walked in with Su Wanchou and third sister Hongzhuang. After coming in, she looked around and pretended to be looking for her sister. But you can tell from her suppressed smile and exaggerated tone. Definitely intentional. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xu Shiqing turned her head blankly. She didn't react until a few people came closer. She finally came back to her senses when she felt the strange looks from her mother and third sister. Her pretty face twitched, and two wisps of red clouds appeared. This time, not only the neck was red, but the whole body was red, and the head was about to smoke. Xu Shiqing stood up suddenly, as if ashamed, and ran out with a red face. Sister, where are you running? I haven't finished washing daddy yet, your punishment is not over yet. Seeing her sister's embarrassment, Xu Huai was overjoyed. Shouted towards Xu Shiqing who was running outside. Xu Shiqing was so confused at the moment that she was gnashing her teeth in anger. If there was a hole in the ground, she would crawl into it immediately. This sister is so hateful. He even brought Su's mother and third sister to watch her laugh. Just wait for me, I won't let you go. Ding Xu Shiqing is extremely ashamed and angry, her mood value is plus 888. Sister, really, aren't you just washing daddy's feet? What are you embarrassed about? Xu Huai muttered. Seeing that Xu Hao's feet were still soaked in the water, she stepped forward and squatted down, taking over her sister's position. Start washing Xu Hao's feet. Under the surprised looks of Su Wanchou and Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Huai washed Xu Hao's feet and then helped dry them. Dad, how am I doing? After finishing everything, Xu Huai held her head high with an expression like please praise me now. Enjoyed the foot washing service of my two daughters. Xu Hao felt refreshed all over. He reached out and rubbed her little head. You know how to bully your sister. Xu Huai shook his head. How did I bully her? She agreed to bet with me and was willing to admit defeat. Su Wanchou looked at the warm scene in front of her and couldn't help but smile. It feels more and more like a family. Xu Hongzhuang looked complicated. It feels like they are a family, and I am like an outsider, out of place. But know that, half a month ago, my mother and two younger sisters were on the same side as them. Why did you suddenly rebel? What kind of ecstasy soup did Xu Hao pour into them? Ding Xu Hongzhuang is annoyed, her mood value is plus 453. Xu Huai was having fun. But after returning home, he was severely beaten by his sister. Two girls who looked exactly the same were fighting each other. If the licking dogs in school who regard them as goddesses see them, their jaws will definitely drop. You Xu Huai, how dare you bring Su Ma and third sister to watch my joke, and see if I don't beat you to death. Xu Shiqing said it was fierce actually, it only spanked the fleshy areas. It won't cause any harm. Xu Huai was not one to be manipulated by others. He rolled his eyes and used his dragon claw hand. Look at your sister's weak points. Xu Shiqing was stunned. She had known that this sister was weird, but she didn't expect to be so shameless. Catch anywhere. Then anger broke out. Why don't you teach your sister a lesson today? In the end, my sister was the winner. He held his sister with one hand and tickled her with the other. Are you convinced? I'm convinced, sister, I'm convinced. Xu Huai laughed so hard that she kept begging for mercy. I was thinking in my heart. Xu Shiqing knows how to bully Jian. I can't resist now, let's see how I can get revenge in the future. Xu Huai understands the principle of being able to bend and stretch. Xu Shiqing knew her sister's character very well. I won't let my sister go so easily. It made her act like a king in front of her parents and third sister. She had to find her place. It's okay to let me let you go. You can wash dad's feet tomorrow. What's the point of washing daddy's feet? Sister, aren't you being too pretentious? You ran away in the middle of washing just now. I finished washing dad and helped you complete the task. Su Ma and third sister both saw it. Although he is controlled by others, he still refuses to give in when it comes to painting. Prove that you are better than your sister all the time. Really? Xu Shiqing was stunned. I didn't expect that after she ran away, my sister would do such an amazing thing. Then I felt relieved as soon as I thought about it. Dad is so kind to them, teaching them to write and draw every day. What's the point of washing dad's feet? After figuring it out, Xu Shiqing was no longer embarrassed. She believed that now she could wash her father's feet even with her mother and third sister watching. No worse than my sister. But her sister had the intention of teasing her, so she couldn't just let it go. After thinking about it, Xu Shiqing's eyes lit up. Then you go give dad a massage tomorrow. In addition to working, dad also has to teach us. It's very hard. Xu Huai quit and started shouting. Why should I go? Then you wash dad's feet. It's our bet. If you lose, you should be punished. Although I don't mind giving dad a massage, you have to give me a reason, right? Reason? You want me to give you a reason? Is this reason enough? Xu Shiqing stretched out her hand and kept scratching her sister's crotch. Ha 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 ha, if I don't go, you won't be able to win. Xu Huai's eyes were scratched and tears came out. But still refused to admit defeat. There was resentment in her eyes. Are you bullying me? See how I deal with you. So he said deliberately. You want me to give dad a massage, no problem. If you can, we can make a bet. If you beat me, I will go. What to bet on? Before, we were not at the same level, which was unfair. Now we are all on the same starting line, and we continue to compete to see who can improve. Xu Shiqing couldn't help but think deeply. Indeed, there was a gap between her previous paintings and her sister's calligraphy practice. DJE. Even though he was ahead of his sister, he still lost. Can you really beat your sister? Xu Shiqing's eyes flickered, and she couldn't make up her mind for a moment. Seeing that her sister didn't speak for a long time, Xu Huai deliberately provoked the general. What? Are you afraid? You don't dare anymore. How could Xu Shiqing be willing to admit defeat in front of her sister? Agree immediately. My sister's status cannot be shaken. Everyone is on the same level, so what is she afraid of? Only this time, it must be important to my sister. This guy likes to work hard secretly and then surprise everyone. I can't let my sister succeed. I must work harder than my sister. The two sisters were fighting and fussing, and there was no peace in the other bedroom either. Brother Angkor, why don't you attack Hongzhuang? Su Wancho took a breath. I couldn't help but ask the doubts in my heart. She remembered clearly that Xu Hao was the one who took the initiative when it came to poetry and painting. They gave them pocket money, sent them to school, and took them to amusement parks. Now that the third daughter Xu Hongzhuang has been back for a day, Xu Hao has not been seen doing anything. Xu Hao. With these words, he really seemed to be the kind of person Xu Hongzhuang said. What do you mean by starting? What could be the reason? It's not easy to deal with. The two younger daughters are still in school and are not familiar with the world, so it is easy to deal with them. Xu Hongzhuang is different, experienced society and seen people's hearts. Sinister. The previous strategy no longer works. Seeing Su Wancho looking curious about the baby, Xu Hao felt moved and smiled. Didn't you see that Hongzhuang was so wary of me? She has a successful career now and doesn't need any help from me. It's not that easy to give her a sense of belonging at home. When he said this, he looked happy. After a break, he continued. So I want Hongzhuang to recognize me, and I need your help. Su Wancho was confused. Look, Hongzhuang is still angry with me. She respects your stepmother very much. As long as she says something nice to me in front of her. Ah, Xu Wancho hesitated. Before, if Xu Hao had made such a request, she would have refused without hesitation. But now, Xu Hao has changed. I really want to make this home better. What? Don't you want your daughters to go home and our family to live happily together? Xu Shi grabbed her twin tails. This is Xu Wancho's outfit tonight. Since using the bunny girl suit, it seems like a door to a new world has opened. Change it every day. With such a beautiful wife at your disposal, of course you have to experience it in any way. Now Xu Wancho is dressed like this. The twin ponytails in the student uniform are in sharp contrast to her mature and glamorous temperament. This contrast is also the easiest to arouse people's interest. Feeling Xu Hao's burning eyes, Xu Wancho finally nodded in agreement. A smile finally appeared on Xu Hao's face. Letting Xu Wancho and her twin daughters influence Xu Hongzhuang was just one part of it. He has already thought of a way to subdue Xu Hongzhuang, and he can implement it tomorrow. As for now, Xu Hao's eyes fell on the beautiful stepmother of his daughters. Bold monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not a human being, look at my mighty Tianlong. Just when Xu Hao was enjoying the gentle countryside. Brotherhood headquarters. The normally noisy hall was extremely quiet at the moment. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the place. There were 5 figures standing in the hall, all of them remaining silent. His eyes fell on a corpse in front of him. You guys, I'm going to kill those bastards. The hot-tempered 4th child cursed loudly and walked menacingly out of the hall. The 3rd child stepped forward and stopped him. 4th, please calm down. Calm down. How do you want me to calm down? The 6th child is dead. The 4th child violently threw away his hand and couldn't help but curse, with tears in his eyes. The 6 of them are like brothers. They are good brothers who trust each other's back and have experienced countless lives and deaths together. Now that a brother is cold, one can imagine the anger in their hearts. Revenge must be avenged. We must take a long-term approach. Do you know who K*LLED Lao Lu? Who else could it be? It must be those little bastards who banded together, a bunch of trash-like things. 5.1 I can destroy them all by myself. You also know that they are trash. How could those trash have the strength to kill Lao Lu? This matter must be investigated clearly first. Among the 5 people, Chenmo was also here, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. These 5 core members of the Brotherhood are his master's good brothers and uncles. After getting along with each other these days, they are generous and generous. Chenmo has already regarded them as partners. Unexpectedly, the accident happened so suddenly. They were still chatting together at noon, but at night they were separated from each other. The overwhelming anger was about to burst out of his chest. Not long after, a young man broke in, breaking the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. After listening to the younger brother's report, everyone in the room became furious. What did you say? The Lu family found K*Lur. If that bastard can't beat us, he will use some dirty tricks and find K*Lurs to deal with us. I'm going to kill his whole family right now. Enough. The hall was noisy, and besides the eldest brother, the second most dignified person spoke. The Lu family posted a reward on the dark web, and their methods were indeed despicable. But they are invisible to the light. Besides breaking your teeth and swallowing it, what else can you do? If the Lu family is really to be K*LLED and silenced, their brother gang will not be able to survive. This is Kyushu, and murder is illegal. The Lu family is a legitimate businessman, not like them. Killing people will only get you. To take revenge, you cannot use the means of beating and K*Ling. Chenmo clenched his fists, his eyes full of hatred and self-blame. In fact, the Brotherhood has no grudge against the Lu family. Hatred was what he attracted. Lao Lu's death was all because of him. I, Chenmo, swear that I will never destroy the Lu family, and that I will not be a human being. 054A family should have one quilt. The storm is coming. Chapter 54. A family should have one quilt. A storm is coming and the building is full of wind. One on the other side. A woman got into a van anxiously. Your mission is completed, this is your reward. As soon as she got in the car, a burly man in the driver's seat turned around and threw a bag of things to her. When I opened it, I saw that it was all banknotes. Shang Yu's face flushed with excitement. Unexpectedly, she really got money from this group of social people. These days, she has been staying with the young master of the Lu family as instructed. Various provocations are made against the protagonist. Seeing that Lu Xiao couldn't beat Chen Mo, it was she who asked for AK*lure and provided the address of the dark web. The news will spread through the blood massacre. If we kill the sixth brother of the brother gang, we can successfully find a scapegoat. The reason is to let the brotherhood fight with the Lu family to death. Let the storm come harder. Shang Yu's eyes shone, he quickly put away the bag, and said to the man tremblingly. Thank you, brother. You know what to say and what not to say. If you dare to leak this matter, you should know the consequences. Lao Mo threatened in a cold tone. This woman played a big role in it, but her presence was very small. No one should notice her. But Lao Mo still warned him out of caution. These were all given to him by Xu Hao. I know, I won't tell you even if I'm K*LLED. Shang Yu nodded in assurance. After Shang Yu got out of the car, Lao Mo stepped on the accelerator and gradually disappeared into the dense night. The night sky is filled with dark clouds. There is a depressing smell in the air. There is a feeling of storm coming. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye it was the next night. The battle in the ghetto begins again. The Brotherhood and the Alliance are also forces, but they are no longer as close as they were yesterday. It was a complete one-sided massacre. On the brothers' side, the other four brothers joined the battle. Among them was Chen Mo, the most powerful person. At this time, all of them were red-eyed. I vowed to avenge Lao Lu and let these people accompany me. Although they knew that Lao Lu died in the hands of AK*lure, these people could not let him go. There is no doubt that Lao Lu died on the battlefield. These people are going to die. Chen Mo was covered in blood, and he was the strongest among the brothers. But it has never been done before. But today, because of guilt and self-blame, he broke the precept. Lao Lu's death was all because of him, and he wanted revenge. Ding Chen Mo felt guilty, his emotional value plus 786. Ding Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 867. The dark corners are full of murder, and evil is being staged. The feasting in the bustling city is not affected. A car drove out of the Xu family villa. The car was filled with the Xu family, preparing to go to the Magic City concert hall to attend a concert. As early as half a month ago, the concert hall was promoting it. Edward, the top international piano master, will come to Shanghai to perform. Edward is one of the top people in the music circle. He has composed many famous songs, similar to Taishan Beidou in the medical field. As soon as the news spread that he was coming to Shanghai to perform, the effect can be imagined. Countless music lovers flocked here. There were so many people that the concert hall couldn't fit in. As a result, ticket prices have skyrocketed, making it difficult to get a ticket. Of course, Xu Hao is not included in this group of people who cannot buy tickets. He just gave an order. After a while, several tickets appeared in his hands. The reason why Xu Hongzhuang came back was not only to worry about her two younger sisters but also to attend this concert. She originally wanted to go alone today. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao also bought tickets and the whole family went. She didn't want to take Xu Hao's car and asked her two younger sisters to come with her, but they were rejected without mercy. Xu Xiqing and Xu Huaiyi expressed their insistence on taking their father's car. Xu Hongzhuang was heartbroken. In the end, he was persuaded by his two younger sisters and pulled him into Xu Hao's car. To put it nicely, the Japanese people should be in a good position. The largest concert hall in Shanghai. It seems deserted on weekdays. After all, there are only a few people who know how to appreciate the piano. Only those upper-class people who are not busy with life can have such leisurely music. Unlike before, the concert hall was full of people today. Many of them are fans of the piano master Edward. People who thought they were gentlemen walked into the concert hall one by one, well-dressed and well-groomed. That's the chairman of Hongyuan Group. Normally, Shenlong is invisible, but he didn't expect to appear here. Those are the boss of a seafood chain hotel and his wife. I didn't expect them to appear in Shanghai. Many big names who usually can only be seen on TV appear here. This is Mr. Edward's influence. I didn't expect there were so many piano lovers. Seeing the big names entering the concert hall, countless people felt emotional. The arrival of Xu Hao's family completely set off the atmosphere. Oh my god, there are so many beauties. Did you stab the beauties? A pair of innocent twin sisters, a mature and S*XY lady, and a charming and sultry young woman. There are really all types. Isn't that man too happy? If he gets such a beautiful girl, His ancestors' graves will be filled with smoke, and he actually has 4 of them with him. Haha, are you from out of town? Xu Hao from the Xu group doesn't even know. That young and mature woman is his wife, and the other 3 daughters are his. What the hell? That man is so young, he looks to be in his 30s, and he actually has 3 daughters. What a fuss. All 7 daughters of this family are the queen of the country. Still, the effect of beautiful women is explosive. The 4 of them are beauties that are rare to see and come across. Each one has a different temperament. In the eyes of everyone in amazement, Chen Hao led his family into the concert hall. Countless people looked at their backs in shock. Among them were 2 people in the crowd. This is a beauty who is on par with the 4 beauties in the nearest concert hall just now. She was wearing a purple evening dress, her face was delicate and beautiful, and she had light makeup on her face. Her silky hair was pulled into a bun, and her noble air arose spontaneously. Xiao Wanling withdrew her surprised gaze. My classmate and best friend Xu Hongzhuang came as expected. I wanted to go up and say hello, but when I saw their family together, I couldn't help but give up the idea. Let's talk for a while after the concert. Not far from her, a young man stood, not as calm as she was. The expression on his face is very wonderful, and his eyes are full of incredible. Isn't that Xu Hao, the CEO of Xu Group, who came to visit after hearing the bad news about his father last time? That's right, this guy wearing street clothes and his clothes turned white from washing is Zheng Fifan. These days, he has been dealing with his father's funeral. It was finally processed today. I was about to start investigating the cause of my father's death when I accidentally saw the beautiful landlady dressed beautifully and going out. For this beautiful woman, she needs good looks, good figure, and good temperament. Zheng Fifan took a liking to it at first sight. A person goes out dressed so beautifully and it's late at night. What should I do if I encounter danger? Therefore, Fan willingly became the flower protector. Xu Hao left a good impression on him. I remember that a woman said that he was greedy for his father's property, and Xu Hao tried to excuse him. Unexpectedly, he not only has such a beautiful wife, but also has 3 beautiful daughters. No, I heard from people around me that there are 7 in total. 7 fairies, this is. Zheng Fifan couldn't help but think to himself. After investigating the cause of father's death, should we go find Uncle Xu? He also left a business card for himself at that time. Let yourself go to him if you need anything. Don't get me wrong, he is not interested in Xu Hao's daughters. I just want to get closer. His ears moved slightly, and Zheng Fifan heard footsteps next to him. It turned out to be Xiao Wanling, the landlady's beauty, walking towards the concert hall. Zheng Fifan came to his senses and quickly chased after her. Sister Wanling, wait for me. Xiao Wanling paused, frowned, and said to him coldly. Can you stop following me? There was nothing she could do about this rogue guy. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been kind and rented the house to the other party. It was a rainy night. Zheng Fifan was carrying his luggage and wearing rags. Looking for a house in the rain. After some inquiries, I learned that Zheng Fifan came to work from other places. Xiao Wanling thought for a while, who hasn't had difficulties? I rented my house to him. Unexpectedly Zheng Fifan actually said that he had no money and promised to pay it back to her when he made money later. Work. Xiao Wanling was not short of money. Her parents left her an inheritance of tens of millions. Renting out a house and being a housekeeper, I just want to find something to do for myself. Seeing how pitiful he was, Xiao Wanling agreed. Now she regrets it very much. This guy is careless, his eyes are always squinting, and he often talks nonsense. Where is the slightest sign of serious work? She even suspected where the ruffian came from. But people have moved into rental houses, so she can't drive them away, right? I want to force the other party to move out early by pressing for rent. Xiao Wanling still underestimated this guy's shamelessness and helplessness. It was impossible to pay rent. Turning a deaf ear to his rent-driving behavior and talking to him coldly, he actually enjoyed it. Sister Wanling, don't be so fierce. Isn't this for your own good? It's so dangerous for you, a girl, to go out at night. I'm not doing this to protect you. Zheng Fifan raised the corner of his mouth and his tone was frivolous. Haha, I really thank you. You'd better take care of yourself. You're welcome. As a 5-year-old. As a young man, it is my duty to protect beautiful women, and this is what I should do. Zheng Fifan seemed not to hear the sarcasm in Xiao Wanling's tone and waved his hand modestly. Xiao Wanling was so angry that Xiang Menai felt pain. Several times I wanted to curse. Don't you understand people's words? When the words came to her mouth, she swallowed them back. Keep comforting yourself in your heart. Xiao Wanling, you are a well-educated woman, don't be like this scoundrel. Since you are so graceful, when did you pay the rent? Xiao Wanling could no longer hide the anger on her face, and said in a cold tone. Sister Wanling, don't you still believe in my character? When my salary comes down this month, I will leave it to you. Zheng Fifan patted his chest and said with certainty. The corners of his mouth curved. He has worked hard in the dark world for many years and performed countless missions. How could he be the leader of a mercenary group without money? Renting a house is just a small trick he used. As long as he doesn't pay the rent for a day, the beautiful landlord will keep looking for him. Over time, won't the relationship improve? He could even imagine the scene in which he would embrace a beautiful woman in the future. This sentence is used to prevaricate again. Just you. And character. Dogs are better than you. Xiao Wanling was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Stomping his feet, he turned around and walked towards the concert hall. HMPH, just keep following me. I don't see how you can follow me if you don't have a ticket. 2. Zheng Fifan shrugged his shoulders, disapprovingly, and followed behind with a smile. Nothing unexpected. Xiao Wanling walked into the concert hall smoothly. And he was stopped outside by the security guard. Please show your ticket. Zheng Fifan finally understood the meaning of Xiao Wanling's words. Thinking he couldn't get in without a ticket. Hey, sample. Brother, can you be accommodating? I'm with that beautiful woman. Zheng Fifan smiled and took out a pack of Hongtashan. He handed cigarettes to the two security guards very casually, as if they were two good friends. The two security guards looked at him disdainfully, with deep mockery in their eyes. They work as security guards in a concert hall, and the people they see every day are elegant, gentlemanly, upper-class people. Naturally, he looked down upon the shabby guy in front of him. Where are you, this stinky beggar? Get out of here, you're blocking the way of other distinguished guests. Hurry home and pick up trash. This is not the place you should be. The two security guards scolded him coldly. Zheng Fifan put the cigarette back angrily. Isn't he just a security guard? What's so great about him? Dogs look down upon people. Swearing, Zheng Fifan came to the other side of the concert hall, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Do you really think, okay, that he can't get in without a ticket? A small concert hall wants to stop him. That doesn't take him seriously. Zheng Fifan jumped lightly and climbed up to the second floor. SK*LL fully 014005516 Filu 103,521,121. Third floor. Xu's family came to a VIP box. Looking down from here, you can see the big stage clearly. The concert starts at 8 o'clock, but it's not time yet. Two sisters, Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei, looked at the decoration in the box curiously. It is indeed a VIP box. The decoration inside is extremely luxurious. The coffee table is filled with desserts and fruits. What's surprising is, there was actually a piano in the box. This concert hall is prepared for distinguished guests. If you attend a concert and you are inspired, you can play a song on the spot. The sound connects the entire concert hall, allowing more people to appreciate your masterpiece. But few people use it. It was obviously not the first time for Xu Hongzhuang to come here, and she told her two sisters about the purpose of this piano. The sisters were very surprised. Is there such an operation? Then his shining eyes looked at Xu Hongzhuang. Third sister, you play the piano very well. Why don't you try playing a song after that piano master finishes playing? If you play better than that guy, you will be famous. Xu Hongzhuang smiled bitterly. My sister really dares to say it. He is an international piano master and his reputation is well known at home and abroad. How can she compete with him in terms of pregnancy? In fact, when she rushed back to listen to this concert, she felt that her piano had reached a bottleneck. I want to listen to this concert someday and see if I can break through myself. Comparing yourself to other piano masters. She hadn't thought about it. Time passes slowly. When the clock hits 8 o'clock, the concert finally begins. 055 Develop a sense of accomplishment for your daughter Xu Hao's big trick. Chapter 55. The sense of accomplishment in raising a daughter Xu Hao's big trick. Thank you all for coming to this concert. I announce that the concert has officially begun, and now I welcome the international piano master Mr. Edward. As the host on stage finished his opening remarks, an old man with white hair but good spirits came on stage. The audience burst into applause. Edward is a big name in the music industry, and most people at the scene came because of his name. Why do we just say it's the majority? Some of the rich second generation and nouveau riche cannot appreciate music at all. The reason why I come here is just to show my identity. To put it simply, it means spending money to find suffering. Then there are people like Xu Hao. No one is interested in piano at all. I came here with a ticket for another purpose. Edward came on stage and spoke some bird language, and someone next to him translated what he said. Again he received a round of applause. After some introductions, Edward sat on the high platform in front of the expensive piano. As his fingers moved nimbly, the melodious melody resounded throughout the hall. Almost everyone held their breath, closed their eyes slightly, and enjoyed the rhythmic melody. Edward can be called an international piano master, and his piano *LLS are beyond words. When people listen to it, they feel happy. The rhythm and melody are very good, even some people who don't understand music can listen to it. In the box, Xu Hao yawned. That's it. Is this the level of an international master? It's so far from his master-level piano. Moreover, the piano music he played was also rather cliché, incomparable to the divine songs in his previous life. It was relatively boring for him, but Xu Hongzhuang looked focused. He looked like a student listening to a lecture. For fear of missing one of the details. Taking her expression into his eyes, Xu Hao smiled slightly. I think it's time to subdue this third daughter. He felt the warmth coming from his arms, and it turned out that the two poetic and picturesque sisters were holding him on the left and the right. After a period of his hands-on teaching, his two daughters became more and more dependent on him. This feeling of cultivation gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Happiness is always short-lived. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. People in the hall were immersed in the music and forgot the passage of time. The host came on stage to announce the end of the concert. Edward also stood up and bowed to the audience to thank him. 187. Newbie, it sounds so good. You deserve to be an international master. It's really memorable. Even I, who have no interest in music, listened to it with gusto. I have always liked Mr. Edward's piano. I thought it sounded better online, but it sounded even better live. It's a worthwhile trip. It's worth coming all the way here. The high ticket price is worth it. There was a burst of applause. The crowd whispered, all expressing admiration for Edward. Suddenly, there was a crowd of praises. An inappropriate voice sounded. National piano master. Nothing more than that. This is a public place, and most of the people who come here are well-educated upper-class people, and the comments are not muted. This voice, whether loud or small, fell into everyone's ears very clearly. Swish, brush, brush. Everyone's expressions changed, and they all looked towards the source of the sound. Who is it? How dare you question the piano *LLS of international masters? He is a world-recognized master, and they felt that they had endless aftertaste after listening to it. This guy is obviously looking for trouble on purpose. In an inconspicuous corner, everyone saw a slovenly figure dressed in rags. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zhang Fifan? What the hell? Are you sure I heard correctly? Those words just came from his mouth. No, why should he? Who gave him the courage? Dare to question the international master, Liang Jingru. Looking at him, he's not an employee of the concert hall, and he doesn't have a seat. Could he have sneaked in? What do those security guards do for a living? Won't letting a beggar in here lower our status? Hurry up and call the security to kick this guy out. He has no right to stay with us. The crowd in the hall was excited and pointed at Zhang Fifan in the corner. All kinds of voices of contempt and ridicule are endless. Zhang Fifan, who was at the center of the storm, didn't care. The corners of the mouth are smiling and the eyes are too coquettish. The expression is very confident. He has been in the dark world for many years, and he doesn't just know how to kill people. He knows all kinds of *LLS, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is proficient in them all. He studied piano for several years. I just saw this international master come on stage, what else does he have to offer? As a result, his stomach almost hurt from laughing. The operation was as fierce as a tiger, but the result was not as good as his playing. Seeing a group of people praising his stinky feet, Zhang Fifan couldn't help but stand up and say something. BGDD, of course he did it on purpose. At this level, so many people praise it. Then if he goes up and plays a song, won't these people's jaws drop in shock? The most important thing is that he wants the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling to take a look. No, there are more Xu Hao, Uncle Xu's 3 daughters. Let them see their piano *LLS. Thinking of the way they looked at him with admiration on their faces, Zhang Fifan felt excited. Xiao Wanling was indeed looking at him. But the look in his eyes was not admiration, but an expression of looking at a fool. Although I don't know how this guy got in without a ticket. But he openly mocked the international piano master. Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your brain? Xiao Wanling regretted renting the house to this guy even more. Maybe he ran away from a mental hospital. No, I will try to drive him away when I get back. Dad, look, he looks like a clown. Xu Huai tugged Xu Hao's arm. She pointed to Zhang Fifan in the corner and said, "Little sister, how can you say that?" Xu Shiqing glared at her sister. "Even if she is a clown, is it really okay for you to say this? Can you please pay attention to our ladylike image?" Xu Hao rubbed Xu Huai's head and said meaningfully, "Your sister is right, don't be fooled by the superficial appearance of things." He planned to clear his former self. "There is a reason why I treat you so indifferently. You are all deceived." "Ah, Dad, what do you mean? Isn't he a clown?" Xu Huai was curious. Brushing. Xu Shiqing, Xu Hongzhuang, and Su Wanqiu all looked at Xu Hao. In their eyes, that ordinary young man in tattered clothes was deliberately trying to please others. A clown. There are different opinions based on what Xu Hao means. His performance is indeed a bit artificial and deliberately attracts attention, but what I see in his eyes is confidence. According to my experience, whether this person's piano *LLS or as good as that of the piano master is another matter, but he should be capable. The women were shocked after hearing this and quickly looked at Zhang Fifan again. Sure enough, he found that he was being pointed out by thousands of people, but he still looked calm. Since he has this confidence and his piano *LLS are so high, he shouldn't have no money to buy clothes. Look at that t-shirt and jeans. They have turned white after washing, and there are still a few holes. Xu Shiqing frowned, puzzled. Maybe he wants to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. You are obviously powerful, but you pretend to be unworthy and deliberately attract ridicule from others. When the people around him look down on him, he stands up and slaps him in the face to gain inner satisfaction. Xu Hao began to apply eye drops to the protagonist in front of his daughters. Let them realize that the human heart is sinister. Never make friends with people of the opposite *X. Don't even think about your boyfriend, just be your father. In fact, he was right. The dog author writes like this to highlight the contrast and then pretend to be cool. As expected, both daughters looked disgusted. Then isn't he a clown? Not only a clown, he also has some serious illness. Obviously you have the ability to gain the respect of others, but you have to dress yourself up like a beggar and feel comfortable being ridiculed and looked down upon by others. The two sisters heard that Zhang Fifan was capable, and they had some expectations. Now, I wish he could disappear from sight. Su Wanqiu was thoughtful. Xu Hongzhuang looked away. She didn't believe what Xu Hao said. You know, Edward is an international piano master. That guy with ordinary clothes and even more ordinary looks dared to look down on the other party. Could it be that his piano level is higher than that of everyone in the world? She didn't believe it at all. Piano master Edward finished his performance and was about to leave the stage when he suddenly heard someone looking down on his piano. He has been dealing with the piano all his life and regards it as more important than his life. Absolutely no insults are allowed. However, he had common sense and did not get angry immediately. He wanted to see what strength the other party had dared to mock him. Said to Zhang Fifan in the corner, "Little brother, since you look down on my performance, I wonder if you can go on stage and perform a song for the audience, so that they can be convinced." In the corner, someone notified the doorman security. Hearing that someone had broken into the concert hall, a group of security guards rushed in. "Aren't you that beggar? How did you sneak in? I remember I drove you away. Get out of here quickly and don't disturb everyone's enjoyment." A group of security teams were teasing Zhang Fifan. At this moment, the voice of piano master Edward came. The security guards were stunned. Zhang Feifan broke free from their restraints, straightened his clothes, and raised a confident smile. What are you afraid of? Today I will show you what a true master is. Amidst the glares of the crowd, Zhang Feifan came to the high platform with his head held high and his chest held high. I wonder what I call my little brother. Zhang Feifan. After briefly introducing himself, Zhang Feifan waved his hand impatiently. Stop talking nonsense, can I start? Please. Edward extended his hand and acted like a gentleman. He also saw the confidence in Zhang Feifan's eyes, looking at people superficially without taste. But I want to see how he performs after that. If it's really grandstanding, then he doesn't mind making the other person look good. Since he became famous, no one has questioned his piano *LLS. Zhang Feifan is the first. What the fuck? That guy is so arrogant, he doesn't even take Mr. Edward seriously. You're crazy, you're all crazy. If word spreads about calling a beggar to perform on stage, how can we, the upper class, not laugh out loud when we hear a beggar play the piano? Get off here, what qualifications do you have to sit there? Going back to pick up trash is your destination. It was almost all ridicule and disdain for Zhang Feifan. Zhang Feifan still had a smile on his face. Scold, continue scolding me. I'm looking forward to your facial expressions later. Zhang Feifan sneered in his heart and came to sit down in front of the piano. After sitting down, his eyes changed, and his whole temperament was different. I put my fingers on the piano and pressed it lightly, trying the keys. Edward's eyes lit up. It can be seen from the other party's audition that this person's piano *LLS are definitely extraordinary. Nothing beyond his expectations. As Zhang Feifan's fingertips jumped, an exciting and majestic melody came out. The melody is slightly urgent, majestic, and fierce, as if you are on the battlefield. This is a piano piece he composed himself. It is a fusion of his many years of experience in the dark world and fighting on the battlefield. Everyone in the audience was immersed in it. As Zhang Feifan pressed the last piano key, it also represented the end of his song. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked at Zhang Feifan on the stage with shock in their eyes. This piano piece, both in terms of rhythm and melody, is better than the one played by the international master Edward. Let everyone feel like they are on the battlefield. It is unbelievable that this piece of music was played by a beggar. I don't know who took the lead in applauding, breaking the silence. The whole hall burst into applause. Edward also recovered from the applause and came to Zhang Feifan with an excited face. Brother Zhang, Master Zhang, you are the master. I wonder if we can discuss the piano together. I have to say that he likes the piano very much. Treat the piano as more important than life. Now, an opportunity to improve the piano was right in front of him, and he immediately put down his posture. Zhang Feifan stood up calmly and smiled lightly. Sorry, my piano is passed down from a single generation and will never be passed on to outsiders. In fact, I was just too lazy to discuss it with an old man. It would be more like a beautiful woman. He just took this opportunity to show off. His eyes looked in one direction involuntarily. Sure enough, Xiao Wanling looked shocked. Zhang Feifan felt proud. Thump. But at this moment, the international piano master Edward knelt down in front of him. Master Zhang, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Quote question mark. Nima, what's going on? Edward is also an international master after all. Why did he suddenly kneel down to a beggar? Haven't you seen it yet? The beggar in our eyes is really better than Edward's piano *LLS. The international piano master begged to be his disciple, damn it, he pretended to be his master. Is the horse rider sick? He's so good at playing the piano, but he has to dress like a beggar. He can't even afford the tickets, Sister Li. The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Wanling was shocked by Zhang Feifan's performance. As if he couldn't believe his ears. Is this still the same careless little gangster who only knows how to talk? Why does it suddenly look like a different person? On the high platform, Zhang Fan was also stunned by the sudden scene. However, it feels quite refreshing to hear the exclamations around me. An idol worshipped by countless people, not to mention the feeling of comfort that comes from kneeling in front of him and begging to be his disciple. However, tell the truth, he would not accept such an old man in his 50s or 60s as his apprentice. Just when Zhang Feifan was about to refuse, a melodious sound of the piano came. 056 Shape yourself into your daughter's idol, double the joy. Chapter 56. Shape yourself into your daughter's idol. Double happiness. Third floor. The box where Xu Hao is. After listening to Zheng Feifan's piano performance, several sisters looked shocked. He couldn't help but look back at Xu Hao. Dad really got it right. This guy who looked at the beggar dressed up was actually better than the piano master. Thinking of Xu Hao's meaningful words just now. Don't be fooled by the superficial appearance of things. Sometimes what the eyes see is not necessarily true. When Xu Hao spoke, he pretended to be meaningful. Several sisters can't help but think about it. Could it be that Xu had some hidden agenda when he treated them like that before? Otherwise, how can we explain that Xu Hao suddenly started to be nice to them? Xu Hongzhuang looked complicated. Look at the idol-like piano master Edward on the high platform, kneeling down to learn from Zheng Feifan. It doesn't feel good in my heart. She came here specially to attend this concert today because of this piano master's piano. I hope you can refer to it and find the bottlenecks to break through. Unexpectedly, he knelt down to a person at this moment. Suddenly I felt like my idol had collapsed. Looking at the whole place, Xu Hao felt that it was almost done. It's time for him to appear. He pulled his hands out of the twin sister's arms. Amid the doubtful looks of several women, Chen Hao sat down in front of the piano. Dad, what are you doing? Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai looked surprised. Could it be? The sisters couldn't help but think of Xu Hao's paintings and calligraphy. Does Dad still know how to play the piano? The two women couldn't help clenching their fists, their pretty faces flushed slightly, and they were very excited. Xu Hao went through the famous piano music from his previous life in his mind, and finally chose one of the world's divine songs. A Symphony of Destiny. Symphony of Destiny reflects the class struggle at that time. It was slightly modified and played on Xu Hao's master piano. Xu Hao has an elegant and easy-going temperament, which becomes more and more noble as his fingertips dance. In the hall, the sudden sound of the piano made everyone stunned. Who is playing the piano? On the high platform, there is no one in front of the piano. The host who knew the inside story came forward to explain. Everyone knew that they were guests in the VIP box, and they were so happy that they wanted to play a song for everyone. The extremely rhythmic melody fell into everyone's ears. Urgent, passionate, unrestrained. Everyone listened in rapt attention, as if they were pulled into an illusory fantasy. Their fate is rough and sad, and their lives are shrouded in despair, but they never give in. Dare to fight and pursue freedom and ideals. The song ends. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Shocking. Unprecedented shock. No one could have imagined that piano music could reach this level. Let them fluctuate with the melody, and the whole person will be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. After the silence, there was an uproar. The applause was thunderous. Who am I, Dishan? Who actually performed such a divine song? This song is simply amazing. I seem to see a figure who is in despair, but still unyielding and striving for his ideals. I've never heard of it before. Is it a new creation? I've made a lot of money. I thought watching the piano master Edward's performance would be a worthwhile trip. I didn't expect to hear 2 additional pieces of music, especially this divine song. Who played it? Is there such an awesome person in our concert hall? I must meet him. In comparison, Edward, the international piano master, is like a child playing house in front of this one. I would like to call him the first person in the piano world. Everyone couldn't care less about gentlemanly behavior and started talking about it. For a time, the hall was extremely noisy. It's all about curiosity about the mysterious performer. One on the bandstand, Edward, the international piano master, could not help but stand up, his whole body trembling with excitement. His eyes were patrolling the VIP box on the 3rd floor. He must worship that master as his teacher. He would never be able to write such a divine song and perform at an astonishing level in his lifetime. Zheng Feifan next to him looked stiff and ugly. It was obvious that everyone was still in high demand for him just now. The next moment it was transferred to someone else. Not even interested in looking at the spoon. His eyes fell in one direction. I saw that Xiao Wanling was also shocked at this time, with an expression on her face that was eager to see her idol. Zheng Feifan instantly went into emo. Damn, who ruined his good deeds. Ding. Zheng Feifan is extremely angry, his mood value is +645. Ding. Xiao Wanling is worshipped in her heart, her emotional value +352. Ding. Xu Hongzhuang's heart was shaken, her emotional value +726. Looking at the emotional value prompts that kept popping up in the system, Xu Hao was very satisfied. I harvested a lot today, and I can go back to the lottery again. Xu Hao discovered Hua Dian. 2 new characters were created with emotional values. He knew Zheng Fifan. There is also Xiao Wanling. I couldn't help but think of Zheng Fan's previous investigation information. This Xiao Wanling was his landlord and a beautiful woman. A proper heroine, no doubt. It was not just everyone in the hall who was shocked. Su Wancho, Xu Shiqing, and Xu Wei were all stunned. Xu Hao's piano has actually reached a state of perfection. Xu Wei waved his fist. Sure enough, I guessed right. Dad really knows how to play the piano, and he's so good. Is there anything else Dad doesn't know? Xu Shiqing murmured to herself. In late autumn, through the stories of his 2 daughters, I also learned that Xu Hao was very good at painting and calligraphy. But this was the first time she saw Xu Hao playing the piano so well. It shocked her beyond measure. Xu Hongzhuang was even more unbelievable. She knew that Xu Hao's father, who was indifferent to them and had no emotion at all, was saved. He started to be kind to his mother and took good care of his sister. This is why she didn't move out and stayed at home. If Xu was still the same as before, she would not want to stay at home for a moment. But she never expected that Xu Hao had changed so much. No, I should say not to hide it anymore. Whether it is painting, calligraphy or piano, it cannot be achieved overnight. Xu Hao has always been there, just hiding it. It's just not exposed. But why should he hide it? Is it true that, as Xu Hao just hinted, there was another reason for treating them like that before? It's quite funny when you think about it. Fortunately, she still regarded Edward as her idol and came here specially to attend the concert. Looking for a breakthrough on the piano. Little did he know, there was a real boss living at home. In front of Xu Hao's piano. Who is that Edward? She had already understood something from the music Xu Hao had just played. It's just that the feeling of breakthrough is a bit elusive and I can't grasp it for a while. If I could listen to it a few more times, or get Xu Hao's guidance, then her piano will definitely improve to the next level. However, Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel embarrassed at the thought of begging this emotionless father. Come back to your senses. The concert is over and it's time for us to go back. Xu Hao waved to the girls who were still in a daze. Dad, you are so amazing. Xu Wei hugged him up, stood on tiptoes, and made a wooden horse sound. Xu Shiqing's eyes were also full of admiration. Xu Hao smiled calmly. Basically, don't be six. As soon as Xu Hao and his family came downstairs, a group of people blocked them. They all want to see who is the performer of the Divine Comedy. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw Xu Hao and his party. They just came out of the corresponding box, that's right. The performer is among them. The host pushed through the crowd, came to Xu Hao with an excited face, and said respectfully, Mr. Xu, don't mind, they are all curious about the performer. Can I ask Mr. Xu who played the divine song just now? Facing the expectant eyes around him, Xu Hao smiled calmly. The song just now was created by my daughter Xu Hongzhuang out of inspiration. After saying that, Xu Hao pointed to Xu Hongzhuang, who looked confused. In this comprehensive novel world, he is a villain and must keep a low profile as much as possible. The higher your profile, the quicker you will die. Who knows when a protagonist suddenly appears, discovers what you have done, and takes justice for God. Just give the reputation to your daughter and you'll be fine. These protagonists all have a peeved personality and can't walk when they see beautiful women. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with confusion. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? It is conceivable that the divine song played by Xu Hao just now will definitely explode the entire internet. The creator will also become famous. Why did Xu Hao not accept such a good opportunity to become famous, but instead gave it to her? Xu Hongzhuang was about to ask, but she saw Xu Hao winking at her. The words reached his mouth and he smoked again. Su Wancho, poetry, and painting are all a bit confusing. Then he felt relieved. Xu Hao is not only good at piano, but also painting and calligraphy. If he hadn't revealed it recently, even their family members wouldn't have known about it. Xu Hao definitely didn't want to be exposed. That's why she gave up her reputation to Xu Hongzhuang. No one would disbelieve what the famous CEO Xu Hao said. The whole place was in an uproar. They all wanted to see who the creator of the Divine Comedy was. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a girl in her 20s. The girl is in her 20s, and in terms of piano, she is several steps behind the international piano masters. If this news breaks out, the entire network will definitely explode. 666 Is this the world of genius? He has surpassed international piano masters when he was only in his 20s. Who says women are inferior to men? Question mark. In the big piano family, a female compatriot finally appears, who is better than the others. Why does it look familiar to me? I remembered it. She is the Xu Hao. She not only plays the piano, but also sings. I also know that Xu Hao, the piano music she composed before, is also very nice, but it is not as explosive as today's one. I realized it all at once. No wonder Mr. Xu said it was an explosion of inspiration. She was only slightly famous before, but it will be different in the future. I can't believe how famous she will be after the release of this divine song. Someone recognized Xu Hao and was immediately excited. I took out a pen and paper and wanted to get Xu Hao's signature. If you don't seize this opportunity, you may not have another chance in the future. The host also suppressed his excitement. He took deep breaths and asked excitedly, Ms. Xu, I wonder if you can tell me the name of the divine song you just composed. How do I know? Xu Hao's eyes fell on Xu Hao involuntarily. Xu Hao opened his mouth and gestured with a few words. Xu Hao saw it and spoke out. Symphony of Destiny. As soon as the name of this piano piece came out, it once again aroused a wave of discussion. It reminds me of the artistic conception of fighting against fate when they listen to the piano. Symphony of Destiny is a perfect match. Okay, please evacuate the crowd, we are going back. Xu Hao stopped the host who was about to chatter. The host still has a lot to ask. 0. But since Xu Hao had spoken, he had to do it. Just as he was about to ask the security guards to evacuate the crowd, an old man ran over in a hurry. It is Edward, the great pianist. When he came closer in a panic, he knelt down directly in front of Xu Hao with a pop sound. Dear madam, I want to learn piano from you, please accept me as your apprentice. The scene in front of me is so similar. But this time, everyone was no longer shocked and in disbelief when Edward knelt down. Before, they all felt that the beggar Zheng Fifan was unworthy. Xu Hao is different. Her piano level is indeed much higher than that of the great pianist Edward. There is nothing wrong with wanting to learn from a teacher. Xu Hao was a little distracted. Looking at the person she once regarded as her idol kneeling in front of her, she felt mixed emotions in her heart. Suddenly I felt dull. That's it. Also worthy of being called a master of piano. Such a person would never be her idol. Her real idol is. For a moment, Xu Hao's figure appeared in her mind. The high platform in the distance. Zheng Fifan watched this scene from a distance, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. Originally, Xu Hao's highlight moment now belonged to him. Now everyone only remembers Xu Hao. Where is his shadow? But you want to say how angry you are. Nor. There is no other reason, Lian Hongzhuang is a great beauty. No worse than the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling, even worse. He refused to accept losing to a man. He was convinced after losing to a woman. Rejecting Edward's request to become a disciple, Xu Hongzhuang and her group walked outside. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a familiar figure, which made Hongzhuang sigh in her heart. Walked over. Wanling, why are you here? Of course I came here specifically to see you, the great pianist, perform. Xiao Wanling's expression was exaggerated, with a hint of joking in her eyes. Xu Hongzhuang is her classmate and best friend. The two have been in contact since graduation. She clearly understands the musical level of this best friend. She was sure. That divine song, the Symphony of Destiny, was definitely not composed by my best friend. After her careful observation, she discovered the eye contact between Xu Hongzhuang and her tutuao. I still don't understand that the Divine Comedy was composed by his father. The reputation was given to her. Sure enough, Xiao Wanling saw Xu Hongzhuang's unnatural expression, and she was even more sure. A pair of curious eyes fell on Xu Hao. I'm really curious about what this man who seems to be very young despite having 7 daughters has experienced. Create a song that does not bow to fate. When Xiao Wanling was looking at Xu Hao was also looking at her. Character: Xiao Wanling. Identity: charter housewife, heroine of urban flower protector. Charm: 93, full value 100. Strength: 10/10 for ordinary people. Physique: 11/10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 10 for ordinary people. Favorability, 20. Okay, here comes another leak. Apparently, she is still her daughter's best friend. Wouldn't that be double the happiness? 057 I treat you as my best friend, but you actually want to be my stepmother. Chapter 57. I consider you my best friend, but you actually want to be my stepmother. Two best friends, Xu Hongzhuang and Xiao Wanling, were chatting. Xu Hao and his party happened to pass by. Hongzhuang, is this your friend? Why don't you invite me to sit at home? Looking at the mature and handsome man so close at hand, Xiaoling really couldn't compare him to Xu Hongzhuang's father. Hello, uncle, I am Hongzhuang's classmate and best friend. The whole family came over, and Xu Hongzhuang had to make an introduction. When Su Wanchou was introduced as Xu Hao's wife, Xiao Wanling couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. How come such a mature and handsome guy has a wife? It would be nice to be single. If her thoughts were heard by Xu Hongzhuang, none of her best friends would have to do anything. I consider you my best friend, but you actually want to be my stepmother. These cute twins, who know poetry and painting, are Xu Hongzhuang's younger sisters. Xiao Wanling gave them a sister-like smile. After some pleasantries, Hongzhuang said goodbye to her best friend. Xiao Wanling accepted Xu Hao's invitation to go home. She was a little moved, the artistic conception of the piano was so profound, and she wanted to get to know this man up close. But it's too late today and it's not appropriate. He said he would visit his home in the future. As soon as she got in the car, Lian Hongzhuang couldn't wait to ask. Why are you doing this? She was confused. Obviously that divine song was composed by Xu Hao and he also performed it. Why should you put the reputation on yourself? Hearing her pressing tone, the twins immediately stopped talking. Third sister, how can you talk to dad like this? Third sister, don't you want to be a big star? You will be famous after today. It's okay if you don't thank me, but you still question. Yes, Hongzhuang, your father is also doing it for your own good and will not harm you. 837, Su Wanchou also started to persuade. Fulfilling what she promised Xu Hao last night, she said good things to Xu Hao in front of Xu Hongzhuang. Xu Hongzhuang ignored them, biting her lips tightly with a firm gaze. Indeed, to become a star, she needs a lot of fame. Now she is only slightly famous. Once he takes over the identity of the performer of Symphony of Destiny, he will definitely become a hit. If this is Xu Hao's charity, she would rather not take it. Xu Hao knows very well what this stubborn daughter is thinking. Of course he wouldn't say it was intentional. Hongzhuang, you also know my identity. I'm a dignified boss of a tens of billions group. What's the point of playing the piano? Xu Hao sighed and said. In order to maintain my image in front of employees, I cannot expose this level of identity. Just like an entertainment star, the impact will be bad. That seems to be the case. The boss of a tens of billions group manages a large number of people. If the piano master's identity is revealed, I don't know how many fans will come. Does he still want to work? Xu Hongzhuang pursed her lips. She asked, confused. Since you don't want to be exposed, then why did you play just now? You said this, when I was in the box, I saw the two of them appearing one after another, and suddenly my hands felt itchy. After a pause, Xu Hao continued. I'm sorry, Hongzhuang, I can't reveal my identity, so I can only use you as a shield. Dad, look at what you said, what kind of shield you are talking about? It's obviously made the third sister famous, okay. Third sister, what's your tone? Are you my father's daughter? What's wrong with helping my father? And it's only good for you, no harm. Seeing their father being bullied, the two sisters, Xiqing and Hua Yi, sided with Xu Hao without hesitation. What Xu Hao said makes sense. He obviously has a high level of piano *LLS, but he cannot be exposed because of his identity. I felt a little itchy when I saw a group of children performing and being popular among the crowd. Couldn't help but play a song. Xu Hongzhuang suddenly felt ashamed. She actually thought that Xu Hao did it on purpose and dealt with her like he dealt with his two younger sisters. Seeing that she dreams of becoming a big star, she is not popular yet, so she is given a chance to become famous. Sorry. Xu Hongzhuang is not a stubborn person. If she knows she is wrong, she will apologize. And this was the first time she bowed to Xu Hao. This is right. If you know your mistakes, correct them. You are a good boy. Xu Huayi gave Xu Hongzhuang a thumbs up. The corners of Xu Xiqing and Su Wanchou's mouths twitched, and then they smiled. Xu Hongzhuang's lowered head was a good sign. It's one step closer to the third sister returning home. Xu Hao was driving. From a perspective that they couldn't see, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He designed a complete plan to capture the third daughter. Making her famous is just the beginning. After becoming famous, you do not have the corresponding strength. How embarrassing would it be to be unable to create new works? Xu Hongzhuang would definitely not allow that to happen. You can only seek help from yourself. How can I help? Please help me. When the time comes, the two of them will sit in front of the piano together and teach step by step. Everything is under control. Before the Xu family returned home, a piece of news swept the entire internet. It quickly became a hot search on all major platforms. A divine song suddenly appeared in the Magic City Concert Hall, surpassing all the famous songs in the world today. It is called Symphony of Destiny. Edward, the international pianist, held a concert in Shanghai and unexpectedly begged a girl in her 20s to become his disciple. The youngest pianist in history is born. The concert hall had surveillance and recording systems, and the Symphony of Destiny was clearly recorded. It spread to the internet and immediately detonated the entire network. It sounds so good. I feel like my whole body is immersed in the melody of the music. Is it on fire? It's hard to believe that this kind of insight into life was created by a girl in her 20s. Is Xu Hongzhuang also in the entertainment industry? How come I haven't heard of this name before? There are only a few 100,000 fans. If you can't do it, you have to follow one immediately, fired Tong's Lu Ming. Through hot searches, netizens found Xu Hongzhuang's microwave account and followed it one after another. Because Xu Hongzhuang is purely engaged in music and has no relationships or side effects. Hundreds of thousands of fans are entirely supported by real strength. However, after being bombarded by hot searches, Xu Hongzhuang's number of fans is increasing at a rapid rate. In the blink of an eye, it reached 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. It wasn't until it exceeded 10 million that the growth rate of fans slowly slowed down. But it is still rising at a steady speed. As soon as the Xu family returned home, Xu Huai let out an exclamation. Look at the news, the third sister is really famous now. When Xu Shiqing heard this, she quickly took out her phone and took a look. Sure enough, I saw many trending news. Xu Hongzhuang logged into her own microwave platform. Looking at the skyrocketing number of fans, I was shocked and speechless. She dreamed of becoming a big star and worked hard for several years before she accumulated hundreds of thousands of fans. Now in less than an hour, the number of fans has exceeded 10 million. The reason is just that Xu Hao asked her to be the scapegoat. Just, quite dreamy. Wei Xin group of 7 fairies with flowery appearance and moon appearance. Technology is the primary productive force, and I'm really not a big star, Sanmei, what's going on? That Symphony of Destiny was really created by you. Chinese medicine Dr. YYDS, I am listening, and I am fascinated by it. Third sister, you are so amazing, aren't you? Now you are really going to become a big star. Please call me queen. What is the future of being a star? You have to perform for others. If you want to be a queen, you can control the destiny of others. Just want to make money. I'm really not a big star. I didn't create it, nor did I perform it, it was Xu Hao. Little girl selling nuclear bombs. That's right, you didn't see it. At that moment, Dad was really handsome and awesome. Draw a circle and curse you. I don't even know what else Dad can't do. There may be another reason why Dad treated us like that in the past. The sisters don't believe in us, why don't you still trust the third sister? Dad is also very good to the third sister. Technology is the primary productive force. He composed and performed the Symphony of Destiny. You couldn't have teamed up to deceive us, right? Please call me queen. You two little traitors have agreed to unite the front and fight to the end for the rest of your life. Not only have you betrayed the organization, but you have also become a mole. Little girl selling nuclear bombs. Fifth sister, please stop fooling around outside. Come back and ask your father to teach you 2 tricks to ensure that you dominate the underground world. Just want to make money. Wait, let me slow down. I just looked at the hot search, even if the song Symphony of Destiny is about creation. But he said that because of his identity, he didn't want to expose his piano *LLS and cause trouble to his fans. The reason was too far-fetched. Sanmei, you won't just forgive him like that, right? I'm really not a big star, how is it possible? I will never forget his ruthless face. Even if I die outside and jump from a 30-story building, I will never forgive him. Hearing what Xu Hongzhuang said, the four sisters in different locations couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two sisters have already rebelled, and if Xu Hongzhuang rebels again, their power will become even weaker. This shows how brilliant Xu Hao is. He didn't subdue his daughter just by relying on a favor. Rather, it is a plan within a plan, a series of plans, and it is impossible to guard against it. Several smart daughters, including Xu Hongzhuang, could not have imagined it. Draw a circle and curse you. Sister, don't be so resistant to dad, dad has really changed. You have been banned by the group owner for 3 minutes. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, ha 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 ha, I was laughing so hard. You have been banned by the group owner for 3 minutes. In the bedroom, when the twin sisters saw that they were banned, they clenched their fists and were so angry that their teeth itched. In the courtyard, Xu Hao had not yet gone to find the beautiful stepmother, the protagonist of the role play, and came to the yard alone to prepare for the lottery. He glanced at the emotion values in the system. There are as many as 120,000. After hesitating for a moment in the premium lottery, Xu Hao gave up and decided to draw 12 consecutive draws. In the high-quality lottery, there is no doubt that you have a greater chance of drawing good things, and you can also draw special abilities. But it's of little use. If he gets another ability similar to teleportation, it will be in vain if his mental strength is not improved. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 5 points of free attributes. Barely okay. Next, I like the host, and I won the reward character, a dead soldier in the early Ming Jin period. Death Warrior, the loyalty is 100% and will appear in front of the host at the appropriate time. Brush, Xu Hao's eyes flashed. Finally I found something I'm more interested in. Now he has a net worth of tens of billions. He has regained his youth n times a night, is in great health and lacks nothing. There is a shortage of available subordinates. Without trust in your subordinates, there will be a lot of inconvenience in getting things done. Better get some more subordinates. Why does he need to plan the protagonist brother gang? It's all about scheming and scheming. If it's troublesome, just flip it over and kill it. It's a pity that his strength is not high, and he is only in the early stage of Mingjin. Let's see if there are any surprises later. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward SK*LL, Music Master level. A flood of memories flooded into my mind. This bit of memory installation had no impact on Xu Hao at all. Mastering pronunciation, singing and other SK*LLS in just one thought. Another useless SK*LL. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 3 points of free attributes. Why are there fewer and fewer? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize special ability, bullying the kidney. Good guy. Is this kidney serious? In the midst of doubt, a warm current enveloped his kidneys. It seems to be undergoing renovation and enhancement. It finally ended after about a minute. I felt it slightly, as if I had endless experiences. I wonder if it can be used as a perpetual motion machine. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize character, a dead soldier in the early Mingjin period. Great, 2 of them. The more the merrier. Ding, congratulations to the host, the reward item is a set of Steinway's new piano. Steinway is a top brand of pianos. New pianos are worth millions. Why did you come up with this thing? Let him play at home when he has nothing to do. Is the protagonist's beautiful stepmother unwell during this time? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize character, a dead soldier in the middle stage of Mingjin. The middle stage of Mingjin. Well, the surprise did appear. You must know that he is only in the middle stage of Mingjin. They have all overtaken him. I just don't know what my true strength is. Xu Hao feels that he will not be weaker than the opponent. Mainly because he has master level close combat. SK*LLS bridge the gap in strength and constitution. Ding, congratulations to the host, the reward is charm +1. Xu Hao has tried it before, and the free attribute cannot add charm. It turns out you have to get it through a lottery. Improving your charm can seduce more female protagonists, and the female protagonists also provide emotional value replenishment, which is not bad. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward SK*LL, T-Art God level 1.4. As the beep fell, a large amount of memories poured into my mind. All kinds of knowledge about warming cups, adding tea, waking up tea, making tea are deeply rooted in his mind. This SK*LL is just okay. When you have nothing to do, you can make tea by yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 5 points of free attributes. 5 o'clock is not bad. Ding, congratulations to the host, the reward is drawn character, 2 dead soldiers in the early Ming-Jin period. 2 dead soldiers. Including the ones drawn before, there are a total of 4 early-stage Ming-Jin and 1 mid-stage Ming-Jin. It belongs to one person to lead the 4 heavenly kings. The arrival of the 5 dead men can alleviate the dilemma of having no one to use them. Putting aside these distracting thoughts for the time being, Chen Hao began to add some points. In one move, he drew 13 points of free attributes. Now he is not afraid of Chen Mo. Zheng Fifan can't find him for the time being, so he can relax a little. Xu Hao added 5 points to strength. Added 3 points of constitution and 5 points of spirit. BBB. Waves of warmth wash over the body. When it was all over, Xu Hao felt better. View the properties panel. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, controller of Xu Group. Charm, 93, full value 100. Strength, 70, mid-term Ming-Jin. Physique, 36/10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 35/10 for ordinary people. SK*LLS, close combat Grandmaster level painting, Grandmaster level calligraphy, God level piano, Grandmaster level music, Master level T-art, God level. Item, Desert Eagle. Special, portable space 1 cubic meter teleportation, bullying. Emotional value, 3086. Free attribute, 0.058. The stepmother of the protagonist of Little Maid take the heroine to the woods. Chapter 58, The Little Maid's protagonist stepmother takes the heroine to the woods. The draw is over. Xu Hao is ready to go back and enjoy the role play of his beautiful wife. I don't know how powerful bullying people 2 kidney is. Walking to the door, Xu Hao square root saw Xu Hongjiao in the living room through the window. He was staring at his phone intently. I haven't gone back to the bedroom to sleep yet. It seems that God wants him to conquer this 3rd daughter faster. As soon as I thought about it, the newly drawn reward, Steinway's new piano, appeared in front of me. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and tried it. I thought it was heavy, but he lifted it easily. So, Xu Hao walked into the room while carrying the piano in one hand. Xu Hongzhuang is chatting with her sisters. When she heard the movement outside the door, she raised her head. I saw Xu Hao walking over with a piano in one hand. Lifting a piano with one hand. Xu Hongzhuang wiped her eyes, thinking she was dazzled. Confirming again that he had read correctly, he was shocked. When did this ruthless father become so powerful? He couldn't help but think of what his 2 sisters said about how Xu Hao easily managed to win over a few K***lers. What the 2 sisters said before was confirmed. Xu Hongzhuang's heart was extremely complicated. Thinking of the concert hall, Xu Hao said meaningfully, don't be fooled by the superficial appearance of things. Could it be that there was really something hidden before? Is your indifference to them intentional? In a daze, Xu Hao had already walked over and said with a smile. Hongzhuang, I know you like pianos. You may not be used to not having a piano at home, so I ordered someone to order one. Where do you think it would be more suitable to put it? Just put the piano aside quietly, and then do good deeds without leaving a name or asking for anything in return. Just leave it to the protagonist. What he wants is to create kindness and let the heroine repay the favor. Xu Hongzhuang came back to her senses, showed an incredible expression, and asked in surprise. Bought for me. Seeing Xu Hao's questioning look, Xu Hongzhuang suddenly woke up. If he didn't buy it for her, could it be that Xu Hao bought it for himself? Over the years, I haven't seen any piano in my home. Xu Hao must have bought it after seeing her come home. Just buy it, Xu Hao goes to move it in person. This level of concern made Xu Hongzhuang feel ripples in her heart. Hongzhuang, please tell me, I can't hold on any longer. Xu Hao pretended to be struggling. Xu Hongzhuang said in a daze before she could recover. Put it in the study. After saying that, she realized something was wrong. Xu Hao bought a piano for herself and kindly asked you where to put it. If you just say it bluntly, it would be too inhumane. So, Chen Hongzhuang led the way. The Xu family has 2 study rooms, one for the daughters and one for him. All the way to the daughter's study. Place the piano in an open space. I just bought it. I don't know how the keys are. Can you try Hongzhuang? Xu Hao looked at her daughter with a smile. Xu Hongzhuang brought a stool, placed it in front of the piano, and then sat down. She was slightly startled when she saw the piano brand. This is a new model from Steinway, and she has been thinking about it for a long time. But the price is 8 to 9 million, which is simply unaffordable. Xu Hao actually bought it for her. At this time, Xu Hongzhuang was no longer making ripples, but waves. He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. She raised her hands and placed them on the piano keys. After a while of trial and error, every note was in perfect condition and very clear. This is the best piano Xu Hongzhuang has ever used. Since there's no problem, I'll leave first. Xu Hao turned around and prepared to leave. Xu Hongzhuang suddenly stopped him. After a while, Tuanda spit out 2 words. Thanks. Xu Hongzhuang was deeply moved, her emotional value plus 362. Thank you for what? You are my daughter, so you should go to bed early. Girls, don't stay up late. Xu Hao showed a fatherly smile, waved and left. I'm afraid it's not too early to thank you now. The reason why I gave the piano to my daughter now is because I want her to play it by herself when she is fine. When she discovered the gap with herself, she started to panic. Now, Xu Hongzhuang has been stood up. If her fans find out, what she plays is very different from the Symphony of Destiny. It will definitely turn from pink to black. You'll notice this once you start playing. I will have to beg him when the time comes. It is really endless fun to compete with my daughter in a battle of wits and courage. As soon as he returned to the bedroom, Su Wancho, dressed in a maid outfit, stood beside him. After calling out shyly, she undressed him obediently. Now the two are no longer satisfied with interesting clothes and fancy suits, and have begun to play role-playing. Today Su Wancho plays the little maid. But there are still many careers waiting for you. Doctor, nurse, nanny, daughter. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and lifted her pointed chin with his fingertips. Little maid, you are not good today. You didn't do what I told you. No, I obviously said that. Su Wancho knew that Xu Hao was talking about saying good things to him in front of her daughter, so she couldn't help but refute. She did say it just now in the car. Although I only said 1 sentence. How you dare to refute even my words? I think you want to find trouble. Su Wanqing couldn't help being ashamed, her mood value plus 695. The next day, Xu Hao was about to go out, but his daughter happened to have classes in the morning and had to go to school, so he gave them a ride on the way. After arriving at Shanghai University, Xu Hao did not leave immediately. I plan to visit the school. Speaking of which, he has not been to the school since he became a shareholder of the school. The school also prepared an office specially for him, but he didn't go to see it. As soon as Xu Hao walked into the school, a bald middle-aged man came towards him. Vice President Zhang Li. He seemed to recognize Xu Hao, but was a little unsure and wiped his eyes. Finally he shouted tentatively, "Drive Xu." It is true that Xu Hao has changed a lot. Even though he was elegant and gentle before, he always gave people a weird feeling. Now it is very natural and refreshing. Also, the whole person has become younger. Zhang Li almost didn't recognize Xu Hao, but Chen Hao recognized him. What's wrong, Lao Zhang? I haven't seen you for a while and you don't recognize me. After receiving Xu Hao's response, Zhang Zhang slapped his forehead and blamed himself. Oh, Director Xu, I'm so sorry. Look at you, you are getting younger and younger. I really didn't recognize you for a while. The vice principal, who usually held a high position in the school, now had a smile on his face that was brighter than a chrysanthemum. He quickly adjusted his mentality and praised Xu Hao in a new way. That gesture is flattering. Director Xu, do you have anything to do with your visit to school? Just tell me if you have anything to do. I promise to handle it beautifully for you. Nothing's wrong, I just haven't been to school for a long time. Come and take a look. Then I'll accompany you. Zhang Li volunteered. Xu Hao is the director of the school, and his position can be determined by just 1 sentence, so he must be pleased with. Countless students were surprised after seeing it. The bald principal, who was known for his ruthlessness, was respectfully accompanying a handsome uncle. Lao Zhang, I can just take a look for myself. Anyway, I graduated from this school and am very familiar with the surrounding environment. I don't need to trouble you to apologize. Xu Hao saw him checking his watch from time to time. It seemed that there was something urgent, so he wanted to send him away. What does it mean to have an old man next to you? It's more like a beautiful woman. Preferably a female protagonist. Of course I know that Xu Hao is no stranger to school. I don't have anything to do anyway. Before he finished speaking, a cell phone rang. Zhang Li had an embarrassed expression on his face and quickly hung up the call. Go ahead. Xu Hao waved his hand. How can that be done? Dong Shu is alone. Suddenly, Zhang Li had a flash of inspiration and suggested. How about this, Director Xu, I'll find someone to accompany you. Then, he looked around. When he saw a figure walking by not far away, his eyes lit up. Isn't that Wang Zuying, the most beautiful teacher in their school? It's just the right time to find her to accompany Xu Dong. In this way, even if he leaves, it will not be considered a dereliction of duty. Xu Dong, Dao, etc. Zhang Li said something and ran towards Wang Zuying. Teacher Wang, wait a moment. Wang Zuying turned her head in confusion. Seeing Zhang Yan running towards him, he asked. Principal Zhang, are you limited? Teacher Wang, it's like this. Zhang Li took a breath. A distinguished guest has come to the school. I have urgent matters to deal with. Can you help accompany him? Wang Zuying frowned and her tone became cold. Sorry, Principal Zhang, I'm heavy too. She has her own pride. She came to the school to teach and educate people, and she would not accompany any distinguished guests. Zhang Li also knew the temper of this most beautiful teacher. He couldn't be tough. He might still have a chance if he was soft. Teacher Wang, please help me. Xu Han rarely comes to our school. Who are you talking about? Wang Zuying was stunned when she heard the word Dr. Xu. Director Xu, the chairman and president of Xu Group, is also one of our school directors. The others are over there. After Zhang Li finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and pointed toward the distance. Following the direction of her finger, Wang Zuying saw Xu Hao not far away, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Teacher Wang, please help me. If I hadn't been in an emergency, I wouldn't have come to ask you. Faced with Vice Principal Zhang Li's request again, Wang Zuying did not refuse this time and nodded. All right, she has her own persistence and will not accompany any distinguished guests. But if the distinguished guest is Xu Hao, that's fine. Okay, I will remember Teacher Wang's favor this time. Zhang Li was surprised and thanked him repeatedly. He brought Wang Zuying to Xu Hao and introduced her. Director Xu, this is the most beautiful teacher in our school, Teacher Wang Zuying. She is here to accompany you around the school. Xu Hao looked over and Wang Zuying quickly lowered her head. A blush appeared on her pretty face involuntarily, and her heart was beating thump thump thump. Since the last time the two of them had dinner together, Xu Hao had brought her several dishes. The friendship between the two began to gradually deteriorate. Wang Zuying often thinks wildly when she is alone. I don't know what Xu Hao means. Do you like yourself? But he is already married. I am still a teacher, and the influence I have on getting involved in the lives of married women is too bad. What if he confesses his love to me? Do you agree? Or refuse? Would it be bad if I refused? Zhang Li did not notice the flirting between the two and apologized. Dr. Xu, I'm really sorry, something did happen to my family. Okay, let's go. Xu Hao waved his hand impatiently and drove the light bulb away as quickly as possible. Vice Principal Zhang is gone. Xu Hao and Wang Zuying stood there. Looking at the beautiful teacher who looked like a quail, Xu Hao smiled slightly. Teacher Wang, please accompany me for a walk in the school. Good. Wang Zuying responded in a low voice. In this way, a beautiful landscape appeared in the school. When some students passed by and saw it, their faces looked like they had seen a ghost. A heart torn apart. Wang Zuying is not only a teacher, but also a goddess in the hearts of countless students. I have never seen her get close to anyone of the opposite S*X before. They saw it today, walking side by side with a very charming and handsome man. The sun shines through the mottled sparse shadows and falls on them, like a couple in love. Happy birthday, the most beautiful teacher in our school has found a boyfriend, Lansho Shiitake. No, I don't believe it. My goddess has always been pure and pure. How is it possible? I'm so angry. Teacher Wang is so beautiful and a kind person. Which man can be worthy of her? Damn it, such a good cabbage is about to be eaten by a pig. I can't stand it anymore. I feel so uncomfortable that I want to die. The students' discussion was not loud, but Wang Zuying still heard it. Her pretty face turned even redder, and she secretly gritted her teeth. Why are these students so evil? Obviously they are just friends. I was just walking around campus with Xu Hao, why did they become in love? I don't know what Xu Hao thinks. He has a family, so he won't be angry because I have affected his reputation, right? He quietly raised his head and looked at Xu Hao's expression. I felt relieved when I found that he was calm. Teacher Wang, how have you been lately? Zhao Zhao. As the two of them walked along, Xu Hao found a topic to talk about. Fine, Wang Zuying replied, but nothing more happened. Originally, Wang Zuying's emotional intelligence was not like this. But walking with Xu Hao, her heartbeat accelerated, and the annoyed student's comments made her lose her bearings. Xu Hao knew that she was upset and asked a very topical question. Poetry, painting, how have you been doing in school recently? Didn't you get into any trouble? Sure enough, Wang Zuying looked much more relaxed when she heard Xu Hao talk about her two obedient students. They are very obedient, and their personalities have become much more cheerful. The poor twin daughters were once again used as tools by their father. When the sisters were mentioned, Wang Zuying became interested and began to talk endlessly. The two chatted while walking, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Suddenly, Xu Hao stopped in front of a small forest and asked, pretending to be curious. I remember when I was in school, this small forest had not yet been developed. I saw that there were many paths. Is there any other use for it? He was right. In this life, he really didn't know what this small forest was used for. But that doesn't mean he doesn't know about his past life. You often take school girls to the woods, okay. As a teacher, Wang Zuying has never been here, but she often hears students mention this grove. After a while, the blush that had just faded gradually crept up onto her cheeks again. Quote, she hesitated a little and couldn't say anything. Facing Xu Hao's curious gaze, Wang Zuying's mind was racing and she said, this is where students often hang out. Haha, is that right? Do young people nowadays go to the woods to fall in love? Let's go in and have a look. After saying that, he walked into the woods. Wang Zuying stretched out her hand to stop him, but Xu Hao was already gone. Xu Hao had already gone in. She had no choice but to follow him with a stamp of her feet. 059 Great place to do business. Inextricable daughter's shyness. Chapter 59. A good place to do things. I can't help myself, my daughter's family is shy. Xu Hao walked into the woods and smiled when he heard the footsteps behind him. The sky is clear outside, but the grove has a different scene. The light is blocked by thick branches, making it look slightly dim. It is indeed a good place to do business. It was early in the morning, students were all in class, and there was no one in the woods. The grove is well taken care of by the students. There are some balloons and flowers hanging around. When you walk in, an ambiguous atmosphere hits your face. Especially in this situation where there is only one man and one woman. Drive Shu, there's nothing to see here. Let's go out. Wang Zuying ran up quickly. Xu Hao ignored him and looked around. You can try here when you have time. Take the most beautiful teacher, the goddess in the eyes of countless people, to the woods. It's very interesting to think about it. Xu Hao's mind changed when he saw a spider hanging on a branch nearby. Just look straight at the spider. Wang Zuying didn't hear Xu Hao's reply and saw him staring in one direction in a daze. I couldn't help but look in the direction. Wang Zuying was startled when she saw a spider so close to her eyes. He cried out yeah, his body instinctively wanted to find a sense of security and fell into Xu Hao's arms. Xu Hao also accepted everyone who came and took her into his arms. When Xiang Runyu hugged her full. Feeling the warmth in Xu Hao's arms, Wang Zuying gradually calmed down. Suddenly I realized that this posture was wrong. I am a teacher, so how is it appropriate for me to hug and hug others at school? What if those students saw it? No, I'm sorry, I was scared just now. Wang Zuying explained with a blushing face and prepared to leave Xu Hao's arms. But he found that the hand on his waist showed no intention of letting go. He raised his head in confusion. Xu Hao's face is close to his eyes. Wang Zuying's eyes widened, her mind went blank, and her body stiffened. Wang Zuying, who was about to fall into confusion, came to her senses and finally broke away from Zhen Hao's arms. He straightened his clothes and glared at Xu Hao angrily, his face so red that he almost bled. She pursed her lips tightly. It's so embarrassing. Ding. Wang Zuying is flustered, her mood value is +684. Ding. Wang Zuying is extremely ashamed, her mood value is +726. AJ 707. I'm sorry, Teacher Wang, you are so beautiful, I couldn't help myself just now. It's coming again. Familiar scumbag tone. Xu Hao secretly thought it was a pity. This heroine is too determined. If only she could relax and rely on her superb driving SK*LLS. Can directly win third base. But there's no rush. According to the progress of this strategy, it won't be long before this little heroine is conquered by him. Xu Hao admitted her mistake. What else could Wang Zuying do? After all, she didn't resist immediately just now. I can only suffer this dumb loss. Her heart stirred up waves and she could never calm down. I always can't help but think of that warm embrace just now, full of security. The scent of a mature man comes to my face. Let her get lost in it and be unable to extricate herself. While accompanying Xu Hao around the campus, Wang Zuying never spoke again. Things are always on my mind. Xu Hao doesn't care about this, there has to be an adaptation process. I believe that after she gets used to it, the first step has been taken, and the second and third steps will be easily achieved. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Wang Zuying's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was my neighbor Aunt Ji. Answered doubtfully. What? My mother fainted. Is she sent to the hospital now? Wang Zuying was shocked. Okay, I'll be there right away. Thank you, Aunt Li. What happened? Wang Zuying hung up the phone and heard Xu Hao's inquiry next to her. It was my mother who suddenly fainted. Immediately repeat what Aunt Li said on the phone. I have to go to the hospital quickly now. I can't accompany Director Xu anymore. Wang Zuying looked anxious. It happened that they were about to finish visiting the campus, and the car was parked not far away. Xu Hao took her hand and got into the car. I'll take you to the hospital. After Xu Hao finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the school. Wang Zuying's lips moved. The matter was urgent now, and she urgently wanted to go to the hospital to see her mother, so she didn't say much. But I feel warm in my heart. Ding. Wang Zuying was so moved, her emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao drove to the No. 1 hospital in Shanghai and went to the ward with Wang Zuying. Outside a ward, Wang Zuying met Aunt Li, who called her. Aunt Li, how is my mother doing? Wang Zuying's face was full of anxiety. Still in a coma now. Seeing Wang Zuying looking like she was about to cry, Aunt Li quickly comforted her. Zuying, you don't need to worry too much. The doctor has diagnosed and treated you just now. It's not life-threatening. Wang Zuying breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked worriedly. Aunt Li, what disease does my mother have? Aunt Li hesitated for a moment and then said it. Hypertensive heart disease, because it was not diagnosed and treated in time, is now a bit serious. Zuying, don't worry. I've asked the doctor. As long as you actively cooperate with the treatment, you will gradually get better. Wang Zuying couldn't hold herself any longer. She wanted to go to the ward to see her mother, but was stopped by Aunt Li. The doctor said that your mother needs to be quiet now. She should go see her again later. Wang Zuying had no choice but to nod. At this time, the two heard the sound of someone making a phone call next to them. Lao He, do you still remember me? Xu Hao was holding his mobile phone, and the person he was talking to was the director of the No. 1 hospital in Shanghai. Seeing that Wang Zuying's mother was ill, Xu Hao knew the opportunity had come. In fact, this is mostly a plot that enhances the relationship between the protagonist and the heroine. It's just that now the protagonist Chen Mo, whose brother he plotted to death, is a mess. He had no intention of looking for Wang Zuying. As a result, he got cut off. With just one sentence, the heroine can be harvested, so why not Xu Hao? How come I don't remember Mr. Xu? I don't know why Mr. Xu called me. That's it. The mother of a friend of mine suffered a heart attack and was admitted to your first hospital. You helped arrange a high-end ward and called the best doctor over for treatment. Don't worry, Mr. Xu, I'll get it done right away, just a moment. Okay, I owe you a favor. Let's have tea together when we have time. After hanging up the phone, Xu Hao saw the two people looking at him blankly, and then explained as if he remembered. I know that hypertensive heart disease is not a serious disease. As long as you have good doctor treatment, you will recover quickly. I have already made arrangements with the director of this hospital just now. Zuying, you don't have to worry. Wang Zuying was really stunned now. What is Xu Hao's identity? There isn't much interaction between them. Xu Hao was willing to help her and find the best doctor for her mother's treatment. It cost a favor. It is self-evident how much the favor of Xu Hao, the CEO of a billion-dollar group, weighs. She was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Xu Hao. It's just a small matter, there's no need to be so polite between us, your mother's illness is more important. Regarding her mother's condition, Wang Zuying stopped talking. I can only hide my full gratitude in my heart. Recall what Xu Hao said. There is no need to be polite between us. What is their relationship? The scene in the woods came to mind again. The worry in Wang Zuying's heart dissipated, and her daughter's shyness arose. Ding. Wang Zuying is very moved, her mood value is +935. Aunt Li next to her heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but marvel. Weird eyes wandered over the two of them. Dean, he was still very efficient. A nurse came over soon and transferred the Queen Mother to the advanced ward. And expressed it to Wang Zuying. Experts and professors in the field of cardiology from the first hospital are rushing back. Once Wang BGFB's mother's condition stabilizes, treatment will begin. I heard that the hospital will arrange for experts and professors to treat my mother. Wang Zuying was completely relieved. At the same time, I felt increasingly grateful. She knew that it was all thanks to Xu Hao in front of her. She was a little angry because Xu Hao took her first bite, but now it has disappeared. After the arrangements were made, Chen also had to leave. He had no intention of staying in the hospital with the heroine. Before leaving, Wang Zuying stood in front of the school and thanked her very sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Xu. Xu Hao waved his hand and left. On the same spot, Wang Zuying looked at his back and hesitated. Aunt Li couldn't bear it anymore, pulled her aside and said mysteriously. Zuying, you are not kind. You have such a powerful boyfriend and you don't tell your aunt. Wang Zuying knew that Aunt Li had misunderstood, and couldn't help laughing or crying. Aunt Li, you misunderstood, we are just friends. Ah, yes, friendship, I understand everything. Aunt Li showed an understanding smile. How about being friends? Who are you lying to? As a friend, I will accompany you to the hospital. I also asked the director for help. Transfer to a high-end ward and ask experts and professors to treat you. Alas, girls nowadays are so thin-skinned. Wang Zuying opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't explain it to these older generations, so she simply closed her mouth. Xu Hao left the hospital and was about to get in the car when he saw a woman signaling to him. I have a guess in my mind. Measurement. He calmly followed the woman's guidance and came to a nearby alley. Greetings to the Lord. There was no one around, but 5 women knelt down in front of Xu Hao. The 5 women were all dressed in smart clothes, their expressions were extremely cold, and their auras were not weak. Among them, the woman kneeling at the front has the strongest aura. A look of understanding appeared in Xu Hao's eyes. As expected, these 5 women were the dead men he drew in the lottery last night. Be 100% loyal to him. Get up. Next, Xu Hao asked them some questions. I found that apart from fighting, they can basically do other things. There is no difference from normal people. He immediately sent 2 dead men to Su Wancho's beauty salon to protect Su Wancho. The other is responsible for picking up and dropping off the twin daughters from school, while secretly protecting. He didn't want to be like the protagonist, a girl who was caught by the villain and then went to the hero to save the beauty. Even if the hero saves the beauty, if you save dozens of chapters, the day Lily will be cold. Xu Hao wants to take precautions in advance. His daughters and women must be protected. It's just that there are not many dead soldiers now, and the remaining 3 have other uses. When there are enough dead men, we will make arrangements for Sha Qingge, Wang Zuying, and other daughters. Came to the company again. Secretary Li Kun came to him immediately and reported the news delivered to him by Lao Mo. After last night, the brothers showed their power in K*LLED everyone. The alliance composed of small forces is about to be defeated. The alliance forces expressed their willingness to surrender to the Brotherhood. But the brothers won't help. Their core member Lao Lu died in the fight of the alliance of forces. How can you give up? The Brotherhood will not stop until these bastards are K*LLED. The next day or 2 will be the final stage of the fight between the Brotherhood and the alliance forces. Either you die or I die. Xu Hao listened to the secretary's report and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. If you want to make someone die, you must first make them crazy. The brothers all spoke harshly. The alliance forces will definitely not surrender and will definitely fight back wildly. There will be a good show to watch next. Although those small characters could not shake the status of the Brotherhood in the end. But it is inevitable to consume the strength of some brother gangs. Let Lao Mo pay attention to the timing of entering the market. When they are fighting in full swing, let Zhu expand slowly. Xu Hao issued the order. Sitting back and watching the protagonist fight with the Lu family, he will benefit from it. His blood massacre. It took advantage of the fierce battle between the brother gang and the alliance forces to develop obscenely. Silent expansion. In one final move, the two largest underground forces in Nanchang were annexed. How much can you gain with one move? Li Kun respectfully resigned and went to inform Xu Hao of his instructions. Xu Hao looked at his leaving back, his eyes gradually becoming dangerous. Now that he has the manpower, he can start dealing with Kong Lianzi. But before dealing with him, you must first find the evidence about yourself and destroy it. Xu Hao withdrew his gaze, looked at a stack of documents on his desk, and began to work. Time came to noon in a blink of an eye. Xu Hao went out to eat, and happened to meet Sha Qingge on the way. From a distance, he saw a boy standing in front of Sha Qingge, saying something with gentle eyes. Sha Qingge frowned slightly, with an obviously impatient expression on his face. Suddenly seeing Xu Hao, Sha Qingge's eyes lit up and her smile bloomed. The boys standing in front of him were stunned. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost its color. Then, he saw the goddess walking towards him, passing by him. Looking back, I saw CEO Xu Hao approaching. The boy was startled, lowered his head immediately, and said hello in fear. 1414. Which department are you in? Xu Hao's voice was calm, but he had the majesty of a superior person coming towards him. The boy felt the pressure, sweat broke out on his forehead, and replied tremblingly. Go away, you dare to harass female colleagues in the company, who gave you the courage? The boy's face turned pale. He had noticed it since Sha Qingge entered the company. I have been paying attention to this goddess-level beauty. Today I finally plucked up the courage to step forward and invite Sha Qingge to dinner. Not only was he rejected, but he was also seen by the president. Now it's better, you can't steal the chicken but lose the rice. He didn't even say a word to the goddess, and he lost his job. What he didn't know was, when Xu Hao took Sha Qingge to the president's restaurant for dinner, his goddess Sha Qingge's figure lying on the dining table is so sultry. 060 Hands-on teaching to my daughter, the protagonist's stepmother is ashamed. Chapter 60. Hands-on teaching to her daughter, the protagonist's stepmother is ashamed. Xu's study room. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell. The sweet piano sound rang throughout the study. If you listen carefully, it is the Symphony of Destiny that is now popular all over the internet. The sound of the piano is sometimes urgent, sometimes melodious, and sometimes passionate. Anyone who hears it will praise it. Plays well. However, Xu Hongzhuang, who was sitting in front of the piano playing, frowned tightly. Finally, both hands left the piano. Pick up the phone and click on the Symphony of Destiny played by Xu Hao. Xu Hongzhuang has been practicing for a day listening to the recording. With her musical talent, she learned this divine song without any teacher. However, no matter how she played it, it was different from Xu Hao's. And the gap is huge. Not on the same level at all. This is just a recording. Compared with live performance, both the timbre and performance are much different. Xu Hongzhuang was very distressed. Now, her countless fans are calling for her to show up. Many entertainment companies said they would spend a lot of money to sign her. In the past, she would have been very happy to have so many fans supporting her. This is how she feels when she dreams of becoming a big star. Now, she couldn't be happy at all. There is no other reason. The Symphony of Destiny that went viral on the internet was not played by her. She couldn't play it either. For this reason, she has been mentally exhausted for a day. Even the glimmer of understanding that aroused her after listening to Xu Hao's performance yesterday gradually disappeared. The door to the study room was opened cautiously. It turned out that the two younger sisters were out of school. I knew third sister was here. Xu Huai showed an unexpected expression. The two sisters came in. Seeing the piano in front of Xu Hongzhuang, everyone showed curiosity. Let's take a look at the piano Dad gave you. Xu Huai reached out and touched the material, and pressed the sound button. Then I searched the brand online. This is the latest model launched by Steinway. It's worth 9.3 million. It seems that Dad still cares about the third sister. It's a pity compared with my necklace, it's still far behind, hee hee. Xu Huai laughed unkindly. Xu Shiqing looked at her current situation and rolled her eyes at her sister. Seeing Xu Hongzhuang frowning tightly, she couldn't help but asked in confusion. Third sister, what's wrong with you? Are you not satisfied with the piano that Dad gave you? Not very good. Xu Hongzhuang shook her head. Ignoring the two sisters, I picked up my phone and continued listening to the divine song. Xu Shiqing rolled her eyes and seemed to understand something. She opened her mouth, but considering the relationship between the third sister and her father, she didn't say anything in the end. Xu Huai didn't have so many scruples. What's wrong? His eyes flashed and he said playfully. Could it be that the third sister wanted to learn my father's Symphony of Destiny, but she didn't learn it? Da! Seeing her sister gloating about her misfortune, Chen Shiqing couldn't help but stepped forward and blocked her mouth. If you can't speak, just speak less. What I said is the truth. Xu Huai broke away from her sister and pouted. What's the big deal? Just learn if you don't know how. It's not embarrassing. Anyway, Dad, the creator and performer, is at home. I believe that with Dad's guidance, you can learn it in one day. The younger sister had reached this point, and Xu Shiqing also began to persuade her. Third sister, Huai is right. Instead of figuring it out by yourself, it's better to let Dad teach you. Dad is very good at teaching. Every time he teaches, we gain a lot. Looking for Xu Hao to teach yourself. Xu Hongzhuang's heart was pounding. She had been tortured for a day, and suddenly she heard that there was a way to solve it, so she wanted to try it. Xu Hao's piano level far exceeds that of international masters. Just playing a song yesterday gave her an idea. If she teaches herself, and only if he teaches herself, can she learn this Symphony of Destiny. Xu Hongzhuang hesitated again. She and her two older sisters and two younger sisters just reached a united front last night. Today she asked Xu Hao to teach her piano, feeling guilty of betrayal. This is not a betrayal of the alliance. I just asked Xu Hao for advice on piano. It's not like I completely forgive him. Completely two different things. Xu Hongzhuang excused herself in her heart. When I thought about it, I suddenly became enlightened. She couldn't help but smile bitterly again. She convinced herself, but she still didn't know if Xu Hao was willing to teach her. It's true that you are being sentimental. Xu Hua noticed the change in her expression, clenched his fists and encouraged her. Third sister, are you worried about whether Chuangnua will teach you? What I want to tell you is that your thoughts are superfluous. Haven't you seen that your father has always been very good to you during the time you came back? Last night, I even helped you move the piano overnight. As long as you ask, Dad will definitely agree to teach you. Xu Huai also echoed from the side. Yes, Dad is very good. Xu Hongzhuang was worried. I couldn't play the piano anymore, so I went to the living room downstairs with my two sisters. After seeing the gift Xu Hao gave Xu Hongzhuang, the two sisters ran to the courtyard to complete their homework. The homework was assigned to them by Xu. Write a word and reply to a picture every day. After Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching, the level of the two sisters has improved significantly. Xu Shiqing, in particular, has been able to draw in one day what she could only draw in the past 10 days or so. Su Wancho poked her head out of the kitchen and saw her daughter Xu Hongzhuang sitting on the sofa in a daze, so she said hello. Hongzhuang, come here and help me. Xu Hongzhuang came to her senses and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was not busy. Su Wancho called her over to say good things to Xu Hao. Last night, I was bullied by Xu Hao because I was not active. I randomly assigned my daughter a task of picking vegetables. Su Wancho asked intentionally or unintentionally. Hongzhuang, what do you think of your father now? Xu Hongzhuang glanced at Su Wancho strangely, wondering why this beautiful stepmother asked this. But she still thought about it and said, not as annoying as before. The words are concise but highlight the key points. Xu Hao was moody and ruthless before. It can be said that he is not like a father at all. Logically speaking, even if it is a kitten or puppy, it has been raised for more than 20 years. There should also be feelings, right? Sorry, Xu Hao doesn't have it. Xu Hao seems to be a different person now. Not only did he lose his previous indifference, but he also treated them well in various ways. It's really annoying for her. Su Wancho felt happy. Her daughter's impression changed, and she secretly revealed something was going on. Hongzhuang, have you noticed it too? Your father is indeed different from before. Maybe he has realized his past mistakes. Su Wancho began to talk endlessly. He used the strength that could only be exerted at night to praise Xu Hao. I can only say that Xu Hao is the best father in a million. Xu Hongzhuang listened carefully at first, but later her expression became more and more strange. Finally, after Su Wancho finished speaking, she spoke. Mom Su, I want to ask you a question. What? Su Wancho was a little surprised. I want to ask, is Su's mother conquered by him as my little sister said? Su Wancho's face was confused. His face began to turn red, reaching the root of his neck, and his head began to feel hot. There was a lot of panic in her heart, but she pretended to be calm on her face. It's nothing, don't listen to her nonsense. Then, Mother Su, can you tell me what's going on with the loud noise at night? There was a smile in Xu Hongzhuang's eyes. This beautiful stepmother has always behaved very dignifiedly in front of them. It's so funny to see how deflated she is. Bah, how could I have the same bad taste as Xu Wei? You heard it wrong, I didn't make a sound. Su Wancho's eyes evaded and he hesitated. It's over, and was discovered by another daughter. The majesty of mother is gone. Su Ma, you have 300 taels of silver here. I didn't say who made the sound. DS. Su Wancho finally couldn't hold it any longer. He turned his head away from his daughter and kept cooking with peace of mind. When Xu Hongzhuang saw her stepmother like this, she stopped teasing her. After all, Su Wancho was very kind to them in the past. Su Wancho was very virtuous and prepared a large table of meals in a short time. Xu Hao happened to come back at this time. While eating, Xu Hongzhuang opened her mouth but stopped talking. She wanted to ask Xu Hao to teach her piano. But I was afraid that Xu Hao would disagree, so I always had concerns. Xu Shiqing observes words and emotions. Seeing the third sister, who has always been dignified, looking like this, I felt funny in my heart. It's fun to play, noisy to be noisy, bringing the third sister into the family is no joke. Seeing her confused look, Chen Hongjiao spoke up for her sister. Dad, third sister wants to learn piano from you. Oh, Xu Hao had expected all this. But he still looked at Xu Hongzhuang pretending to be confused. Xu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes at her sister and secretly blamed her for not saying more. Facing Xu Hao's puzzled gaze, Xu Hongzhuang said. As long as you teach me the piano, I will accept whatever payment you want. Xu Hongzhuang did not want to accept Xu Hao's charity. Just treat yourself as if you hired a teacher and get paid to compensate. Thinking about it this way makes me feel more at ease. Do you really accept any reward? Xu Hao looked strange, with a successful smile on his face. Okay, since Hongzhuang wants to learn, then I will teach you. Xu Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. It's good that I wasn't rejected. The family finished their meal quickly. Su Wancho put away the dishes, and Xu Hao followed the twin sisters to check their homework. After a little guidance, I came to the study room with my third daughter Xu Hongzhuang. Being alone in a room with Xu Hao, Xu Hongzhuang felt a little uncomfortable. Sitting in front of the piano, he looked at Xu Hao doubtfully. I don't know how he will teach himself. Before I teach you, I need to understand your situation first. You can play a song for me to listen to. Xu Hongzhuang felt that she could not let Xu Hao underestimate her, so she played her best song. Your level is already pretty good, but you haven't mastered the key yet. Bala bala, jili gulu, abba abba. Xu Hao's piano is at the master level. Isn't it easy to teach individuals? Xu Hongzhuang gradually became fascinated. When he came back to his senses, he still had some unfinished thoughts. Okay, it's useless to talk so much. Just try playing another song according to what I said. Xu Hongzhuang's fingers were flying, and the sound of playing the piano came out. She felt much better than before. But it's still a little short of breaking through the bottleneck. Just when Xu Hongzhuang was frowning and thinking, someone suddenly pressed against her back. Then, her hands were grabbed. Just as Xu Hongzhuang was about to break away, Xu Hao's voice came to her ears. Xu Hao just grabbed her hands and jumped on the keys. The sound of the piano suddenly changed. It's that feeling of breakthrough. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes lit up, and she was about to get angry, but she suppressed it. No more resistance. The corners of Xu Hao's mouth rose. Demo, no matter who you are, you must surrender to my routine. After discovering that it was indeed effective, Xu Hongzhuang began to feel the rhythm of Xu Hao, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. She finally found the feeling to break through the piano bottleneck. After she became familiar with it, Chen Hao slowly let go. Xu Hongzhuang can still play it freely. After finishing the song, Xu Hongzhuang still had unfinished thoughts, and her heart was filled with turmoil. No matter how she looked for a breakthrough before, she couldn't find one. Xu Hao just taught her step by step and she learned it. Xu Hongzhuang decided to try another song. But at the beginning, that feeling disappeared again. Looking at Xu Hao eagerly, Xu Hao did not disappoint her and taught her step by step again. Just when one of them was teaching seriously and the other was studying seriously. Not found. The study door was opened a small crack. Two little heads poked out. No, it should be said that Xu Hongzhuang didn't notice it. Xu Hao had already heard the arrival of his two daughters. After Xu Hao taught her step by step several times, Hongzhuang finally got used to this feeling. Later, even without Xu Hao's help, she was able to play the piano completely. I learned. Xu Hongzhuang's face showed joy. Third sister, congratulations. You have made such a breakthrough after studying for less than an hour. Yes, third sister, congratulations. Two sisters, Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei, jumped out. He said congratulations, but his face had a joking expression. Xu Hongzhuang looked startled. The hands-on teaching scene just now was seen by the two younger sisters. His face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. I felt very embarrassed and ashamed. After all, when she saw Xu Hao teaching his two younger sisters, she stood up and stopped him. The dragon slayer finally became the evil dragon. The whole family is enjoying themselves here. But in the slums, it's a different story. There were sounds of fighting, shouting, and howling. This is a decisive battle between the brother gang and the alliance forces. The grumpy fourth child is fighting hard. A knife knocked out an alliance boy. Just as he was about to look for his next target, a black shadow suddenly appeared. A straight shot at his neck. The fourth child was startled at first, then sneered. Finally waiting for you, sheathed the knife and blocked the fatal blow to the throat. Before he could make the next move, the black shadow stabbed his heart again. It can be said to be fatal with a knife. Lao Si used all his strength and narrowly dodged the blow. The K***ler who hurt Lao Lu finally appeared. Figures appeared one after another, surrounding the black shadows. Among them was Chen Mo, who looked at the surrounded K***lers with murderous intent in his eyes. Yes, this black shadow is the K***ler Lu Fei paid for. Seeing the scene in front of him, the K***ler was stunned. I am a K***ler on horseback, here to assassinate my target. Why is it like throwing myself into a trap? Are you sure this isn't a scam? Is the purpose to trap him? Seeing that something was wrong, the K***ler wanted to escape. But the top brass of the Brotherhood are all gathered here to avenge Lao Lu, so how can they let him run away? In the end, the K***ler could not escape and was beaten to death. He couldn't figure it out until he died. This was the first time he took action after accepting a mission. With the death of their sixth child, what did he do to him? What an injustice. 061A breakthrough in the relationship between the third daughter. Taste the fruits of victory eating fish again. Chapter 61. A breakthrough in the relationship between the three daughters. Taste the fruits of victory. Fish eating reappears. During the fierce battle with the alliance forces, the Brotherhood did not take full action. Instead, he was waiting for the K***ler who K***led Lao Lu. Unexpectedly, they actually caught a fish. After getting rid of the K***ler, Chenmo and his brothers stopped holding back because of their divine power. The alliance forces were broken up like chickens and dogs. Brothers helped clean up the battlefield. Although they won cleanly, they also suffered damage on their own side. Thinking that the alliance power will no longer exist from now on, and the Brotherhood will be the only one in Nanchang, it is worth it. After destroying the power of the Lu family camp, the Brotherhood planned to take action against the Lu family and his son. They have not forgotten that Lao Lu died because of the K***ler the Lu family was looking for. Now that the K***ler is dead, there is still the Lu family as the culprit. The Lu family does not belong to the underground forces and cannot use underground forces solutions. The brothers and several people came up with a solution. That is to find some criminal evidence of the Lu family, such as the illegal and criminal behavior of some strong women of the Lu family. As well as some illegal transactions involving the Lu family's company. As long as the Lu family is bankrupt, it will no longer have such great influence. Aren't they going to be able to do whatever they want by then? As a result, all members of the Brotherhood mobilized to investigate the Lu family and his son. The results came 3 days later. Lu Shaoqiang's surely assaulted a female classmate, causing the victim to be unable to accept the fact and committed suicide by jumping off a building. There are also beating others and causing them to become disabled. These behaviors were suppressed by Lu's father before. After the unremitting efforts of the brothers, the evidence was finally found. The Lu family's company has some evidence of tax evasion, substandard product quality, and hidden rules for company employees. After collecting this evidence, the Brotherhood did not hesitate and published it directly on the internet on 427. And I bought several hot searches for exposure. In today's materialistic society, people face various pressures every day. Eating melon is also a way to relieve stress. Especially the targets of exploitation are the capitalists who exploit them. Netizens immediately forwarded comments. The Lu family and his son are really nothing. They have so many illegal crimes, but they live so freely. Is there any law? Is there any law? The Lu family has always been a conscientious enterprise in Nanchang. I didn't expect that if we hadn't seen this exposed news, we might have been sold out and would have to count the money for him. Strongly demand a thorough investigation of the Lu family and his son, and justice must be given to the victims. The internet is full of one-sided condemnation of the Lu family and his son. For a time, the Lu family stood at the forefront. As his influence continues to expand, it directly affects the Lu family's company. Stocks are hitting their limit almost every day. People in the company were panicked, but as the company's boss, Lu's father had no time to care. Because he is under investigation by relevant departments. The Lu family and his son have not been arrested yet, but they are already under surveillance. Once the investigation and verification prove that they have indeed committed those crimes, they will just wait to go to jail. Father Lu is now like an ant on a hot pot. Only he knows. The criminal evidence exposed on the internet is all true. Including his own son. Many things were suppressed by him. I don't know who is trying to mess with him. Damn it. Father Lu was in a panic now, but he had to remain calm on the surface. Every day is the same as usual. Go to the company to appease the employees, find a lawyer to defend yourself, and try to delay time through such means. Brothers Gang Headquarters 1. A few core people gathered together. The Lu family will definitely die now. Sixth brother, we will be able to avenge you soon. Don't let them die so easily. I want them to know the consequences of hurting my brother. These Lu family father and son are really born. My sword is already hungry and thirsty, and I can't wait to kill them. The brothers were in a good mood, feeling happy that they were about to take revenge. Brothers have been keeping a close eye on the Lu family these days. The most dignified second child spoke in a deep voice, his eyes twinkling. If the Lu family and his son want to escape, stop them halfway. If they just sit back and wait to go to jail, then there is no need for us to do it ourselves. It's not worth it for me to risk my life for those two people. After they go to jail, let the brothers inside do it. Several brothers heard this, although they were a little unwilling. But I have to say that this is the most correct approach. If they couldn't help it and *LLED the Lu family and his son, they would only cause trouble for the Brotherhood. When the Lu family and his son went to prison, they became fish in their bowls. There is absolutely no need to do it yourself. Seeing that all the brothers had listened, the second one looked at Chen Mo, who looked a little excited. Xiao Mo, we all know that you were framed by that little beast. If you want to take revenge yourself, you can wait until he goes to jail and we can arrange it. Chen Mo was really excited. Lu Fei framed him and imprisoned him for 3 years, where he suffered a lot. When he was released from prison, he vowed to take revenge. Now finally revenge is in sight. Sensing that several brothers were looking at him, Chen Mo shook his head. Just take care of it, I don't have to do it myself. He was once in prison, thinking about Fei himself every day. But when it came time to kill his enemy, he felt a little bored. There is no other reason. The two are no longer on the same level. Lu Fei, the rich second generation who has done all kinds of evil, is about to face jail time and revenge from his brother gang. It can be said that he is a dying person. But he, Chen Mo, was different. Possessing extraordinary strength and controlling the largest underground force in Nanchang, the future is bright. His goal is the Sea of Stars. The Lu family is just a stepping stone for him. Next, he will target the more powerful Xu Hao. Chen Mo also hated the hypocritical guy who wanted to steal his beautiful teacher and his goddess. In the past, he had no choice when facing the Xu group with a market value of tens of billions. After cleaning up the Lu family, he seemed to see hope of dealing with Xu Hao. That is to follow the same example. The criminal evidence of Xu's group was found and exposed. He didn't believe that with Xu Hao's hypocritical appearance, he could do business peacefully. After receiving Chen Mo's answer, the second child breathed a sigh of relief. He was not worried about the other brothers, but he was worried that Chen Mo was young and energetic and would be carried away by anger. In order to kill a father and son who were born together, it is really not worth it to take advantage of myself. Xu family villa. 3 days have passed since Chen Mo exposed the Lu family. Xu Hao also taught Xu Hongzhuang piano for 3 days. Xu Hongzhuang does have musical talent, and she improves greatly almost every day. Xu Hao did not go to the company in the morning and taught Xu Hongzhuang at home. Holding her hand, his fat fingertips jumped quickly on the piano keys. What he played was a complete symphony of fate. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is already the 3rd time Xu Hao has taught me step by step. She felt she had almost learned it. She was initially disgusted with Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching. But after knowing that it could really improve the piano, she gradually accepted this teaching method. It was a little uncomfortable at first. After 3 days of teaching, she has become accustomed to it. On the contrary, I am sitting in front of the piano now, with no one holding me behind me, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Every time she thought of this, she couldn't help but blush. I'm really crazy. Xu Hongzhuang, why do you have such thoughts? Do you want to betray eldest sister's organization? She feels repelled in her heart, but her body is very honest. It's her that she's talking about. Seeing that her piano *LLS are improving day by day, she can't care so much anymore. He didn't call him daddy like his 2 younger sisters. It shouldn't be considered a betrayal of the organization, right? Follow the rhythm just now and try it yourself. Xu Hao let go of her hand and said with a smile. Xu Hongzhuang took a deep breath and ordered something to buy. The fingers began to play dexterously. A symphony of destiny has been played, although it is not as good as Xu Hao's state. But it was infinitely stronger than 3 days ago. Now in this state, Xu Hongzhuang finally has the courage to go out and meet people. Those fans had invited her to come out one after another. At that time she didn't dare to go out at all. What if those fans were asking her to play a song live? She won't do it at all. So she practiced like this at home for several days. With her current piano *LLS, she was finally able to take advantage of it. As for the Symphony of Destiny uploaded online, how do you explain it? Xu Hao gave advice. Let's just say it was an inspiration, a whim, but I can't describe that feeling now. Xu Hao had already found a reason for her from the beginning. It turns out that everything was planned in advance. Dia. There was a burst of applause. Looking back, I saw Xu Hao clapping his hands and praising. Very good, Hongzhuang, your talent in music has come into full play. Now, Xu Hongzhuang looked at Xu Hao with eyes that were no longer distant, but rather close. She pursed her lips and said gratefully. After all, the word dad was never uttered. It doesn't matter, the strategy for red makeup is not over yet. He and Xu Hongzhuang are in the same state now as when they spent a day playing at the amusement park with their 2 daughters. For her to call her daddy, she needs an opportunity. You are my daughter, and I am very happy to see you progress and grow. I can't say thank you enough. Xu Hao pretended to be displeased, talked to Xu Hongzhuang about the piano elements for a while, then turned and left the study. Secretary Li Kun drove to the Xu family villa. Xu Hao got in the car and went out. Along the way, the secretary kept reporting on the situation of the Brotherhood and the Lu family. Knowing that the Brotherhood is collecting Lu family methods of uploading and posting criminal evidence online, Xu Hao felt a chill in his heart and glanced at the secretary calmly. You must destroy your own evidence. We must not make the same mistake as the Lu family and his son. Fortunately, he asked his secretary to tell Lao Mo to do most of the things. He only took action a few times, and not all of them were done very covertly. Even if we want to check him, it won't be possible in a short time. If all the evidence is destroyed, nothing can be found about him. Li Kun continued to report. The smile on Xu Hao's face grew stronger and stronger. Since the criminal evidence of the Lu family and his son was exposed online, the stock price of Lu's company has been falling off a cliff. I don't know how long Lu's father can last, so Xu Hao plans to enter the game. After planning for so long, it's time to enjoy the fruits of victory. The secretary drove all the way to Lu's house. Coincidentally, as soon as he arrived at Lu's house, several cars drove over. Xu Hao remained calm on his face. He is not the only smart person, and the Lu family is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. This is human nature. The weak eat the strong. Xu Hao didn't care. He had been planning for so many days, which limited Wang Zou's confidence. The Lu family has two companies. One is a food factory, which is suspected of tax evasion and fraud. This company is also responsible for the fraud. It has nothing to do with another new energy vehicle company. If there was a problem, Xu Hao would not wait until now to take action. The new energy vehicle company has completed its investigation and has not made any mistakes. It was left to Father Lu to have free control. Father Lu couldn't sell the food factory even if he wanted to. These people who are coming now all want to acquire the new energy vehicle company from Lu's father. Because of the explosion at the food factory, the stock price of his automobile company also plummeted. Many people see benefits. Father Lu is still holding on, hiring the best lawyer to defend him, and pretending to be upright. But in my heart I was extremely panicked. He knew that someone wanted to snatch the new energy vehicle company from him. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the past 2 days, people came to him and mentioned the acquisition, and the bids were extremely low. He didn't agree. As the investigation department's investigation deepened, he became more and more panicked. A crazy idea came to mind. Since he was going to face jail, why didn't he just take the bucket and run away? Anyway, if I want to leave, the company can't hold on. Then just sell it. So today, Father Lu continued to meet with people from various companies, trying to sell for a high price. Father Lu was shocked when he saw that the next person who came in was Xu Hao. Facing Xu Hao, Lu's father didn't dare to put on airs. He quickly greeted him flatteringly and poured a cup of tea himself. "Mr. Xu, I wonder why you are here." Xu Hao didn't touch the tea in front of him and said straight to the point. "To be honest, our company is preparing to transform in 3.3 and plans to enter other industries. I am very optimistic about new energy." He didn't need to explain clearly, Lu's father already understood. Xu Hao was just like those people who came to buy the car company from him. It's just that he doesn't understand something. Xu Hao is a real estate tycoon who makes money like water. Why the sudden transformation? In today's world, there are still very few new energy vehicles. Countless entrepreneurs have not discovered the huge potential of new energy. Father Lu thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He was going to be a runaway anyway, so there was no use thinking about it. Might as well negotiate a good price. Father Lu pretended to sigh. "Mr. Xu, you have also seen that I have been framed by a villain and both companies cannot operate normally. I also have the idea of selling, but I don't know Mr. Xu." Before he could finish speaking, Xu Hao interrupted. "I'm willing to buy it at today's market price." Father Lu's eyes lit up. The stock price of Lu's car company is falling every day. Today, 3 days later, it has dropped by nearly half compared to before. There is also a continuing downward trend. Those people wanted to buy it and offered very low prices. He believes that his car company will continue to decline and it is not worth paying a high price. Xu Hao was the highest bidder. After pretending to hesitate, Lu's father agreed. He was also anxious, and quickly asked someone to draw up a contract and go through the company transfer procedures. Looking at the transfer contract in his hand, Chen Hao smiled. Finally got it. Glancing at Father Lu who was holding back his excitement, the sarcasm in his eyes flashed away. He turned to his secretary and ordered, "Tell Lao Mo, I want to eat fish." 062 Sha Qingyi's initiative. The protagonist collapses. Frame up. Chapter 62. Sha Qingyi's initiative. The protagonist collapses. Framed and framed. Xu Hao's target is the Lu family's new energy vehicle company. Now, the purpose is achieved. The Lu family and his son also consumed the strength of the brotherhood. It has no use value anymore. No, how could it be of no use value? If the Lu family father and son died quietly, who would be the first suspect? It's definitely a gang of brothers. Among them, the protagonist Chen Mo is the most suspected. No one would think that Chen Mo would have no hatred in his heart after being framed by Lu Fei of the Lu family and imprisoned for 3 years. Then it will be fun to watch. Whether the higher-ups will crack down hard or not, or eradicate the Brotherhood, is another matter. It is inevitable for a group of brothers to help the senior officials arrest him for questioning. By that time, the Brotherhood was leaderless. This is the best time for the blood massacre to change the world. Even the value of a dead person must be discovered. The capitalists cried when they heard this. At night. The moon is dark and the wind is high, which is a good time to kill people and set fires. Far away in the Liu family villa, two figures sneakily climbed out of the wall. Then he got into a van that had been waiting for him on the roadside. The driver of the van is Liu's father's most trusted subordinate. A special soldier saved his life, and Liu's father trusted him very much. It won't be a problem, right? Father Liu looked at the driver and asked worriedly. Don't worry, Mr. Liu, I have detected the patterns of those people in the past 3 days and lured them away just now. As long as we get to the airport quickly there will be no problem. The driver is a special soldier, has a strong sense of reconnaissance, and is very confident in his own judgment. Father Liu nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Now they are heading to the airport to prepare to fly abroad. He has also done a lot of bad things, knows the 3 holes of a cunning rabbit, and has prepared many identities at home. So there is no worry about getting caught while flying. Dad, do we really want to go abroad? Liu Fei, who was following him, was trembling with fear. Today, he looks haggard, and the fear in his eyes lingers for a long time. He still looks like the rich young man before. Ever since his past deeds were exposed online and triggered investigations by relevant departments, he has been restless. 16 I am afraid that I will wear a pair of silver bracelets on my hands next moment. I can only spend my next life in prison. He is the second generation of rich people. His family has assets worth 1 billion, and he enjoys endless wealth and splendor. He shuddered when he thought about the future, staying in a dark prison. Now his father wants to take him away and go abroad. Liu Fei was also uneasy. What is it like abroad? He has never been there. I feel like my future is uncertain. Damn guy. It's all Chen Mo's fault, that bastard who targeted his family. In the past few days, Father Liu has been acting very honestly. But it's not like nothing was done. At least he found out who was behind the attack on his Liu family. It's that guy named Chen Mo and the Brotherhood. Shut up, isn't it all because of you? I told you not to cause trouble for me a long time ago, now it's okay. Is someone seeking revenge? As soon as he heard what this deceitful son said, Father Liu became very angry. If this traitor hadn't framed them and put them in jail for 3 years, how could he come out to take revenge on them? How did the Liu family end up in this dead end? Being scolded by his father, Liu Fei shrank his head and muttered softly. How did I know that he, a young loser, actually met the big brother of the Brotherhood in prison? Seeing that his son still did not repent, Liu's father raised his hand. But seeing the haggard look on Nizi's face, he still resisted the fight. Biological, he kept comforting himself in his heart. Sensing his father Yang's hand and thinking that a slap was about to fall, Liu Fei quickly shrank his head. There was no sound of a palm falling on his face. Liu Fei looked over curiously. Father Liu put down his hand and sighed. In the future, please help me remember better and change all your bad habits when you go abroad. Those people abroad are not easy to bully. You don't even know how you died. Liu Fei replied weakly. Just as Liu's father was educating his son, the driver suddenly stepped on the brakes. The father and son lost their center of gravity and bumped into the front. Why is nothing going on? Liu Fei was immediately angry. Can this driver know how to drive? I immediately wanted to question the driver sternly, but suddenly I saw a truck blocked in front of me. The road was blocked and it was impossible to get through. The horse rider, do you have any sense of public morality? You park your car everywhere. Liu Fei was so angry that he cursed. However, the driver and Father Liu looked solemn. Now was the critical period for them to run away, and their way was blocked by a truck. A bad feeling arose in my heart. I'll go out and take a look. The driver looked serious, took out a short knife from the drawer, and got out of the car. Is anyone there? How did you park? The driver asked as he cautiously walked towards the driver's seat of the truck. Just as he was about to look towards the driver's seat, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. A dagger quickly slashed towards his neck. This blow was too fast. The driver didn't react at all. He only saw a flash of light, then felt a chill on his neck, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. He is a special soldier. After long-term training, he cannot get close to 3 or 5 people. For some bastards who have no fighting ability, he can fight 10 out of 10. His strength is not weak, but in front of a real warrior, he is just easy to kill. After getting rid of the driver, the tall and muscular figure did not stop and headed towards the car where Father Lu was. One in the car. Father Lu has been watching the driver's every move nervously. When he saw the driver being k'lled by a figure rushing out, his face suddenly turned pale and his pupils stared into the sky. An unspeakable fear emerged. His worst fear happened. It's okay to say it was an accident. If the relevant departments blocked it, he would still be able to accept it. I'm afraid that the enemy is seeking revenge. Then they will probably explain it here. After seeing the other party decisively kill the driver, Lu's father knew that they were finished today. Faced with a life and death crisis, Lu's father also had some quick wits. He quickly pressed the button and locked the door. He quickly turned over to the driver's seat and wanted to drive away. However, it was still too late. The car door was violently kicked open. The power contained in it can be imagined. At this time, Lu's father had just turned on the ignition and was about to step on the accelerator, when a dagger slashed across his neck. Father Lu's eyes widened, blood gurgling from his mouth, and finally he fell weakly on his seat. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Lu Firan, who was sitting in the back seat, was frightened. Naturally, there is no escape from bad luck. Reunited with his father in the underworld. After doing all this, Lao Mo made a tour. After seeing that no evidence was left behind, they got into 2 trucks and left. Until a vehicle passed by and saw the tragic scene at the scene, it was so frightened that it called the police on the spot. Outside Sha Qingge's community, Xu Hao did not go home with his daughters today, but took Sha Qingge to have dinner. Go shopping for a while. Finally, Sha Qingge was sent home. Sha Qingge looked at the gift Xu Hao gave her in her arms, with a happy smile on her face. Uncle, go home slowly. After seeing her community, Sha Qingge said sweetly to Xu Hao and prepared to open the passenger door and get out. Xu Hao stopped her. Sha Qingge turned around, his face full of doubts. Uncle, what's the matter? Qingge, have you forgotten something? Seeing the strange expression on Xu Hao's face, Yuan Qing suddenly realized. It turned out to be a farewell message. Sha Qingge rolled her eyes nicely. The whole person leaned over and got in front of Xu Hao. I have been with Xu Hao for a long time, and I have done even more extreme things. She is no longer shy about such small things. Ding Sha Qingge is in a happy mood, her mood value is +631. Ding Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is +769. Ding Chen Mo was stunned, his mood value was +823. What the 2 of them didn't know was. No, it should be said that Sha Qingge didn't know. There was a line of sight watching them not far away. Chen Mo opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg in, and his pupils dilated to the extreme. His face was full of horror. What he saw was exactly what happened in Xu Hao's car. It turned out that Chen Mo had the idea to clean up the Lu family, and then he wanted to take action against Xu Hao. I didn't find any useful information last time, so I plan to score twice today. By coincidence, I saw Xu Hao driving Sha Qingge out again. Chen Mo followed them all the way, watching them eat and go shopping together. The relationship between the 2 is very close. He originally thought that Xu Hao was still in the stage of hooking up with Sha Qingge. Until I saw this scene in front of me. Sha Qingge threw himself into his arms so proactively. It is impossible for an inexperienced girl to be so proactive when faced with such a thing. In other words, the 2 of them had already had an affair. Maybe I did everything I should do and what I shouldn't do. Sha Qingge is her goddess. I was imprisoned 3 years ago because of her. Saw her with another man, an old man. Chen Mo couldn't accept it for a while. No way, that's not true. Chen Mo's mind went blank and he muttered to himself. When he recovered from the shock, Xu Hao had already driven away. Sha Qingge kept waving where he was. It hurts so much. Chen Mo covered his chest. A heartbreaking pain. Seeing Sha Qingge preparing to walk into the community, Chen Mo couldn't stay in Bengbu anymore and rushed forward regardless of his own safety. We must ask Sha Qingge clearly. What's the reason for this horse riding? Where did you lose? Sha Qingge would rather be with a 50-year-old man than look at herself. Quote, why were you acting like that, Xu Hao, just now? Are you together? Chen Mo asked with the last glimmer of hope at this time. I hope to get a negative answer from Sha Qingge. Sha Qingge was startled when a guy with a distorted face and red eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Chen Mo who reacted and couldn't help but frown. She has not forgotten that this guy was slandering Uncle Xu in front of her. Although Chen Mo once rescued Sha Qingge, he was provoked by Xu Hao's few words. Now Sha Qingge's whole body and mind are tied to Xu Hao. Naturally, it is impossible to have a good impression of someone who is hostile to Xu Hao. She said with a cold tone. None of your business. Sensing Sha Qingge's displeased expression, an idea flashed across Chen Mo's head, and he seemed to have thought of the reason. Qingge, tell me, is it Xu Hao who forced you? That's right, Xu Hao is the boss of the Xu group. Do you want unspoken rules? Qingge, don't be afraid of him. I have the ability to deal with him. He is a bullshit in front of me. Chen Mo was already a little crazy. Sha Qingge is the white moonlight in his heart. The dark years when he was framed and imprisoned by Lu Fei. Whenever he was bullied and wanted to commit suicide, whenever he practiced martial arts until he fainted. I will think of this girl who is like light. It can be said that Sha Qingge is the courage that supports him to live. After he was released from prison, he vowed to protect this white moonlight for the rest of his life. But today I saw Xu Qingge with an old man. Maybe he has lost his virginity. Suddenly there was a collapse like the light disappeared. Sha Qingge's frown deepened. When she heard the last words about Uncle Xu, she was stunned. Are you crazy? As you can imagine, Uncle Xu and I are together. He likes me and I also like him very much. Number 630. We have done everything, are you satisfied now? You don't need to take care of my affairs. Please don't appear in front of me in the future and disturb my life. He dropped a word coldly, glanced at Chen Mo with disgust, turned around and walked into the community. Chen Mo felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind was buzzing. Finally he fell to his knees weakly. At this time, a tricycle collecting scrap happened to pass by, and a melodic BGM was playing from the speaker. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is blowing, and the land is vast. Brothers Gang headquarters. Police cars roared by. With a wave of his hand, police officers rushed in with guns drawn. Several brothers, who are the core members of the brothers, received reports from their subordinates that they were all rich. They have been law-abiding and good people lately. What are you doing with so many police officers barging in? Take them away to me. The leading police officer waved his hand. When the police heard this, they gathered around the handcuffs and stepped forward. Bubai. Everyone in the Brotherhood gave up and showed their weapons one after another. Everyone stop it. The second brother of the Brotherhood stopped his men and asked with a frown. Sir, I don't know what we have done. You want to arrest us in a big way. Please give us a reason, we are not bullies. The leading police officer sneered. UK*LLED the Lu family, father and son, and a driver. Is this reason enough? What? The four brothers in the Brotherhood were all shocked and looked at each other. As their eyes alternated, they knew it was not the other party's fault. Suddenly, they thought of someone. Chen Mo. Chen Mo went out this afternoon and never came back. They speculated that it was Chen Mo who took action. Everyone was a little angry. Chen Mo K*LLED the Lu family and his son, not because he was angry. There is a grudge between the two, so they will kill each other, and they are not pedantic. But the timing was wrong. The Lu family and his son are currently under investigation and have not yet been found guilty. If you kill someone at this time, you will be charged with a serious crime. Not only that, it will also implicate the brother gang. If the superiors are alerted, an order will come down to crack down on crime and eliminate evil. The gang of brothers immediately had to play. When the Lu family's father and son were found guilty and imprisoned, it's up to them to take whatever revenge they want. They had reminded Chen Mo a long time ago, and Chen Mo also promised himself not to take action. As a result, he turned around and K*LLED the person. This behavior of doing one thing in front of others and doing another behind the scenes made several people very disappointed. Although he guessed it was Chen Mo, the second child still had a look of doubt on his face. Is there any misunderstanding in this? We have stayed here tonight and have not been to other places. 063A Protagonist more wrong than Doi, the opportunity to win over the third daughter. Chapter 63, the protagonist who is more unjust than Doi, an opportunity to conquer the third daughter. Og. The leading police officer sneered disdainfully. The Liu family's father and son died at the hands of warriors, and the car door was kicked violently. Not many people can do this, right? After a pause, he continued. What's more, here are all members of your brother's gang, so it's not just what you say. You'd better come with us. Everyone in the brothers' gang felt their hearts sink. They were almost certain that it was Chen Mo who did it. There is a frame-up feud between the two and a motive for murder. The murderer was a warrior, which was consistent with his status. Their brother gang has also been secretly watching the Liu family. As the investigation deepened, it was observed that the Liu family and his son had a tendency to run away. Know the approximate time when the Liu family and his son ran away. If several factors are met, besides silence, who else could be there? You have nothing to say. Come back with us to assist in the investigation. We will investigate the case clearly, and if it is really not you who did it, we will never unjustly accuse you. He glanced at several people coldly. The leading police officer waved his hand. Several police officers rushed forward and handcuffed several core members of the Brotherhood. Just as he was about to take a few people back, the leading police officer suddenly frowned and asked. Where is there another person among you? The one named Chen Mo. Chen Mo is very powerful and showed great power in the underground world a few days ago. Of course they don't know this person. He went out and didn't come back. Don't close his mind. The second child stood up and spoke for Chen Mo. Although he was annoyed with Chen Mo's actions, since he was his eldest brother's apprentice. Those of us who are uncles cannot ignore it. You said it's none of his business. If it's none of his business, maybe the murderer is him. Don't think we don't know. You brother gang and the Liu family have been having a heated fight recently. Did you publish the criminal evidence of the Liu family on the internet? Now that the Liu family and his son are dead, your brother gang can't get away with it. The leading police officer looked grim and stared at the few people closely, trying to find a trace of panic. However, I don't know if these guys are old fritters, but he didn't capture any information at all. According to intelligence, the man named Chen Mo comes back here every night. Presumably today is no exception. Let's wait here. Waited for almost half an hour. Chen Mo, who was dejected and looking lost, came back. Two police officers rushed forward with handcuffs in hand. Chen Mo's face was gray and his eyes were still a little red and swollen, as if he had just cried. Even if he suffered a huge blow, his strength was still there. React quickly and avoid the two police officers. He asked with a frown. What are you going to do? Only then did he notice the situation at their brother's gang headquarters. The Brotherhood is surrounded by police officers. Several core brothers of the fraternity, namely his uncles, were handcuffed and controlled. His face was full of confusion and astonishment. What's the situation? He just went out for a trip and was taken away when he came back to his old home. Chen Mo, do you still want to resist arrest? The leading police officer stood up, put one hand on his waist, and made a gesture of drawing a gun. If Chen Mo continues to resist or even attacks the police, he has the right to shoot him to death. I'm not resisting arrest, but if you want to arrest me, you have to give me a reason. We haven't committed anything, so why are you talking about us? Chen Mo asked angrily. I have already told them the reason. The Liu family, his son, and his driver died on the way to the airport. The verification is correct. The Liu family and his son were captured by warriors. The Liu family and his son are dead. Chen Mo asked blankly with a face full of confusion. Who k***led them? Haha, I have to ask you now. The only ones who have become enemies with the Liu family recently are your brother gang, and you are all warriors. Indeed. Police investigations usually start with who has the motive. The brothers not only have the motivation, but also the ability. Ha ha ha, even if we are warriors, you can't just blame the death of the Liu family and his son on us, right? Chen Mo looked up to the sky and laughed, looking like he hated the injustice of being wronged. 3 years ago, he talked about the police station once. He never wanted to go back to that painful place. Oh. Then tell me, during the recent period, in addition to fighting to the death with your brother gang, does the Liu family have any other warrior enemies? Chen Mo's face darkened. That doesn't prove that we did it, right? Maybe it was an enemy that the Liu family offended in the past and took this opportunity to frame us. He still wanted to fight for it, but was mercilessly interrupted by the leading police officer. Our police station handles cases, and you don't have to tell us what to do. Just follow us and help with the investigation. When the four brothers from the Brotherhood saw Chen Mo's performance, they couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. With this acting SK*LL, it would be really unfair not to join the entertainment industry. Looking at the expressions, movements, expressions, and behavior, it seems as if the person was really not K*LLED by him. He looked like he had been wronged. Several people have already identified in their hearts that it was the Liu family and his son who were K*LLED by Chen Mo. Since you said you were unjust, let me ask you, where were you between 9:30 and 10 o'clock? Do you have an alibi? The leading police officer spoke again. This guy resisted so fiercely that he was a little suspicious. When I arrested these core members just now, I only said a few words and then I was willing to go with them. And this guy was very resistant to going to the police station. The police station is a place of justice. Why didn't Chen Mo dare? Unless there was something wrong in his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. Just as Chen Mo was about to answer, he was suddenly stunned. From 9:30 to 10 o'clock, he was secretly following Xu Hao and Xia Qingge as they went shopping. He has been hiding in the dark. He even avoided the camera intentionally or unintentionally. There was no way to produce an alibi. What the fuck? Chen Mo was numb. The one who stepped on the horse, is he going to take the blame? If the police cannot find the murderer, and he is the most likely suspect and has no alibi. Chen Mo suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Seeing Chen Mo speechless for a long time, the leading police officer's eyes turned cold. Why? Don't talk. Could it be that you are taking advantage of this time to do something shady? Chen Mo remained silent. He did do something shady, but it was to follow Xu Hao, not to kill the Liu family and his son. No wonder you don't want to go to the police station with me. Are you afraid of showing your feet? The leading police officer snorted coldly and waved his hand. Be the first to go ahead. He was just asking casually, but it seemed that Chen Momo didn't really have a problem. I have to go back and interrogate him carefully. 4 members of the brothers' gang were taken away. The second brother approached Chen Mo without leaving a trace and said in a low voice. Xiao Mo, what's the matter with you? Didn't I tell you not to do anything during this period? The Liu family and his son will be investigated soon. They said that when they get to the prison, you can do whatever you want with them. How come you? The second child was filled with resentment, and sounded like he hated iron. At the end of the day, he wanted to give this guy a slap in the face. Second uncle, I really didn't kill him. Seeing the suspicious eyes of the uncles, and the tone of determination of the second uncle, Chen Mo felt that he was more unjust than Dou-yi. I couldn't help but defend myself. This time, Chen Mo's voice was so loud that everyone around him heard it. There was also a police officer walking in front, with a sneer on his lips. This Chen Mo really has a big problem. Chen Mo realized something was wrong and quickly shut up. These people are the master's good brothers and also his master uncles. Chen Mo no longer hides it. Didn't I want to deal with Xu Hao? I just went to follow him this afternoon. The second child's expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered, staring at Chen Mo for a while. According to Chen Mo's character, there was no need to lie to him about this matter. In other words, is there really someone else who K*LLED the Liu family and his son? They were in trouble. Shaking his head, he didn't want to think about who K*LLED the Liu family and his son for the moment. The top priority is how to solve the current crisis. The second child's expression was very serious. You didn't lie to me. Chen Mo looked directly into his eyes with affirmation. You must not tell anyone about following Xu Hao. Taking a deep breath, the second child warned. Chen Mo is a social person, why should he follow Nian Hao? It must be to harm him. If the police find out about this and want to harm a big entrepreneur in Shanghai, the crime will be increased. Or passed to Xu Hao's ears, relying on his identity and influence. Chen Mo will definitely die without a burial place. On the contrary, if you don't talk about it, even if you were wronged, the truth will be revealed one day. Won't get K*LLED. If it works properly, you can get out of jail in no time. Chen Mo also knew what the second child meant, and felt very unhappy and furious. Sure enough, the gap is still caused by status. Even when he was wronged, he didn't even dare to tell the truth. Damn it, when I think of my beloved Bai Yugong being picked off by that hateful guy. Xia Qingge looked happy in front of a 50-year-old man. Chen Mo was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Ding Chen Mo is so angry and furious, his emotional value is plus 798. Ding Chen Mo is full of resentment, his mood value is plus 96. It was the night when many senior members of the Brotherhood were taken away. A dormant force quickly swept through the entire Nanchang. With lightning speed, he annexed small forces one after another, and finally took the opportunity to attack the Brotherhood headquarters. Because there was no senior leader in charge, the Brotherhood was beaten back and forth and lost its territory. This night is a night belonging to the Blood Massacre. Each and every member of the Blood Slaughter Society, under the leadership of Lao Mo, finally k***led each other happily. There is a feeling of elation. Before, they, the Blood Massacre Society, had been dormant in the dark. While the Brotherhood and the Alliance forces are fighting fiercely, the Blood Massacre Society is developing. When the Brotherhood broke up the Alliance forces and Quanli investigated the Liu family, the Blood Slaughter Society has quietly absorbed those members of the disbanded Alliance forces to strengthen itself. Now, they are going to change the underground world of Nanchang and completely wipe out the Brotherhood. Xu Hao k***led 2 birds with one stone, suppressed the Protagonist and took over the Liu family's new energy company. The Blood Slaughter Society under him is also a snipe and clam fight, and the fisherman benefits. In this wave, brothers asked, the Protagonist Chen Mo, other Alliance forces, the Liu family are all chess workers. Xu Hao is the biggest winner. The Brotherhood was caught off guard and encountered a sudden attack from the Blood Slaughter Society, and quickly responded and resisted. But they don't have high-end combat power. You can only retreat to your territory and cannot go out to attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blood Disciples will expand aggressively and conquer territories other than the Brotherhood. Until the next day, the territory of the Blood Slaughter Society can already compete with the Brotherhood, occupying half of the underground world in Nanchang. On the third day, the Blood Massacre Society took the lead in attacking, and the brother gangs were retreating. Not to mention the treacherous nature of the underground world. In the past few days, a big event also happened in the Xu family. To be precise, this happened to Xu Hongzhuang. After Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching, Chen Hongzhuang's piano has greatly improved. Finally responded to the fans' request and came out to perform. The performance location is at the Magic City Concert Hall. Many fans came to see this youngest international piano master. Because she is a beautiful woman, her influence is greater than that of the previous piano master Edward. Xu Hongzhuang did not disappoint her fans. He played his best song. The effect is sensational. Her piano sk**lls are no less than that of Edward. Someone asked, her piano is very good, but why is it so much worse than the divine song spread on the internet? Regarding this, Xu Hongzhuang, who never liked lying, still lied. Follow Xu Hao to find a good reason for her. She said that she played it out of inspiration, but now she can no longer find that feeling. This statement is barely justified. Because playing the piano, intellectual talent is really important. Xu Hongzhuang also said that she has found inspiration and her piano is constantly improving. Yes. One day you will reach the point where inspiration bursts out. Won the admiration and love of countless fans at the scene. Just when Xu Hongzhuang finished her performance and was about to leave, a young man called her. His name is Zhao Lei, the son of the chairman of Zhao Media. Zhao Media is the company where Xu Hongzhuang works now. After Xu Hongzhuang became famous overnight, the playboy Zhao Lei noticed her. I heard that she was playing at the Magic City Concert Hall, so I came here from the Imperial City. The purpose of finding Xu Hongzhuang is to express his love to her. There is no doubt about the result. Xu Hongzhuang rejected her on the spot. Zhao Lei was unhappy. He grew up with a spoon in his mouth, and everything has been going smoothly, and no one has ever rejected him. No one dared to refuse him. Xu Hongzhuang's refusal aroused his interest even more. So Zhao Lei started his crazy pursuit of Xu Hongzhuang. But after being rejected for the third time, he knew Xu Hongzhuang's determination. No matter how you pursue him, you will never accept him. If the soft one doesn't work, then try the hard one. He threatened Xu Hongzhuang. If she doesn't agree to be his girlfriend, she will be banned from the entertainment industry. Zhao Media is also a large group with a market value of tens of billions and is not afraid of Xu Group at all. He dared to say such harsh words. The 7 sisters of the Xu family all have a character that refuses to admit defeat, so naturally they will not accept his threat. Just like that, Xu Hongzhuang was banned by Zhao Media. Zhao Lei threatened to hide her permanently. At this time, as Xu Hongzhuang's father, Xu Hao, of course he could not see his daughter being bullied. Stand up and support. In fact, Chen Hao has a better solution to his daughter's ban. Break the game easily. But he didn't take it out right away. Now is not the time to let the bullets fly for a while longer. He keenly realized that this was the opportunity to conquer his third daughter. 064 Xu Hongzhuang is so ashamed, best friend, I really want to have a father. Chapter 64. Xu Hongzhuang is so ashamed, best friend, I really want to have a father. Zhao Media's ban on Xu Hongzhuang not only blocked her works, but also maliciously slandered and smeared her. Because Xu Hongzhuang kept herself clean and had never had contact with anyone of the opposite S**X. The only way Zhao Media can smear it is. It is said that Xu Hongzhuang's previous lack of popularity was due to poor grades in college and cheating. The reason why she is famous in the entertainment industry is also because of her father Xu Hao. She also described her self-sufficiency as being arbitrary, disdainful of being with other people, and discriminatory behavior. It was also said that Xu Hongzhuang was the result of plastic surgery. Zhao Media did not take issue with Xu Hongzhuang's piano. Xu Hongzhuang's more than 10 million fans are all obtained through piano. But the time he became famous was too short, and he didn't have any die-hard fans. Therefore, when Xu Hongzhuang was blocked and smeared, not many people spoke out. But once Zhao Media discredited Xu Hongzhuang's poor piano playing, some other people couldn't sit still. I have to say that Zhao Media is very good at this, and it must have been done many times before. Seeing these slanderous news, Xu Hongzhuang laughed angrily. She was very angry, but she was even more moved. When Zhao Media blocked and smeared her, Xu Hao stood up to support her. I also bought a lot of hot searches. Zhao's media master failed to pursue Xu Hongzhuang and threatened to block him. The photos of Xu Hongzhuang from childhood to adulthood prove that the rumors on the internet are all nonsense. Of course Xu Hao didn't have any photos of his daughter, he took them all from Su Wanqiu. I was so beautiful when I was a child. I guarantee as the chairman of the Xu Group that Xu Hongzhuang has worked hard in the entertainment industry based on her own abilities. Nothing wrong. He didn't say that Xu Hongzhuang's current achievements were related to him. As for Xu Hong's 097, makeup, when she was famous, it really had nothing to do with him. Two unrelated episodes have since become confrontational. Xu Hao has no burden at all for offending a group of the same level. Xu Hao never thought that his net worth would stop at tens of billions. With the system in place, hundreds of billions or trillions are not impossible. He wants to build a top family in the world, one of a kind. After subduing his third daughter, he can harvest emotional points every day. So what if we are enemies? Xu Hao's unswerving attitude of supporting her really moved Xu Hongzhuang. Xu Hao actually went to the extent of becoming an enemy of Zhao Media for her sake. She finally realized the feeling of being protected that her two sisters mentioned. It feels so good. If it weren't for that sisters organization, Xu Hongzhuang might have called her dad. It doesn't matter if you haven't shouted yet. This is not Xu Hao's last resort. Let the bullet fly for a while first. Zhao Media is the overlord of the entertainment industry. If he is determined to block a person, then he will never get ahead. Even with Xu Hao's support, it is not from the same industry and is not convincing. Although nothing will happen to Xu Hongzhuang in the end, her dream of becoming a star will probably be shattered. Xu Hao was just waiting for her to step forward and turn the tide when she felt that she had no hope of becoming a big star and was in despair. The touching effect caused will definitely increase exponentially. If at that time, Xu Hongzhuang still didn't call her dad. That only proves that the daughter has no conscience. It's okay not to. After dinner in the afternoon, Xu Hongzhuang did not go to the study to learn piano as usual, but came to the door of the villa. Check the time on your wrist from time to time and look left and right. Waiting for her best friend Xiao Wanling to come to the door. When Xiao Wanling learned that she was banned, she immediately expressed that she would come over to comfort her best friend. Not long after, a silver BMW drove up. Xiao Wanling got out of the car and saw her best friend who didn't look very pretty, so she couldn't help but step forward and hug her. Hongzhuang, you have to be strong, you and I will always stand behind you to support you. Xu Hongzhuang felt warm. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In the past, when he was at Zhao Media, countless people fawned over him. Now that they see her being banned, everyone wants to hide away. It is in sharp contrast to Xu Hao's support and the support of my best friends. Although Xu Hongzhuang was depressed because of being banned, she didn't show it on her face. He pushed his best friend away and rolled his eyes. How about you comfort a 3-year-old? Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. You really have nothing. Xiao Wanling looked a little suspicious. Then he showed a look of surprise. That's right. You have a good father who will spare no effort to support you. You will definitely win. When talking about Xu Hao, Xiao Wanling's eyes were full of curiosity. It was strange that Uncle Xu was so kind and not as unkind as Xu Hongzhuang told her. Xu Hongzhuang also showed a hint of warmth on her face. Let's go. Take Xiao Wanling into the villa. The Xu family villa is very large, with pavilions, rockery, ponds, and a garden. Xiao Wanling was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, constantly looking around and feasting her eyes. Seeing her best friend's appearance, Xu Hongzhuang took her on a tour of the villa. Although it was already the second time they addressed each other, Xiao Wanling didn't feel awkward. In her opinion, Xu Hao, who is only 30 years old, is not much older than her. It would be too shameful to call him uncle. It's okay to call me brother. Such an idea suddenly appeared, and Xiao Wanling's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Xu Hao is my best friend's father. If I call him brother, wouldn't I be just one generation ahead of my best friend? It's very interesting to think about it. Xu Hongzhuang next to her could not help but yawn. Who is plotting against her? Wanling, you're here. Hongzhuang is in a bad mood recently. Please spend more time with her. A friendly smile appeared on Xu Hao's face. Well done. He was thinking about how to get in touch with the new leak. It was delivered to your door. Uh-huh. Xiao Wanling nodded. Uncle Xu, don't worry. I'm here to ensure that Hongzhuang is as happy as a child weighing more than 100 pounds every day. Xu Hongzhuang stretched out her hand behind her back and pinched her quietly. How to speak? Don't worry about me. I'm doing very well now. At worst, I will quit the entertainment industry. Xu Hongzhuang said it very casually. Only she knows the true situation. She has had a star dream since she was a child, hoping to stand on the big stage that attracts everyone's attention. To this end, she put in a lot of effort and sweat. Of course Xu Hao heard what she meant and waved her hand. Okay, my Hongzhuang is the strongest. Xu Hao reached out and touched her head. Xu Hongzhuang didn't resist. She didn't rule out Xu Hao's intimate actions. After all, there have been more intimate ones. But the phrase "my family's red makeup" still made her heart ripple. Hongzhuang, don't worry, if that Zhao media dares to ban you, I will definitely seek justice for you. No one can bully my Hongzhuang. Xu seems to say some things that can gain a good impression without paying for it. Xu Hao also spoke from his heart. He didn't even have time to bully his own daughter. His daughter, only he can bully. If someone bullies you, you are seeking death. Zhao media already has a way to kill it. Xu Hongzhuang was deeply moved, her emotional value plus 638. Xu Hongzhuang lowered her head and responded in a low voice. Xiao Wanling looked on with envy. Look, what a domineering declaration. If anyone is bullied, seek justice. No one can bully my family. So warm and safe. Love it, love it. Gradually, Xiao Wanling looked a little depressed. I thought of my parents who died in a car accident. It would be great if she also had a father who was so good to her. After walking around the villa again, Chen Hongzhuang finally brought her best friend to the study. Hongzhuang, you said this was given to you by your father. Xiao Wanling looked at a brand new piano in front of her, her pretty face full of shock. A piano worth more than 9 million was given to his daughter without hesitation. It's really annoying to have such a daughter controlling her father. She couldn't help but think of Xu Hongzhuang's performance in front of Xu Hao just now. Xiao Wanling couldn't help but frown slightly. Hongzhuang, your father is so kind to you, why didn't I hear you call me daddy? This. Xu Hongzhuang was a little embarrassed. How to say this? Do you want to tell your best friends that the sisters have united to boycott Xu Hao and vowed to fight Xu Hao to the end? If she calls daddy, he will definitely be ridiculed and looked down upon by several sisters. Xu Hongzhuang was no longer reluctant to call her daddy. The reason why I couldn't scream was because of the alliance of the 5 sisters. In addition to the group 7 fairies with beautiful faces and moon appearances, the sisters formed another group. There are only 5 people in the group, excluding 2 younger sisters. They are organized by an alliance. Hongzhuang, this is your fault. Xiao Wanling looked solemn and felt that it was necessary to educate her best friend. Where can she find a father who is so handsome, has such a good personality, and takes great care of her? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Xiao Wanling heard Xu Hongzhuang say something about her father. How ruthless, indifferent, moody, and not treating them as daughters at all. Xiao Wanling was very angry when she heard it before. Is there such an irresponsible father in the world? But when she saw Xu Hao with her own eyes today, she found that it was not what Xu Hongzhuang said. Are you sure you didn't say something sarcastic? Uncle Xu made her feel very good. How could he be the kind of person Xu Hongzhuang said? Okay, you don't believe me even if I tell you, do you still want to listen to me playing the piano? The changes in Xu Hao were so great. Xu Hongzhuang looked at her best friend's expression and knew that she wouldn't believe it even if she told her the reason. Just made an excuse. Xiao Wanling shut up obediently. You are the victim now, you have the final say, let's do what you want, right? Persuade your bestie to be filial. My father swallowed his words. There was an expectant expression on his face. Of course I have to. Listening to the youngest pianist playing alone is an opportunity that no one can ask for. Xu Hongzhuang ignored her trick and stretched out her slender hand, her fingertips dancing. The song ends. Xiao Wanling was still in the lingering aftertaste brought by the music. It took her a long time to react, with shock written all over her face. Hongzhuang, how come your piano has improved so much? She was also present when Xu Hongzhuang performed at the Shanghai Music Hall. I originally went to ask, but I had to leave temporarily because of something, so I couldn't ask. The two besties often chat together, and Xu Hongzhuang often shares the songs she composed. Therefore, he knows this best friend's piano very well. Definitely not as powerful as it is now. They have reached Edward's level. He taught me. Xu Hongzhuang did not hide it, but admitted it openly. Anyway, my best friend knows everything. Who? Xiao Wanling was stunned for a moment and came to her senses. I couldn't help but feel speechless for this best friend who didn't know her father. On the day of Edward's concert, she knew that the divine song was played by Xu Hao. It's no surprise that Xu Hongzhuang has improved so much under Xu Hao's guidance. Xu Hongzhuang was practicing the piano while chatting with her best friend. Time passes little by little. Bang bang, there was a knock on the study door. Xu Hao walked in from the door. This time was when he was practicing piano with his daughter. First, Xu Hongzhuang was asked to play a song, and Xu Hao commented on it and pointed out its shortcomings. Then, Xiao Wanling was stunned. Xu Hao began to teach Xu Hongzhuang step by step. Xu Hongzhuang didn't resist at all, everything was so natural. What the hell is going on? Xu Hongzhuang's personality is the same as hers, or even worse. She has never spoken to the opposite S**x in school. Not to mention such close contact. Doesn't Xu Hongzhuang dislike her father? If you don't even want to call me daddy, why would you want to be hugged by Xu Hao? And when Xiao Wanling heard Xu Hongzhuang's piano music as Xu Hao played it hand in hand, she realized, the Divine Comedy reappears. Not only the Symphony of Destiny, Xu Hao plays other songs, which are also so beautiful. It feels like my ears are getting pregnant. Ding. Xu Hongzhuang's heartbeat quickened, her emotional value plus 666. Ding. Xiao Wanling is worshipped in her heart, her emotional value is plus 888. Xu Hongzhuang is not as calm as he seems on the surface. She was used to playing the piano with Xu Hao in the study. Now being seen by my best friend, I feel so ashamed. Xiao Wanling was listening intoxicated. 3.3. His ears twitched slightly, and the study door was opened. Turning around, I saw that the two poetic and picturesque sisters were back from school. Dad, it's our turn today. Dad is partial. He has been teaching the third sister instead of us these days. After a piano piece ended, Xu Huai stepped forward and took his arm and pulled him out. Xu Hao let go of Xu Hongzhuang. Okay, I agreed to teach you today, but are you afraid that I will let you go? Of course I don't blame Dad. I'm worried that some people will pester Dad. When Xu Huai said this, his eyes were fixed on Xu Hongzhuang. Xu Hongzhuang's face turned red. This is indeed the case. Before, she was eager to improve the piano and greedily acquired piano knowledge. It was Xu Hao's time to teach his two younger sisters, but Nen was entangled by her and refused to let him go. Let's go, daddy is ours today, don't try to snatch it from us. Xu Huai took Xu Hao and walked out. Xu Shiqing followed helplessly. It's true for my sister, I wonder if the third sister is in a bad mood recently. But she thought that her father was about to teach her how to draw. That little bit of guilt was instantly forgotten by her. Feel good. What's the situation? Seeing Xu Huai competing with her best friend for Xu Hao, Xiao Wanling was a little confused. She looked at Xu Hongzhuang doubtfully. Xu Hongzhuang told how Xu Hao taught her two younger sisters painting and calligraphy respectively. What? Xiao Wanling was shocked. Not only does Xu Hao play the piano so well, but he can also calligraphy and painting. Are all 50-year-old men so versatile now? I wonder how Xu Hao is good at painting and calligraphy. Judging from the two sisters asking him to teach, it should be good. Xiao Wanling suddenly became interested and walked out with her best friend. Let's go see how dad teaches. 065 Play with the protagonist in the palm of your hand. Routine kill with a borrowed knife. Chapter 65. Play with the protagonist in the palm of your hand. Routine kill with a borrowed knife. Let's go see how dad teaches. Xiao Wanling took her best friend and walked out. After hearing this, Xu Hongzhuang felt something was wrong and rolled her eyes at her best friend. What do you mean our dad? That's my dad. After she finished speaking, she found Xiao Wanling looking at her teasingly. Xu Hongzhuang realized that she had been fooled. Calling Xu Hao daddy, or even calling out the word dad, Xu Hongzhuang had never thought about before. Now she was easily called out. It's natural and there's nothing wrong with it. This is why he recognized Xu Hao in his heart. Well, you Xiao Wanling, if you dare to trick me, you're going to get beaten, right? Xu Hongzhuang bared her teeth and pounced on her, intending to teach her best friend a profound lesson. How could Xiao Wanling let her succeed? He stretched out his long legs and ran outside. Following the footsteps of Xu Hao and the others, they arrived at the courtyard. Xiao Wanling suddenly stopped. Xu Hongzhuang was chasing after her. He didn't expect that she would stop suddenly. It hit him directly. Fortunately, it comes with its own buffer and it didn't hurt. Why did you stop suddenly? Xu Hongzhuang rubbed it and looked at her best friend dissatisfied. A pair of beautiful eyes looked straight ahead. That was a calligraphy written by Xu Huai. God rewards those who work hard. Each stroke is vigorous and powerful, completely natural, and there is a thread of artistic conception flowing on it. Seeing the words gives people a sense of wanting to work hard and strive for excellence. What shocked her was that this word was actually written by Xu Huai. A college student can write such good handwriting that even calligraphy cannot compare with others. The most important is, Xu Huai also asked Xu Hao to teach her. How good is Chen Hao's calligraphy? There is also the painting Xu Shiqing is holding next to her. It was also taught by Uncle Xu. Is she crazy, or is the world crazy? What is there that this man can't do? Is the technology tree full? How did Uncle Xu do it? Dad, today is the day for me and my sister to make a bet. Please help us see who improves the most. Although Xu Huai was talking to Xu Hao, her eyes were fixed on her sister Xu Shiqing without blinking. There is no other reason, no need for Xu Hao to comment. The two people's works are clearly visible at a glance. Although Xu Shiqing's paintings have improved a lot, they still can't keep up with her sister's improvement. Right, a hint of artistic conception. Xu Shiqing knew she had lost. But she refused. Why is her sister so much better than her? During the bet, in order to prevent her sister from getting involved secretly, she kept watching. As a result, my sister still needed to eat and drink, but she never got up from bed. On the contrary, she, after her sister went to bed, picked up the paintbrush and secretly curled it up. In the end she lost. Is her talent really so inferior to Zhu Wei? It's not her talent that's different, it's the gap between the Grandmaster level and the God level, like a chasm. Xu Hao commented as usual and started teaching step by step. And when Xiao Wanling saw Xu Hao's calligraphy and paintings, her suspicion was confirmed. In sight, Xu Hao's figure began to blur, full of mystery. Make her want to explore and discover Xu Hao's secrets. As everyone knows, when she had this idea, she could no longer escape Xu Hao's grasp. Xiao Wanling ate with the Xu family at the Xu family. While eating, she would always look at Xu Hao from time to time, wanting to explore Xu Hao's secrets. Xu Hao remained calm on the face, but he was happy in his heart. He had a feeling. This heroine should be the one with the best strategy. Even before he started attacking her, she already had a tendency to give for free. After eating, Xiao Wancho drove back after chatting with Xu Hongzhuang for a while. It was already dark. Xu Hao offered to send her back, and Xiao Wanling became nervous for no reason. The primary school student, who was afraid that his teacher would find out he had done something bad, quickly waved his hand and refused. Just as she drove the car to the door of her house, Xiao Wanling suddenly saw a ghostly figure, which startled her. Through the light, only then did she clearly see Zheng Fifan, who was wearing somewhat washed and tattered clothes, standing there motionless, looking like a ghost against the backdrop of the night. Xiao Wanling frowned. Why did that guy come to my house? Her parents passed away early and left her tens of millions of assets and 10 houses in the community. The house rented to Zheng Fifan is the one farthest from her home. Ever since she learned that Fei Fei was a scoundrel, she rarely interacted with him. I get annoyed when I see this guy. Xiao Wanling didn't look at Zheng Fifan in a different light because she saw Zheng Fifan's piano in the concert hall before. Instead, there was an added layer of vigilance and disgust. Although he plays the piano so well, he doesn't look like a piano master at all. At least dress appropriately, right? I wash out a lot of holes in my clothes every day, and I still look like I think I'm cool. If you pretend to be poor, just pretend to be more thorough. What does it mean when you go on stage and play the piano? Clown. Sister Wanling, you are back. Where were you at night? As soon as Xiao Wanling got out of the car, Zheng Fifan came up to her. None of your business. Xiao Wanling glanced at her coldly. What do I do that I still need to report to you? I did not mean that. Zheng Fifan didn't care at all about Xiao Wanling's cold tone, with a mean smile on his face. Aren't I worried about Sister Wanling? If something happens to you, who will I give my rent to? Xiao Wanling frowned and said angrily. If something happens to you, something will happen to your whole family. Okay, can you blame me for saying the wrong thing? Sister Wanling, I'm really worried about you. Zheng Fifan apologized repeatedly, and his tone suddenly became affectionate. Op. Xiao Wanling sneered. Don't just sit around and worry about nothing all day long. Are you worried about yourself? If you fail to pay the rent within 1 month, I will sue you. She already looked down upon this shameless guy. She won't charge for rent. When the rent is due, it depends on whether you come to pay the rent. If you don't pay, you'll be prosecuted and punished according to law. Zheng Fifan was confused. It suddenly dawned on me. No wonder he stopped asking him to pay the rent recently and was actually planning to sue. There seems to be something wrong with this script. It shouldn't be that the beautiful landlord kept coming to him to press for rent, but he never paid. The two of them just go back and forth like this, and then flirt with each other. Are they naturally together? What the hell is wrong with this? Sister Wanling, if you have anything to say, please speak up. We are all adults. Seeing Xiao Wanling about to walk into the house, Zheng Fifan quickly chased after her. But before he could finish speaking, the door slammed shut. If Zheng Fifan hadn't been so agile and stopped right at the door, his nose would have been broken. Zheng Fifan touched his nose and raised an evil smile on his lips. What a tiger girl. He has character, he likes. The next day, Xiao Wanling washed and dressed and drove out. What she didn't know was that there was a tail following behind her. Zheng Fifan followed quietly. He didn't go to work early in the morning and was waiting in front of Xiao Wanling's house. Last night, Xiao Wanling went out during the day and came back at night. I don't know what I did. The situation must be clarified. When Xiao Wanling came out, she put on new clothes and put on delicate makeup. Obviously dressed up deliberately. There was a smile on his face from time to time. Zheng Fifan was instantly alert. You're not going to meet a man, are you? He felt that his body was faintly green. From the first moment he saw Xiao Wanling, he recognized this beautiful, kind, intellectual and generous landlady. Absolutely no one is allowed to get involved. I hope I'm overthinking. Zheng Fifan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Following Xiao Wanling's car all the way to the Xu family villa. He breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Fifan knew what Xiao Wanling was doing here. Xiao Wanling Xu Hao's daughter Xu Hongzhuang is her best friend. He also saw the recent news that Xu Hongzhuang was banned more than once. People on the internet were talking about how Xu Hongzhuang was doing, but Zheng Fifan scoffed. A bunch of fools. Even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could guess it. It must be the young man from Zhao Media. Seeing that he failed to pursue the beauty, he became angry and threatened to block her. He shouldn't see too clearly the tricks of the rich second generation. While looking down on the rich second generation, Zhang Fifan couldn't help but take a high look at Xu Hongzhuang. Not afraid of power and dare to fight. Isn't this the moral character shown in Symphony of Destiny? Zhang Fifan couldn't help but feel sorry for Xu Hongzhuang. With Xu Hongzhuang's talent, she will surely shine in the future. It's such a shame to be blocked like this. Of course, he was just sighing. I won't go out of my way to help people solve their problems. There are so many miserable people in the world, why should he save them one by one? Obviously impossible. Since Xiao Wanling was not here to meet a man, Zhang Fifan was relieved and prepared to go back to work. If my brother's fiancé finds out about absenteeism, he will be scolded again. Extraordinary. Zhang Fifan was about to leave when a surprised voice came. Turn around. I saw a car parked in front of me. The rear window opened, and Xu Hao's figure came into view. Xu Hao just came back from the company and saw Zhang Fifan wandering around the door of his house. He was shocked. I thought that the protagonist would find out about him, his father K-Ling enemy, so quickly. Xu Hao didn't panic. He asked about the situation first. If he is discovered by the protagonist, he will have to use his connections. No way. He is not a match for the protagonist yet. You have to use explicit means. But that won't necessarily solve the problem for the protagonist, and it will also affect his reputation. It won't be used unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Xu, I said Wanling here. Zhang Fifan said hello and explained. Xiao Wanling is my landlord. Xu Hao had already gotten out of the car and asked the secretary to return to the company by himself. He looked him over. I have already made a rough guess about what happened. Just you. Also give it to Xiao Wanling. Did she let you deliver it? He spoke seriously. If Xu Hao hadn't done some research, I would have believed him. It was probably the protagonist who followed here quietly. In the flash of lightning in his mind, Xu Hao had an idea in his mind, but the expression on his face was very bold. Wanling is my daughter Hongzhuang's best friend. You are his tenant, and your father is good friends with me. You are not an outsider. Come in and have a chat. Xu Hao extended the invitation. Zhang Fifan hesitated for 0.1 seconds between going back to work and visiting Xu's house before agreeing. He also wanted to see the three sisters of the Xu family. Adding Xiao Wanling, there are 4 golden flowers. A group of beauties will surely be a pleasure to watch. Fei Fei, have your father's funeral arrangements been settled? As Xu Hao walked, he asked the protagonist about the progress of the investigation into the cause of Zheng Xuelin's death. Speaking of his father, Zhang Fifan felt sad. After his careful investigation, he has almost determined that his father was murdered. I just didn't find out who it was. If he had returned to the Magic City, he would have gone home and recognized his father immediately. With his protection, my father would not be harmed. It's all because of him. Every time he thought about this, Zhang Fifan felt painful and blamed himself. Alas, things in the world are unpredictable. The scene of me and brother Zheng drinking tea together and discussing the situation in the shopping mall is still vivid in my mind. Why did the yin and yang suddenly become separated? Xu Hao sighed, looking disappointed. Uncle Xu, I suspect there is another hidden reason behind my father's death. Seeing Xu Hao's true feelings revealed, Zhang Fifan also blurted out with enthusiasm. He already felt guilty and remorseful for mentioning his father. In addition, Xu Hao once said good things to him, and this time Xu Hongzhuang incident, he unswervingly supports his daughter. Not bowing to the evil forces made him feel good, so he was defenseless. And his investigation has reached a bottleneck. I said it with the intention of asking him to do a favor. After all, Xu Hao is the boss of a tens of billions group, so it will be easy to investigate. In fact, it's not a secret, and it doesn't hurt to say it. What? Xu Hao pretended to be surprised. Fei Fei, what's going on? What did you find out? Zhang Fifan told the results of his investigation. After Xu Hao listened, his frown relaxed. That's it. I thought the protagonist's investigation was progressing very quickly, but the result was that the car accident was abnormal. What? There is such a thing. Who did it? Don't let me know who K*LLED brother Zheng, otherwise I will send him to prison. After getting furious, Xu Hao looked at Zhang Fifan and asked anxiously. Extraordinary, have you investigated who did it? Seeing the angry look on Xu Hao's face, Zhang Fifan was somewhat relieved. My father is dead, but there are still people who care about him. Thinking of the progress of the investigation, Zhang Fifan was helpless. There was no surveillance around the incident site. He only monitored the entry and exit and found that there were not many vehicles entering and exiting during that time period, including 2 cargo trucks one after another. Zhang Fifan instinctively felt that this incident was closely related to the 2 trucks. But after investigating this point, he had no way of finding out. It would be nice if there are familiar police officers who can help investigate the location of the 2 trucks. Zhang Fifan smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, there's no way to find out. Immediately state the difficulties encountered in the investigation. Xu Hao assured. Don't worry, Fei Fei, I will take care of this matter. I will definitely find out the whereabouts of those 2 trucks for you. Zhang Fifan was overjoyed. Isn't it Xu Hao's words that he wants? He said in a grateful tone. Thank you, Uncle Xu. You're welcome. Based on my relationship with Brother Zhang, I don't want to see the person who harmed him safe and sound. He must be punished as he deserves. Zhang Fifan was moved for a while after hearing this. With the words Xu Hao, he felt relieved. Xu Hao seemed to suddenly think of something and asked. Fei Fei, do you know what enemies your father had offended during his lifetime? He begins to lead the protagonist in the wrong direction. Zhao's media has been having a lot of fun lately, so I'll find something for you to do. Xu Hao wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife and let the protagonist and Zhao media fight to the death. 066 Draw a cake for the protagonist. The free heroine body check. Chapter 66, Draw a cake for the protagonist. The heroine for free check the body. Zhang Fifan shook his head. How could he know that he just came back from abroad? I don't know anything about the situation at home. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Uncle Xu is good friends with his father, so he should know something about it. I just came back from abroad. Uncle Xu has a good relationship with my father. I wonder if Uncle Xu knows my father's interpersonal relationship. Xu Shi pretended to think seriously and said with emotion. Brother Zhang is a very good person and has a very good vision. He likes to invest everywhere. He values peace and seldom conflicts with others. After a pause, his voice changed. If it's a conflict, I know they're together, but if it's a feud, it probably won't happen. When Xu Hao said this, he shook his head again. What's up? Zhang Fifan couldn't help but asked. Once, when I was drinking tea with Brother Zhang, I accidentally heard him mention. He seemed to know some secret of the chairman of Zhao's media. I asked him what the secret was, but he didn't tell me. He said that knowing it would be dangerous. After he knew this, he sold his Zhao media shares out of fear of being exposed and causing harm to Caillou. But it's been so many years, it shouldn't be their fault, right? What is the highest level of lying? That is 9 truths wearing 1 falsehood. Most of what he said is true. Zhang Shuilin did hold shares in Zhao media and made a fortune after reselling them. The fear of retaliation after discovering the secret of the group boss is also true. But the objects are different. What Zhang Shuilin discovered was his own secret, and what he was afraid of was himself. Xu Hao placed it on the CEO of Zhao Media. Anyway, what we said over tea with Zhang Shuilin cannot be confirmed at all. He didn't insist on Zhang Fifan believing it. It's just guidance, consciously or unconsciously. If Zhang Fifan went to find trouble with Zhao Media, he would be happy to see the dog-eat-dog drama on both sides. It doesn't matter if he doesn't go. It can lead Zhang Fifan's thinking in the wrong direction. The later the investigation reaches him. In this way, he will have more time to improve himself. Zhao Media. Zhang Fifan chewed these words. It suddenly occurred to me that Xu Hao is currently fighting fiercely with Zhao Media for the sake of his daughter. Zhang Fifan has many years of experience in the dark world, so of course he will not listen to one side or the other. He will investigate and confirm whether it is true or not. Next, the 2 of them walked and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Walk through the door. Zhang Fifan couldn't help but marvel at the layout and structure of Xu's villa. The homes of billionaires are really too luxurious. He would try to get a villa like this another day. A pleasant sound of piano came from the study. Xu Hao took advantage of the situation and said, "It seems that their 2 best friends are studying the piano, so we 2 gentlemen won't go asking for trouble." Xu Hao had no intention of bringing Zhang Fifan into his home. Just wandering around the yard. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank you for sending Wan Ling here. My daughter Hongzhuang is in a slightly better mood with this good bestie accompanying her. Xu Hao sighed intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Fifan frowned and asked. I also know that Xu Hongzhuang was banned by Zhao Media. Did it have a great impact on Xu Hongzhuang? More than just influence, Hongzhuang wanted to be a big star since she was a child, and she put in countless efforts and sweat for this. Hearing this, Fan nodded. Xu Hongzhuang plays the piano so well, she must have put in a lot of hard work. Inspiration broke out in the concert hall. After playing a song, it became popular overnight. Her wish to become a big star finally came true, and at this juncture, Zhao Media ordered her to be banned. The dream was shattered just as soon as it was achieved. Hearing this, Zhang Fifan nodded in understanding. Anyone who has worked hard for more than 10 years and suddenly succeeds will be thrown into the abyss. That feeling is self-explanatory. In the past few days, Hongzhuang has not thought about food and tea. I have locked myself in the room alone every day, and I have lost weight. When I saw her, she had 2 dark circles under her eyes, a haggard look, and she had lost all her energy. From that moment on, I vowed to seek justice for her. Of course these are all made up by Xu Hao. But he said it as if it were true, with a sad look on his face. Zhang Fifan was drawn into it. I couldn't help but feel disgusted with the rich second generation who blocked Xu Hongzhuang. If the opponent stands in front of you now, he will be beaten into a pig's head. This kind of scum doesn't deserve to live in this world. Why didn't Uncle Xu start at the source? He was threatening Xu Hongzhuang, the rich second generation, to withdraw the ban and apologize for the ban. Zhang Fifan asked with some confusion. I thought about this issue and also went to him and talked about it, but I was ruthlessly rejected. Don't he want to fight? Then fight to the end. Our Xu group is not afraid of him. If you want to take advantage of my daughter, you have to step over my body. Xu Hao clenched his fists and spoke in an impassioned and righteous tone. Actually, he had no intention of shaking hands and making peace. When I sent Secretary Li Kun to make peace, I deliberately provoked him and completely turned him into an enemy. Seeing Xu Hao's appearance of fighting to the end for his daughter, Zhang Fifan felt admiration and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have a way. What? Xu Hao seemed to have suddenly caught his savior, turning his head sharply and staring at him. Fifan, do you have a way to restore Hongzhuang's previous confidence? If you can really help Hongzhuang get out of her current situation, I will give you 10 million in less than a month. I am willing to give you 100 million as a reward. You can also make other requests. No matter what, I will agree to it. Xu Hao's face was full of excitement. The eyes looking at Zhang Fifan were full of hope. DJB. Zhang Fifan was confused. He just wanted to make a suggestion. Why did he suddenly become willing to help? But when he heard Xu Hao's remuneration, his heart skipped a beat. 100 million is a small goal. For his daughter, he was willing to spend 100 million, and Chen Hao also loved to encourage this girl. Zhang Fifan thought again of the noble and elegant Xu Hongzhuang he saw that night, and her unparalleled beauty. Thinking that such a beautiful woman might fall because of this, he felt a little uncomfortable. The feeling of pity and cherishment began to overflow. If she helped Xu Hongzhuang solve this problem, wouldn't she be grateful to herself? He also thought of Xu Hao's promise to him, that he was willing to give him whatever he wanted. Zhang Fifan's heart began to beat faster. Not only can you win the beauty, but you can also get a reward of 100 million, which is not a good deal. He will not be kind enough to help others for no reason. But being paid is different. He was originally a mercenary, and now that he is in his old profession, he is a mercenary. Finally, Zhang Fifan nodded and said, "It doesn't matter whether you are paid or not. Uncle Xu, you're welcome. Please help me find out the cause of my father's death. Xu Hongzhuang is Uncle Xu's daughter. I should help." Zhang Fifan agreed, but he still said politely, "If things were really done, would Xu Hao be stingy and refuse to pay?" The answer is yes. Give the protagonist 100 million. Let him deal with you again. What are you thinking about? This is just a pipe painted by Xu Hao. With the character of the protagonist, Xu Hao knew what he was going to do without even thinking about it. It was nothing more than threatening Zhao Lei into withdrawing the ban. Xu Hao knew Zhao Lei, who had a flamboyant personality and never lowered his head. Xu Hongzhuang just rejected his confession, which made him feel depressed. He dares to be an enemy of the Xu group, which has a market value of tens of billions. One can imagine how arrogant he is. If the protagonist forces him to bow his head, there will be a good show to watch. Then I'm sorry for you, Fei Fei. If you encounter any trouble, just come to me and I will give you my full support. Xu Liang showed gratitude, patted him on the shoulder, and talked nonsense. In this case, Uncle Xu, I will leave first, and I have to go back to work. Zheng Fifan glanced at the study room where the music was coming from. It's a pity that I didn't see many beauties. There's no point in chatting with an old man here, so it's better to just leave. If you get things done early, you can also get your beauty back early. Zheng Fifan left. Xu Hao stared at his retreating back with deep eyes. We still need to improve our strength as soon as possible, otherwise it won't be so troublesome to deal with a protagonist. They are K*Ling with a borrowed knife, concealing the truth from the truth, hiding a knife in a smile, and scheming with bitter flesh. The 36 strategies of riding a horse are almost exhausted. In the study. Come down, what are you talking about? Didn't I just teach you? It should be like this. Where are you leaning? It turned out that Xiao Wanling wanted to try it after seeing Xu Hongzhuang playing so well. If you don't know how to do it yourself, let your best friend teach you. Her best friend taught her once, but she didn't remember it. The sound that pops up is simply ear-splitting. Xu Hongzhuang really couldn't bear to listen and wanted to pull her best friend down. Playing the piano costs money for others, but playing the piano for your best friend costs your life. Xiao Wanling hugged the piano with both hands. Obviously she hadn't played enough yet, and she was dissatisfied. Why didn't I learn it? Or maybe you didn't teach carefully. I haven't paid attention yet. Xu Hongzhuang was happy when she heard this. I told you the pronunciation of each key, okay. I'm a novice. How can I understand you when you talk about so much professional knowledge? Xiao Wanling shook her head, a cunning look flashed in her eyes. You should learn from your father. When he teaches you, he is afraid that you won't understand. He will teach you step by step. The strength in Xu Hongzhuang's hands became weaker. Thinking of the scene where Xu Hao held her hands from behind, she couldn't help but blush. She was usually used to it, and it was okay not to mention it, but her best friend couldn't help but feel shy when she mentioned it. After all, that does seem a bit ambiguous. But when I think about their identities, it doesn't matter. That's my father, the person I'm closest to. What does it matter? It is those people who have a dirty heart and see everything as dirty. Just like this best friend in front of me. Who knows what is going on in her head? With this thought, Xu Hongzhuang increased the strength on her hands. I want to pull my bestie off the piano. Hongzhuang, please teach me step by step. I want to try what it feels like. Xiao Wanling winked playfully. Xu Hongzhuang ignored her. If you want to know what it feels like, go find him and teach you. This is what you said. I really want to ask Uncle Xu to teach me. Don't be jealous later. Xiao Wanling's eyes lit up, her eyes eager to try. Why am I jealous? I'm afraid that your little arms and legs won't be able to withstand his strength. Xu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes angrily. After she finished speaking, she realized something and quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Wanling's face was confused. Then it seemed like I had discovered a new world, and I looked at my best friend in disbelief. Thinking of that possibility, she was so shocked that she was incoherent and speechless. Seeing her best friend's appearance, Xu Hongzhuang still didn't know that she had misunderstood. She felt the need to explain. Otherwise, I don't know what my best friend will think of me. It's not what you think, it's actually him and my stepmother. After listening to her best friend's explanation, Xiao Wanling patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's just not what she thought. Then, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she nodded frequently. I was shocked. Xu Hao became more and more mysterious in her eyes. Not only can he play the piano, but he can also draw in calligraphy. She looks so young, but her body is really that young. Incredible. A 50-year-old man is actually braver than a teenage boy. She has met Xu Hongzhuang's stepmother, who is in her 30s and full of charm. 587. Such a mature woman. How powerful is it that makes her unable to help but make a sound? When you say that, I want to try it even more. Of course Xiao Wanling was joking. Even though she was so bold that she dared to ask anything in front of her best friends. In fact, she is still a young girl. Commonly known as oral pleasure. If you really go to the battlefield, you will get scared faster than anyone else. Xu Hongzhuang also knew the virtues of her best friend and said jokingly. Go ahead, I want to hear how loud your voice is. Ah Hongzhuang, you have changed. When did you become a filthy woman? Let me check to see if you have changed. After saying that, he rushed forward and the two women started fighting. They fought for a while and didn't stop until they were tired. Xu Hongzhuang was not in the mood to play the piano anymore. The two went downstairs to find some water. As soon as I came down the stairs, I saw Xu Hao sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a tea set in front of him. This is ready to make tea. Xu Hao also saw them and waved to the two women. You came down just in time, come and try the tea I made. The two women walked over curiously. Seeing two teacups on the coffee table, each person picked up one. Xu Hongzhuang picked it up and drank it down in one gulp. It felt mellow and delicious, and she still had more to say. Very tasty. Xiao Wanling is different. She has liked tea since she was a child and has some experience in making tea. If Xu Hongzhuang's hobby is piano, then her hobby is tea art. How pleasant it is to make a cup of tea alone when you are alone. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Immediately, his pupils widened and his eyes were full of disbelief. She actually tasted the artistic conception in a cup of tea. I feel a little thirsty and want to drink water. After taking a sip of tea, I felt like I was in an oasis in the middle of the desert, and I felt particularly happy. When Xiao Wanling came back to her senses, her eyes were filled with shock. Her tea art has been cultivated since she was a child, and she considers herself to be no worse than those masters. But compared to the tea in front of me, forget it, there is no comparison at all. Comparing it to the tea you brewed by yourself is an insult to the tea. Tea. Uncle Xu can also make tea. And his SK*LLS are so good. Xiao Wanling suddenly noticed Xu Hao's movements. Pick up the teacup and tea leaves and officially start making tea. She watched curiously, and staying next to Xu Hao gave her a sense of intimacy. Her elegant and easy-going temperament fascinated her. Maybe even in the process of making tea, there is no difference in temperament. On the contrary, it looks even more dusty. The boiling water tumbles in the teapot, fully awakening the aroma of the tea leaves. Immediately afterwards, the water flowed through the tea set like silk, falling gently on the bottom of the cup, causing ripples. In an instant, the fragrance of tea hits your nostrils. Just like the feeling Xu Hao gave her at this time, it was intoxicating and fascinating. 067 The initiative of my daughter's best friend chest to back calculating the protagonist. Chapter 67. My daughter's best friend's initiative chest against back plot against the protagonist. Elegant, so elegant. Watching Xu Hao make tea is like appreciating art. After the tea is brewed, wisps of fragrance come out, which makes people feel different. Take a whiff and feel all fatigue disappear and feel refreshed. Xiao Wanling knows tea art. It is because of understanding that I understand the essence of Xu Hao's tea art. The water temperature, brewing time, and timing of adding tea are very precise. Even if you practice for decades, you may not be able to achieve it. Uncle Xu actually did it. Beside, Xu Hongzhuang doesn't understand tea art. But we can also discover the extraordinary nature of Xu Hao's tea art from Xu Hao's art-like technique. A question arose in my mind. How did he combine these SK*LLS? For any of these SK*LLS, if an ordinary person spends a lifetime studying it, he may not be able to reach a state of perfection. Xu Hao is a combination of several. How much more is he hiding? In Xu Hongzhuang's eyes, Xu Hao became more and more mysterious. Uncle, how many years of practice did it take to reach your level of tea art? Xiao Wanling came back to her senses, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but approached Xu Hao and asked. Oh, Xu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards her. You also know tea art? Uh-huh. Xiao Wanling nodded like a chicken. I have loved drinking tea since I was a child. I have been learning how to make tea for a while, and I have been making tea myself for more than 10 years. At this point, she lowered her head, a little embarrassed. My TSK*LLS are so mediocre that I can't compare with my uncle. Fortunately, she was once proud of her tea art. Do you think those master-level talents are nothing more than this? At this moment, after seeing Xu Hao's tea art again, she couldn't wait to find a place to get into the hospital. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Xiao Wanling raised her head, and Xu Hao was looking at her with a smile as bright as spring breeze. At this moment, Xiao Wanling felt her heartbeat slow down by half a beat. After coming back to her senses, she became excited instantly and her eyes were bright. Uncle, is it really possible? I can also reach your level of tea art. Of course, I'm just saying practice makes perfect. After getting the divine TSK*LL, Xu Hao thought he could only use it when drinking tea. Unexpectedly, this little heroine also likes tea art. There is one more use in an instant. If you want to learn tea art better, why not do it step by step? When dealing with this little heroine, Xu Hao doesn't need to worry about being a daughter. Real flirting SK*LLS can also be shown. Xiao Wanling was so excited that she almost peed. I told Xu Hao to come back immediately, turned around and ran to the bathroom. Seeing this, Xu Hongzhuang quickly followed her. She asked doubtfully as she kept up the pace. Wanling, is his tea art very good? Not only are they awesome, they are simply awesome. You know those tea masters on TV, right? Those so-called masters are not as proficient as me, and my tea art is nothing in front of Uncle Xu. I have never seen tea art that contains artistic conception. When talking about her professional field, Xiao Wanling immediately started talking about it with excitement. Xu Hongzhuang was shocked. Just now she just guessed that Xu Hao was very good at tea, but now she has confirmed it. By the way, Hongzhuang, would you mind if I asked your father to teach me tea art? Xiao Wanling thought of something and blinked at her best friend. He agreed to it himself. What do I mind? Xu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes. Really? I remember who it is, even my sister's time is taken up. Xiao Wanling still remembers the scene of Shu Wei snatching Xu Hao away. Xu Hongzhuang blushed and glared at her best friend. That's what she said. Do you believe it? Xiao Wanling left and returned soon. Xu Shi used the knowledge in his mind to teach her about the tea ceremony. Explained the precautions when making tea and the mentality of tea tasting. Unknowingly, Xiao Wanling was entranced. In order to listen better, the body gradually moved closer to Xu Hao. Time passes slowly. Xu Hao began to teach her how to make tea, and he deliberately explained more profoundly. Even if Xiao Wanling knew tea art, she still couldn't understand it. After the explanation, Xu Hao demonstrated it himself. Okay, that's it, try it. Xiao Wanling sat in front of the coffee table in a daze. She just listened half comprehensively. Being pushed up by Xu Hao, she had no choice but to bite the bullet. Fortunately, her TSK*LLS are not bad and she made the tea smoothly. Xiao Wanling just made it according to her own method. As for the tea time and water temperature explained by Xu Hao, she didn't grasp it at all. Xiao Wanling looked longingly at Xu Hao who was drinking tea. It doesn't matter, I'll teach you again. Xu Hao put down the teacup. Xiao Wanling was a little embarrassed and reviewed Xu Hao's explanation just now. She felt that even if Shui demonstrated it to her again, she still wouldn't understand. In this way, not only did I learn nothing, but I also wasted Uncle Shu's time. Brush. An idea flashed through her, and she thought of the time when Xu Hao taught her best friend. If Xu Hao also taught her step by step, she can clearly understand the details of the tea-making process. After some tangle, Xiao Wanling raised her head and asked nervously. Uncle Shu, I may be too stupid. I feel like I won't understand even if you teach me a few times. I don't know, can you teach me step by step like you taught Hongzhuang? At the end of her speech, her voice became softer and softer, and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. He was deliberately speaking in a profound way so that this little girl could not understand. Then he offered step-by-step instruction. Unexpectedly, the heroine took the initiative at this time and brought it up herself. Saved him a lot of time. Okay, come on. Xu Hao stepped forward and grabbed her hands. You want to be like this, like this, like this, Abba Abba. As he spoke, Xu Hao's breath hit his ears. The moment she was hugged by Xu Hao, Xiao Wanling's body froze. Since childhood, this is the first time for her to have such close contact with a man. Feeling the heat next to her ears, her whole body went limp. What Xu Hao said and did, she couldn't listen at all. When she watched Xu Hongzhuang teach step by step before, her behavior was very natural and nothing strange at all. But when she tried it herself, she discovered that things were not that simple. Ding Xiao Wanling's heartbeat speeds up, her emotional value +654. Ding Xiao Wanling is uneasy, her mood value is +75. Were you not ready for the first time? It doesn't matter, there will be next time. Xu Hao is also trying step by step to test Xiao Wanling's bottom line. The protagonist Zheng Fifan doesn't know that Xu, who values love and righteousness in his eyes, is Uncle Xu, and the team has assigned him a task. He turned around and taught the beautiful landlady he liked step by step. Axe, Sunny Electronics Company, Limited. Zhang Fifan was standing in front of the company wearing a security uniform when he suddenly yawned. He touched his nose and smiled. Which beautiful woman is thinking of me again? After leaving the Xu family villa, he arrived at the company. After getting off work, I went to find the young man from Zhao Media to resolve Xu Hongzhuang's matter. The reason why he agreed to Xu Hao was not just for that small goal and various promises. After getting banned, Xu Hongzhuang can still gain favor and win the beauty back. There are also clues about his dead father learned from Xu Hao. It may have something to do with the boss of Zhao Media. He doesn't know whether it's true or not, so he has to investigate. Since we have to find Zhao Media anyway, then why not just solve the task assigned by Xu Hao? The day goes by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, time to get off work. Based on the gossip he got, Zhang Fifan came to the brilliant bar. Zhao Lei acted in a high-profile manner and did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. At this time, in the bar, the lights are colorful and the rock music goes on. Men and women looking for excitement are so excited. Zhao Lei was chatting with his new friends in Shanghai, a few wealthy second-generation people from the same circle. Suddenly, Zhao Lei stood up and roared. Get me high on horseback. Take whatever you want to drink. Mr. Zhao will buy all the purchases today. Brush. The whole hall suddenly fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a burst of enthusiastic noise broke out. Mr. Zhao is awesome, you are my idol, I love you. Mr. Zhao, do you want to put a pendant on your leg? Please hold your thigh. Master Zhao YYDS. Listening to the compliments around him, Zhao Lei smiled and felt very happy. He just likes the feeling of being worshipped by everyone. Good guy, after one day, it's worth tens of millions, right? Brother Zhao is really good. Just 10 million casually, this is the real arrogance. Mr. Zhao, let me toast you. The few rich second-generation people next to him also greatly admired and flattered him. Zhao Lei felt very happy. But he didn't show it on his face, and waved his hand casually. Suddenly, from his sight, the beautiful woman dancing passionately on the stage disappeared. Obscured by a person appearing. Go away, you're blocking me. Zhao Lei frowned and shouted coldly. However, the figure did not leave, but walked towards him. The expression on his face was disdain. Master Zhao, right. If this person is not Zhang Fifan, who else? Seeing someone looking for trouble, the rich second-generation scoundrels around him suddenly became energetic. Seeing him wearing a security uniform, they all spoke disdainfully. What kind of bitch are you? Mr. Zhao's name is also yours. Call your boss here. You have no education at all, how did you get recruited? Apologize to Brother Zhao quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. What a surprise, a little security guard can be so arrogant. Because Zhang Fifan rushed over after get off work and hadn't changed his clothes yet. These second-generation rich people thought they were bar security guards. Zhao Lei took the goblet, put it gently to his mouth, and took a sip. Sit tight on the Daoyutai. A clown, he is too lazy to do anything. Just leave it to these losers. Hearing the ridicule and disdain from a group of people, Fan didn't care at all. He came here today to warn Zhao Lei. Let him revoke the ban on Xu Hongzhuang. Seeing how arrogant he looked, Zhang Fifan felt unhappy. He glanced at the few scoundrels who were yelling at him. Your master didn't say anything, why are you dogs barking here? You dare to call us dogs. You are seeking death. Although the family background of these rich second generations is not as good as that of Zhao Lei, they have been pampered since childhood. Where can I accept the insult of a small security guard? Zhang Fifan's unkind words made several people angry. They all picked up the wine bottles found nearby. He rushed forward and planned to open the gourd for Zhang Fifan. But, how can these rich second generations who have been hollowed out by drinking an S*X become Xu Fan's opponents? He grabbed the bottle with his backhand and smashed it on their heads. Several rich second generations fell to the ground, covering their heads and screaming in pain. Ignoring their howls, Fan walked towards Zhao Fan step by step. Seeing Zhang Fifan, he eliminated several of his henchmen with 3 strikes, 5 strikes, and 2 additions. Zhao Lei was a little surprised, but not panicked. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He is his personal bodyguard, and he is also a warrior. The body exudes the aura of the middle stage of Ming Jin. This is why Xu Hao didn't send anyone to cause trouble for the other party. Today Xu Group and Zhao Media are business competitors. If he attacks Zhao Lei, Zhao Fu will be protected by experts. If you can't kill with one hit, your identity will be found out. When the time comes, you will receive crazy revenge from the Zhao family, which is unnecessary. So after seeing Zheng Fifan, he decided to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Destroy him and teach him a lesson, as long as he doesn't die. Zhao Lei coldly ordered the bodyguard. Knowing that the other party is here to cause trouble, he will not be polite. When the bodyguard heard this, his Ming dynasty energy burst out, and he clenched a fistful of power. He rushed towards Zheng Fifan quickly. However, soon, he flew back at an even faster speed. It turned out that just now he was approaching Zheng Fifan and was about to punch him in the face. Zheng Fifan struck first and hit the chest with a punch. He fell to the ground helplessly and couldn't even get up. His sternum was collapsed, he couldn't move, and he was obviously seriously injured. In addition, he also felt a dark energy swimming in his body. Pupil tremor. He looked at the ordinary young man in security uniform in front of him in fear. And master of dark strength. In fact, this was the result of Zheng Fifan's efforts. Good Li Jiao. Otherwise, he could kill this guy with one punch. Everything happened so fast. Before Zhao Lei could react, the ferocious smile froze on his face. Ever since he was a child, he had never met a stupid young man, and wanted to fight against him or something. But they were all easily solved by his men. It was not the first time that he encountered the situation where the bodyguard was instantly knocked away today. But Zhao Lei is also a person who has seen the big world. After a moment of shock, he recovered and asked coldly. Who are you? What do you want to do? I'm not doing anything, I just want to chat with my father-in-law. Zheng Fifan walked over slowly and sat in the booth opposite Zhao Lei. Mr. Zhao is a bit unreasonable. If he fails to pursue a girl, he threatens to block her. Isn't that justifiable? Are you the person sent by Xu Hao? Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with curiosity and he sneered. What? You can't help but find someone to deal with me because of my ban. Xu Hao, who is known as a conscientious entrepreneur, seems to be nothing more than that. Do not misunderstand. Zheng Fifan waved his hand. Xu Hao left a good impression on him. He didn't want to cause trouble to the other party and planned to end the relationship. I just can't stand what you're doing. It's such a pity that a young and talented girl was destroyed in your hands. Zhao Lei was a little surprised and said disdainfully. It turned out to be a licking dog. Boy, don't you know that you can't die if you lick it? So you don't agree to revoke Xu Hongzhuang's ban? Haha, what I say is just like water thrown out. There is no reason to take it back. Zhao Lei has had a smooth life since childhood. I won't be intimidated by his few words. It's true that I won't shed tears until I see the coffin. You have to force me to do it. Why bother? Zheng Fifan stood up suddenly. He tilted his head, moved his muscles, and made a click-click sound. What are you going to do? 068 Frame the blame. Control everything behind the scenes, playing with the palm of your hand. Chapter 68. Framing the blame. Controlling everything behind the scenes, playing games between the palms of your hands. Bob. A set of fists and kicks greeted him. Zhao Lei has been pampered since he was a child. How has he ever experienced such physical pain? Let out bursts of screams. After a beating, he felt that the lesson was enough, so Zheng Fifan stopped. Asked coldly. Give you a chance to reorganize your language. Will the government withdraw its ban on Xu Hongzhuang? You are dead. No one has hit me since I was a child. I will definitely kill you. Zhao Lei's resentful voice sounded. Haha, it seems that I haven't learned enough lessons. Zheng Fifan sneered. Continue to greet Zhao Lei. Not convinced. If not convinced, I will beat you until you are convinced. This was his solution to Xu Hongzhuang's ban. Simple and crude. But incredibly useful. These second-generation rich people can't stand the slightest physical pain and will succumb obediently after a beating. Although the other party's revenge will definitely be inevitable afterwards. But he was not afraid at all. Are you convinced? Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Your family will also suffer. Crackling. I'm done with it, you say goodbye. Zheng Fifan specifically targeted his weaknesses. Zhao Lei finally couldn't bear it anymore and gave in. But it was only a verbal surrender. He has never suffered such a great crime in his life. I must kill this guy when I turn around. Hearing his words of surrender, Zhang Fifan stopped and shrugged helplessly. Wouldn't it be over if I said this earlier? If you don't force me to do it, why bother? Xu Hongzhuang's matter was solved so easily. Zhang Fifan is going home for dinner. Before leaving, be sure to prevent this guy from going back on his word and not doing anything after he returns. He warned. If I don't receive the news tomorrow that the ban on Xu Hongzhuang has been withdrawn, I will come to you again. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as a beating. After coldly leaving a word, Zhang Fifan turned around and left coolly. He noticed the resentment in Zhao Lei's eyes. But he didn't take it to heart. He is just a second-generation dandy and a scumbag. If you want revenge, go ahead and bear the consequences. Master, are you okay? The bodyguard endured the severe pain in his chest and got up to help Zhao Lei up. At this time, Zhao Lei had a bruised nose and a swollen face. His eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent, and he roared. Check for me, I want him to die, I want to kill his whole family. Xu family villa. Xiao Wanling still ate at Xu's house in 933. But today she was much quieter than before, and she didn't go to her best friend Xu Hongzhuang to make trouble. This actually made Xu Hongzhuang a little surprised. Her lively best friend suddenly became quiet, which made her feel uncomfortable for a while. How did she know? After Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching, her heartbeat accelerated and she couldn't stop. When facing Su Wancho, the hostess, Xiao Wanling always dodges her eyes. Don't dare to look into each other's eyes. It feels like a mistress facing her first wife. After eating, Xiao Wanling found an excuse and left the Xu family in a hurry. Xu Hao came to the study room. He read the message sent to him by his secretary Li Kun. There is information and videos. Judging from the angle, it was captured by surveillance. It turns out that the Splendid Bar is one of the industries managed by the Blood Massacre Society. Everything that happened in the bar that afternoon was recorded. Xu Hao watched with interest. He knew that most of the protagonists in The Return of the Urban Dragon King were fighting in K***ling characters. Hardly any brain use. These villains also seemed to have lost their wits. Even if he was beaten, he would not call the police. You must come back in person to take revenge. The result is that he keeps delivering food to the protagonist. Somewhat beyond Xu Hao's expectation. He originally thought that the protagonist would at most find Zhao Lei and give him a verbal warning, but Zhao Lei would punish him if he didn't listen to the warning. They actually started fighting directly. It seems that he still underestimated the character of the protagonist who will do whatever he wants. But this is exactly what he wants. The implementation of that plan would be much more logical. He took out his mobile phone, found an unknown number, and sent a message. He is the strongest soldier under his command now. Time to put it to use. The day flies by. In a high-end ward of a hospital. Zhao Lei was lying on the hospital bed with bandages on his body and ointment on his face. At this time, he was looking through the information about Zhu Fan. The security guard of Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited was trafficked since childhood and returned from abroad more than 10 days ago. The only father died in a car accident, and now he is the only one in the family. Quickly extract keywords. His father had a good relationship with Xu Hao during his lifetime and was once one of the shareholders of Xu Group. After his death, Xu Hao went to express his condolences. Zhao Lei almost figured out what was going on. This guy named Zhang Fifan does not seem to be sent by Xu Hao. Maybe he had a good relationship with the Xu family, so when he saw Xu Hongzhuang being banned, he came to settle the score with him. It doesn't matter even if it's sent by Xu Hao. BGEG, if you dare to beat him so badly, you already have a way to kill him. If this person is not K***LLED, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Zhao Lei's face was filled with resentment. Evil plans emerged in his mind. While he was deep in thought, there was a knock on the ward door. His thoughts were interrupted. Zhao Jing said impatiently. Come in. With a click, the ward door was opened. A female nurse wearing a medical mask walked in pushing a trolley. Came to the hospital bed and started dispensing medicine. Picked up the syringe and gave Zhao Lei an injection. After the injection, Zhao Lei suddenly realized something was wrong and his body seemed to be on fire. The severe pain made his face distort and his pupils dilated to the limit. Suddenly, the female nurse bowed and whispered in her ear. My boss asked me to give you a message. He said that if you haven't seen you revoke the ban on Xu Hongzhuang, it won't be as simple as giving you a beating. This is what will happen if you don't keep your promise. Zhao Lei's eyes were full of horror. Zheng Fifan wants to kill him. He didn't take Zheng Fifan's threat to heart yesterday. There is no intention to revoke the ban on Xu Hongzhuang. Growing up, he had everything going smoothly, and the word submission was not in the dictionary. And he was ready to kill each other. Who cares about the threat of a dying man? However, before he could take revenge, the other party came to his door first. Feeling the heartbreaking pain in my body, my life is slowly passing by. He wanted to open his mouth to ask for help, but no sound came out. His pleading eyes fell on the nurse, hoping that he would let her go. However, the nurse looked cold and there was no emotion in her eyes. Zhao Lei was desperate. Upon seeing this, the nurse packed up her things, turned around and walked out. About to die, Zhao Lei was very unwilling. He is the eldest son of Zhao Media, and there are still many things he has not had time to enjoy. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have placed a few more experts around me. In the past, his father arranged for him 4 personal masters. He thought it was inconvenient when doing things, so he only kept one by his side. Now, the bodyguard who has been following him was seriously injured by Zhu Fan yesterday. If there were more expert bodyguards, he wouldn't be K*LLED by a nurse. When he was dying, he didn't regret banning Xu Hongzhuang. I just regret not bringing more bodyguards with me. It feels like my eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, and my whole person is about to fall into darkness. At the last moment, Zhao Lei's blurred vision saw a piece of investigation information about Zheng Fifan in front of him. There was a sudden surge of power in his body. No, even if it means death. He wouldn't make it easy for Zheng Fifan either. He is the only son like him, and after his death, he will definitely avenge him crazily. Zhao Lei desperately raised his hand. His fingertips landed on Zheng Fifan's name. Gently raising his hand was the limit of what he could do, and finally Tuyan's consciousness dissipated. At this time, the nurse who had already pushed the cart to the door suddenly turned around and came back. Seeing Zhao Lei's posture, the corners of his mouth under the mask twitched. Happy to have accomplished the mission of the Lord. Yes, she is the strongest Death King under Bing Hao. This frame-up was also taught to her by Xu Hao. The purpose is to strengthen Zheng Fifan's suspicion. Otherwise, it would be more direct to increase the dosage of the medicine and make him die instantly. Can't control the time just right. After checking, it was found that Zhao Lei was extremely dead and did not leave any evidence. The nurse immediately came to the door, pushed the trolley out of the ward, and quietly closed the door. The few bodyguards outside found nothing wrong. It wasn't until a doctor came to the ward to check that he discovered that the person had already become cold. Suddenly the hospital was in a state of panic. It didn't take long for Zhao Lei's death to reach the ears of Zhao's father in Zhao's media in the imperial capital. I thought today was April Fool's Day. His face was filled with disbelief and he was furious. Immediately asked the secretary to arrange the flight. Arriving in the magical capital, Zhao's father rushed to the hospital. The bodyguards were silent and bowed their heads, like primary school students preparing to accept punishment. Father Zhao couldn't help but feel sad. Little how did he die. Zhao Lei's personal bodyguard is the strongest and stands at the front. After an autopsy, it was confirmed that the young master was K*LLED. He felt very uneasy. That day he took Zhao Lei out of the bar and sent him to the hospital. He couldn't bear the serious injury and fell into a coma. When he woke up, he learned the news that Zhao Lei had been K*LLED. When he learned that Zhao's father was coming to the capital, he dragged his seriously injured body and stood up. Report the situation to Father Zhao. Who K*LLED him? What happened? Father Zhao's face was frighteningly gloomy. Anger was about to make his whole body boil. On the verge of breaking out. The bodyguard immediately told Zhao Lei exactly what happened in the bar yesterday. I was seriously injured by Zheng Fifan, and then I found out that he was an engine master. After that, he beat the young master. Before leaving, he said harshly that if Xu Hongzhuang's ban is not revoked tomorrow, it would not be as good as a beating. Simple. After saying that, the bodyguard also took out a document. Officially, Zhao Lei had read Zheng Fifan's information before. On the document, the words Zheng Fifan were pressed with a bloody fingerprint. This is the information about Zheng Fifan that the young master asked his men to investigate. According to the autopsy report, the young master did not die immediately after being poisoned and suffered great pain. We suspect that this fingerprint is a pre-death message left by the young master. Okay, Zhang Fifan, if you kill my son, I will make your life worse than death. Father Zhao's eyes were red, extremely angry, and he roared hysterically. Seeing Zhao's father's grief-stricken look, the bodyguard opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. What else do you have to say? Father Zhao looked at him coldly. Although his son's death had nothing to do with him, his opponent was too strong. But he still had some grudges against this bodyguard. Master, I feel that this matter is a bit strange. It doesn't seem that simple. Father Zhao was extremely angry now, but he was not carried away by his anger. He frowned and asked, "What do you want to say?" The bodyguard thought for a while and said, "We have investigated and found that during the time of the young master's accident, Zhang Fifan was working as a security guard at Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. After checking the people who came in and out of the young master's ward, there was only one nurse. The young master was also K*LLED at that time. Then we found the nurse who gave the young master the injection. She had been knocked unconscious long ago and was replaced by someone else. Could someone else do it? The purpose is to put the blame on Zhang Fifan. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why she came to kill the young master and why she didn't kill him with one hit. Is it just to torture him and leave a message before his death? It is certain that Zhang Fifan and the K*Lur who K*LLED the young master are not the same person. The analysis is sound and well-founded. Are you saying that someone wants to blame Xiao Lei's death on the hands of that person named Zhang Fifan? Father Zhao frowned when he heard this. Then he shook his head. Xiao Lei only offended the Xu family. If my son dies, they will all be buried with him. Whether it is Zhang Fifan or not, he is the most suspect and he must die. Father Zhao said with murderous intent. It is precisely because Xu Hao knows this that he is not afraid of leaving this small flaw. The bodyguard shut up. He just mentioned that how to do things depends on Father Zhao himself. Take me to see Xiaofan. Later, the personal bodyguards took Father Zhao to a ward. Seeing his extremely miserable son, Zhao felt like he was being cut with a knife. He is just such a son, who has taken care of him since he was a child. Now people with white hair are asked to send people with black hair. Father Zhao's heart was beating wildly, and finally his deep sadness turned into overwhelming anger. His fists were clenched, his eyes were fierce, and the holy will was permeated. Xiao Lei, don't leave too hastily. I will drag those who harmed you down to accompany you. After Zhao's father came out of the hospital, he came to the Zhao media branch in Shanghai. An order was immediately issued. The blockade of Shu Hongzhuang was intensified, and she continued to smear and spread rumors regardless of the consequences. The whole thing happened because of Shu Hongzhuang. If it weren't for this woman, his son wouldn't have run to the devil's capital and wouldn't have died. As for fighting to the death with the Shu family, he doesn't care anymore. His son is dead, how can he still take care of so much? They all have to go down and be buried with them. In addition, he dialed a long-lost number. On the other side of the phone were 10 dark masters he had helped. Be kind to him and promise to help him once. Zhang Fifan has the greatest suspicion and motive. He must kill this guy. Otherwise, my son will never die in peace. After dealing with Zhang Fifan, we can clean up the house. He did not choose to call the police and arrest Zhang Fifan. It would be too cheap for him to call the police. He wants to make the other party's life worse than death. At night, Zhang Fifan finished dinner with several security guards in the company and went home after bragging. At this time, he was holding his mobile phone in his hand, flipping through news one after another. Zhao Media's smear campaign against Shu Hongzhuang continues. It seems that Xiao Lei did not do as he said and revoke the ban on Shu Hongzhuang. His eyes changed. It's too late to start. I'll talk to him tomorrow and I'll have to teach him a deeper lesson. Zhang Fifan was thinking about how to teach Xiao Lei a lesson, when suddenly his steps suddenly stopped. He felt an aura in front of him that was stronger than him. There was also a strong K*Ling intent. Zhang Fifan felt a chill in his heart, thinking that an enemy from the dark world was coming to his door. Zhang Fifan's eyes flickered and he kept thinking of countermeasures. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he saw a group of people walking over. 069 The culprit, the mastermind behind the scenes, the protagonist cannot explain clearly. Chapter 69 The culprit, the manipulation of the mastermind behind the scenes, the protagonist cannot explain clearly. Among the group of people, the leader was a middle-aged man with a majestic face and a Chinese character. As soon as he saw Zhang Fifan, Zhao's father couldn't help but think of his son Zhao Lei, and his anger suddenly emerged. Take a deep breath to calm down your chaotic mood. He gave a slight salute to the old man in tang suit beside him. Mr. Wei, please take action and capture this guy. He did not intend to kill Zhang Fifan directly. We must capture him alive and make him realize that life is worse than death. The old man known as Old Wei nodded slightly. He had been helped by Zhao's father in his early years, and he once promised to help him once. Finish this cause and effect. Mr. Wei took a step forward, and a powerful aura emanated from him. It is also the early stage of Anjin, but it is about to break through to the middle stage, and the aura is vigorous. Looking at the young man opposite, the aura on his body is not much weaker than his own. He was shocked. He broke through to Anjin at a young age, and his aptitude and talent are astonishing. If he continues to grow, it is not impossible to break through to become a powerful person. It's a pity that I met him today and formed a deadly feud with Father Zhao again. This genius is probably going to die. With a sound of regret in his heart, Mr. Wei looked at Zhang Fifan and spoke calmly. Little brother, you are no match for me, just go ahead and capture me. Zhang Fifan only felt baffled. He didn't know these guys at all, and every district was full of murderous intent towards him. Observation is not the enemy of the dark world either. This is really weird. And the old guy opposite, when he came up, he said that he was no match and told him to be captured. If you really want to step on a horse, you just open your mouth. Do you really think that if your strength is just a little bit higher than your own, you will be afraid? When all these years in the dark world were in vain? Who are you? Are you worthy of being captured by me? Since the other party was coming to kill him, Zhang Fan responded rudely. Mr. Wei's expression froze. How long? Since he became a master of Anjin, he has been regarded as a guest of honor by all major families. No one dared to look down on him. His face darkened and his tone was cold. Young man, don't be too arrogant. If a young man is not vigorous, how can he still be called a young man? Are you the same as you, an old man who is about to die? Zhang Fifan sneered disdainfully. You don't know how to respect the old and care for the young at all. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson on your behalf. Relying on the old and selling the old, do you really think of yourself as a thing? Mr. Wei was completely angry. The figure flashed, and Zhen Fan rushed to the doctor at extremely fast speed. When he came closer, he slapped Zhang Fifan on the face and greeted. A strong gust of wind hit him, his cheeks hurt, and he instinctively leaned back. He dodged the old man's blow. Mr. Wei was a little surprised. Another one swept through thousands of troops and went straight to Zhang Fifan's ribs. Zhang Fifan's combat experience accumulated through many years of fighting in the dark world finally came into play at this moment. Although Mr. Wei is stronger than him, but he is not as experienced in fighting. The two fought back and forth. You attack and I defend, you defend and I attack. Sounds easy. In fact, it is extremely fast and therefore thrilling. In the eyes of Father Zhao and the men he brought with him, their speed reached the extreme. It was impossible to see clearly what they were doing. As a result, Zhao's father took out a gun and prepared for a sneak attack, but in the end he was not given the chance. Zhang Fifan and Mr. Wei were going back and forth, and they were evenly matched. But gradually, Old Wei is actually old and his physical strength can no longer support him. The offensive slowed down. Zhang Fifan is young and energetic, and has worked hard in the dark world for many years, and has developed a good physique and endurance. After adapting to Mr. Wei's attack, he was able to withstand it with ease. As one goes down and the other goes up, the gap gradually widens. Whoosh! Zhang Fifan caught Wei Wei's flaw and hit him with a sweeping kick. The old man in Tang's suit flew out. When he landed on the ground, he was pinned by his toes to remove his strength, so that he would not fall down in embarrassment. Mr. Wei was shocked. How strong is this young man's fighting consciousness? Feeling that my physical strength is about to be exhausted, I can't help but give up. How could Zhang Fifan make him realize his wish? If you dare to kill him, you must be prepared to pay the price. He also found that the old man was afraid and his will to fight had faded. That's it. Zhang Fifan seized the opportunity and stepped forward. A set of combos is played. In this way, Mr. Wei, who had the upper hand at first, could only fight and retreat at the same time. Click. Zhang Fifan punched Mr. Wei on the shoulder blade. There was a slight sound of bone cracking. A look of pain appeared on Mr. Wei's face. This is just the beginning. Zhang Fifan's speed suddenly increased. The whole person suddenly appeared behind Mr. Wei. A kick hit his back, and there was another sound of bone cracking. This time it was louder. Mr. Wei fell to the ground and was seriously injured. It was impossible to stand up. A gunshot rang out. In the silent night, it looked very clear. A sense of danger enveloped Zhang Feifan's heart. His head instinctively turned to the side, narrowly dodging one shot after another. His physique is astonishing. Where there are muscles, bullets cannot break through the defense. But hitting the head is still very dangerous. Zhang Feifan turned his head sharply and found his father-in-law Zhao with a look of astonishment on his face and a gun in his hand. Father Zhao was shocked. He had just shot a sneak attack, thinking it was going to hit his head, but he dodged it in the end. The Dark Power Master is so terrifying. He was just about to pull the trigger again when suddenly his vision blurred and a sharp pain came from his wrist. It was actually broken. Losing strength, drooping without experience. As soon as he screamed, his mouth was blocked by a gun, making him unable to make any sound. The bodyguards behind him came to their senses. They all took out their weapons. Let go of our boss. Boy, do you know who our boss is? Put down the gun quickly. Zhang Feifan picked his ears impatiently. Shut up, if you say one more thing, I will buy him with one shot. The bodyguards suddenly didn't dare to say anything. Just stared at him with angry eyes. Tell me, what is going on? Why do so many of you come to kill me? When Zhang Feifan asked about the reason, Zhao's father thought of his son's death and his pain shifted. My twisted wrist doesn't feel so painful anymore. His eyes were filled with resentment. Speak. Don't you dare to shoot me. Why don't you even dare to say a word? Oh, I almost forgot that you can't speak. Zhang Feifan slapped his head. Then I remembered that my gun was stuck in the other person's mouth. How could he speak? After removing the gun that was stuck in his mouth, Zhao's father still did not speak. Weren't you very arrogant just now when you stepped on the horse? You want to kill me. Why are you mute now? Zhang Feifan felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at him with hateful eyes. He hit him on the head several times with the butt of the gun. Brekey. Father Zhao remained silent. You won't say it, right? Zhang Feifan's eyes flashed and he looked at one of the bodyguards. Tell me what's going on and why you want to kill me. If you don't tell me, I'll beat him to death. As he spoke, he raised his gun and pointed the muzzle at Father Zhao's head intentionally or unintentionally. The bodyguard's face was full of grief and anger. UK*LLED, our young master, aren't we allowed to take revenge? What the hell? Zhang Feifan was confused. Since he returned to China, he has always been a good young man. When did he kill someone? He asked with a frown. Speak clearly, who is your young master? Our young master is Zhao Lei. Zhang Feifan remembered. The young master he taught a lesson yesterday was the same guy who banned Xu Hongzhuang. I am also planning to find him to clean up a meal tomorrow. Why did he die? He admitted that the beating he received yesterday was indeed a bit serious, but it was not fatal at all. What happened? Zhang Feifan's tone became colder, feeling that things were not simple. The bodyguard was extremely sad and angry when he heard this. This guy not only K*LLED the young master, but also asked them to explain the specific process. Don't be such a bully. But the master was pointed at gunpoint, and he had to say it. After our young master was beaten by you yesterday, he has been recovering in the hospital. In the afternoon, someone pretended to be a nurse and poisoned the young master. Before the young master died, he left a message before his death, pointing to your name. Wasn't it you who did it? Zhang Feifan became even more stupid. He definitely didn't kill the person. In the afternoon, he has been working at the company looking at beautiful women. And even if he wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't do it so openly. Kyushu is a society governed by the rule of law. Here the emphasis is on K*Ling for life. He just beat someone up and then went to kill them in the blink of an eye. He was not stupid enough to do that. So here comes the question, Mr. Zhao, why did the message before his death point to him? This was what puzzled him. He felt like he was in a fog and couldn't see clearly. There was an invisible big hand behind the scenes, fiddling with everything. Thinking that someone behind the scenes was trying to deal with him, Zhang Feifan was in a bad mood and said coldly. I didn't kill the person. This is obviously a frame-up. Can't you see it? You are still arguing that you beat my young master yesterday and said that if Xu Hongzhuang's ban is not revoked today, you will come to your door again, and it won't be as simple as a beating. Zhang Fifan was unable to refute for a while. He did say that. But he was just a threat, and anyone with a discerning eye could hear it. At most, I'll give him another beating. There's no way he's going to kill someone. Are you so stupid? I was threatening you, don't you understand? I just threatened and then went to kill someone the next day. Am I that stupid? Unable to stand these idiots, Zhang Fifan yelled. And I have an alibi this afternoon and have been working in the company. If you don't believe me, you can check it. Who knows if those are your men? Pick this time. Killing our young master was just to predict our prediction. Rose. Zhang Fifan found it difficult to explain to this group of people. Too lazy to explain, he stared at Father Zhao coldly. They are stupid, are you too? Or are you the CEO of a 10 billion group, just a little IQ? Father Zhao remained silent. Of course he also discovered the problem. Just because Zhang Fifan was the biggest suspect, we decided to deal with him first. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The Anjin masters he found were no match. Zhang Fifan got the answer from his eyes, and his heart trembled. Regardless of whether he is the real murderer or not, he must be K*LLED. Zhang Fifan simply didn't care anymore. Whatever you think it is, then it is what it is. Am I still afraid of you? Seeing Father Zhao with eyes full of resentment, he remembered what Uncle Xu Hao said. It seems that my father has discovered some secret about the CEO of Zhao Media. There is a possibility of murder and silence. I happen to be here, so I can ask. Don't pretend to be dead for me. Let me ask you a question. Do you know my father, Zhang Shuilin? Father Zhao was a little surprised. He carefully recalled Zhang Fifan's information and found that his father's name was indeed Zhang Shuibiao. Died just a few days ago. Of course he knew that Zhang Shuilin was one of the former shareholders. After his Zhao's media got off the ground, he decisively sold his shares and made a lot of money. So what if we know each other? So what if we don't know each other? Father Zhao said coldly. Zhang Fifan had been paying attention to the changes in his eyes and was shocked. This guy did know his father. Did you do my father's death? After speaking, he stared at Father Zhao closely, observing the changes in his expression. A trace of surprise flashed in Father Zhao's eyes, and then he sneered. Yes, it was me who did it. That old guy should have died long ago. According to Zhang Fifan, there was another reason for his father's death. Maybe he was K*LLED. Although he didn't know why it was connected to him, he immediately stopped. Father Zhao also wants this guy to experience the feeling of having a relative K*LLED. Zhang Fifan was a little confused. From Father Zhao's eyes, he saw shock. I don't know if I was shocked that I found out, or if I was shocked that my father's death was related to someone else. It is not certain that he is the real murderer. It seems that still needs some careful investigation. But when he heard what Father Zhao said later, he became angry. Regardless of whether he was deliberately angry with himself or trying to hide something. Dare to say that his father is looking for death. Zhang Fifan felt very guilty about his father and felt that his father's death was closely related to him. If I had gone home earlier, I would not have let such a tragedy happen. Zhang Fifan's eyes were cold and he kicked Father Zhao hard in the stomach. The next moment, Zhao's father's eyes suddenly bulged, and he flew backwards with his body arched. Hit the ground hard. Get out of here. If you come to trouble me again next time, I will make you die ugly. This Father Zhao is not a good person either. He really wanted to get rid of it with one kick. But this is a society governed by the rule of law. If Zhang Fifan wants to live quietly here, he cannot commit crimes. At least that's how it appears. It doesn't matter what you do in secret. As long as there is no trace on his head, then he is not considered a murderer. It has not been ruled out that Zhao's father has nothing to do with his father's affairs. It needs to be investigated carefully. But if I ask today, I will definitely not be able to get anything out of it. He plans to check it out in person later. A group of bodyguards supported the seriously injured Anjin master and Father Zhao and left. Zhang Fifan was left on the spot with his eyes twinkling. There is an enemy targeting him behind his back. He didn't like the feeling of being calculated. Who could it be? After returning, Zhao's father did not give up revenge on Zhang Fifan because of his strength. He constantly posted bounties online and recruited troops to prepare against Zhang Fifan. No matter whether his son was K*LLED by Zhang Fifan or not. He is one of the culprits. If he hadn't seriously injured his son and the bodyguard beside him. How could anyone else get close to my son? Zheng Fifan must die and be buried with his son. While Father Zhao was busy dealing with Zheng Fifan, he also did not forget to suppress and block Xu Hongzhuang. The son's death is also related to this woman and cannot be let go. Just when Zhao's father was preparing to deal with Zheng Fifan also launched an investigation into him. And in the Xu family. As the culprit of everything, Xu Hao is also working on his daughter to break through the ban and help her become a big star. Prepare to conquer this third daughter. Tomorrow will be an update of 50,000 yuan. Kill the protagonist, take in the heroine, and take in the daughter. I beg you to subscribe and order 7:070. The blame can't be removed. The home was stolen. Close the door and beat the dog. Chapter 70. The blame cannot be removed. The home was stolen. Close the door and beat the dog. Police station entrance. 4 big and thick men came out looking slightly embarrassed. It's the brothers' gang. They formed a gang of 6 brothers. The eldest brother was framed and imprisoned, and the 6th brother was K*LLED by AK*Lur. There were only 4 of them. The deaths of Lu's father and son made the Brotherhood the first suspect. Catch them in for questioning. It's not just a question, it also means beating. The Brotherhood has been too arrogant during this time. After beating them for a while, it was proved that they were not the ones who K*LLED the Lu family and his son, so they were released. It's just that the brothers' gang is a little confused. When letting them go, the police officers looked at them strangely. Aren't they the leaders of several brother gangs who were arrested? How big a deal is it? Their eldest brother is still in prison. Who dares to look down on them? They have come out, but the suspect Chen Mo is still detained at the police station. From time to time he was taken out for interrogation. In the interrogation room, Chen Mo was handcuffed and sitting on the interrogation chair, his head lowered and silent. Chen Mo, be lenient if you confess and be strict if you resist. Did you kill the Lu family and his son? How many times have I said it? It's not me, I didn't kill anyone. Chen Mo's ears were almost filled with cocoons. He replied impatiently. You didn't kill anyone. How many people did you kill among the alliance forces supported by the Lu family? You have to pretend to be deaf to me, right? With a pop sound, the interrogating police officer slapped the table hard, trying to scare Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo was used to his tricks and said speechlessly. Can you please don't distort the facts? You also agree with the rules of the underground world. What I said is that I did not harm the Lu family, his son, or the driver. Then tell me, what on earth were you doing from 9:30 to 10 o'clock that night? Where were you? We can go investigate and be innocent, right? The interrogating police officer spoke sincerely, trying to get some new information from Chen Mo. In the past, Chen Mo would remain silent until the interrogation ended here. The same is true this time. No matter how the police asked, Chen Mo never said a word again. Chen Mo's heart must not be rushed by. At that time, he was following Xu Hao and Sha Qingge as they went shopping. People also avoid cameras intentionally or unintentionally. Tell him, even if the police go to check, they can't find him. On the contrary, it will bring the enemy Xu Hao to the bright side. The gain outweighs the loss, so let's just not talk about it. Inexplicably, I have a scapegoat on my back, and I can't take it off even if I want to. Chen Mo held back 050 until he died. But he said that the 4 brothers had just left the police station. A sneaky figure was walking at the door, and his eyes lit up when he saw them. He hurriedly ran forward and said with a cry, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, we brothers are gone." What the hell? What does it mean that the Brotherhood is gone? The brothers looked confused. After wiping out the alliance forces, the Brotherhood has become the #1 force in South City. How could it be possible to just say no and then it's gone? Even if several of their leaders were locked up in the bureau for a few days. Are the hundreds of people in the Brotherhood just living for a living? Xiao Shunzi, tell me clearly, what is going on? The second child frowned and asked in a deep voice. Second brother, on the night you were arrested, a force called the Blood Slaughter Society emerged and attacked our brother gang. The younger brother named Xiao Shunzi, told what happened after several people were arrested. The Blood Slaughter Society rose rapidly and competed with the Brotherhood the next day. In the ensuing struggle, the brothers' gang's territory was compressed smaller and smaller because there were no masters in charge. Until yesterday, the Blood 2 Guild had wiped out all the brothers and accomplished a feat that changed the world. Become the new overlord of the underground world in South City. What? The Blood Slaughter Society. It was a little-known force before, how did it rise so quickly? Damn, it dared to destroy our brotherhood, I will kill them now. Assholes, no martial ethics, actually attacked us when we were not here. The core members of the Brotherhood were furious after hearing this. They were only detained for a few days, and their home was robbed. They finally understood the strange expressions on the faces of the police officers who let them go. That was the expression of looking at a clown. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Don't worry. The second brother stopped the brothers. A light flashed in front of his eyes, and he said, "Why did the Blood Slaughter Society appear so coincidentally? As soon as we were arrested, they stopped hiding and expanded rapidly." Second brother, what do you mean? The third brother frowned and thought of a possibility. Are you saying that the death of the Liu family father and son is related to them? After the second brother's explanation, they also knew that the Liu family father and son were not K***LLED by Chen Mo. Chen Mo just had to take the blame. Hearing what the third brother said, the fourth and fifth brothers were furious. Damn, it turned out to be premeditated. This is a premeditated frame-up, and our brothers have become scapegoats. Looking for death, I will make them die a miserable death. The second brother was also burning with anger, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Shunzi, where is the boss of the Apprentice Association? Take us there." Xiao Shunzi opened his mouth and hesitated. If you have something to say it quickly, and if you have something to say it quickly, don't be shy like a woman. Xiao Shunzi gritted his teeth and said with a stiff upper lip, "The people of the Blood Slaughter Society are at the headquarters of our brotherhood. It is said that they are going to hold a celebration ceremony. Holding a celebration banquet at their original headquarters. The output is intolerable. This is intolerable. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Okay, celebration banquet, right. I want to turn today into their funeral banquet." Such a huge humiliation, the second brother can no longer remain calm. Gritting his teeth, he said in a gruff voice. Xiao Shunzi hesitated, and considering the strength of the elder brothers, he nodded. Take the 4 people to the front to the headquarters of the Brotherhood. After arriving, several people drew a knife and walked in aggressively. The strange thing is that the road was very peaceful, and no Shui Tuhui brothers came out to stop them. What's going on? Xiao Shunzi was dumbfounded. When they walked into the hall, they found that there was no celebration banquet. There were only 2 people in the hall. A man and a woman. The man was burly and strong, nearly 2 meters tall, standing there like an iron tower. This person was Lao Mo. The other person was a masked woman wearing tight clothes, sent by Xu Hao to help Lao Mo deal with the brothers. The 4 brothers are only in the early stage of Ming Jin. 1 in the middle stage of Ming Jin and 1 in the late stage of Ming Jin are enough to deal with them. It is worth mentioning that Lao Mo successfully broke through to the late stage of Ming Jin after a few days of fighting. In fact, there is no need to send out the dead soldiers. Lao Mo can solve it alone. Xu Hao sent her here to prevent accidents and not let anyone escape. Lao Mo glanced at the confused Xiao Shunzi. Do you really think you ran away from under our noses? I just want you to leave these guys here. Xiao Shunzi understood what was going on and fell into the trap. He immediately apologized to the brothers. I'm sorry, I really don't know. Several people ignored him. Feeling the aura emanating from Lao Mo's body, their faces were solemn. The 4 brothers looked at each other and their eyes met, signaling to run away. They are not pedantic, they know it is a trap, but they still want to stay here to wait for death. However, just when they had the idea of escape, the hall door was slammed from the outside. This wave is called closing the door and beating the dog. Several people were in heavy hearts, and a gloomy cloud shrouded them, making them breathless. There is no escape. There is no choice but to give it a try. Kill. The few of them made eye contact, raised their knives and started to kill Lao Mo. Lao Mo smiled coldly and held up a handful of King Kong Daiwan. Just when they were approaching a few people, the sword was swung violently. The second brother who was at the front was caught off guard. Just a clang sound was heard, and the 2 knives collided. The next moment, because Lao Mo was too strong, he directly chopped the knife in his hand away. The power of the Vajra sword continued unabated and struck his body. The second child immediately flew far away and hit the ground. Just one blow destroyed the strongest combat power among them. Several others were horrified. This strength Ming Jin's late stage. They have reached the level of their big brother. After getting rid of the second child BGCF, Lao Mo did not stop. He caught up with several people and swept away the third, fourth, and fifth boys again with his swiftness. When he fell to the ground, he had lost all fighting strength and could not get up. Lao Mo held back. If they were K*LLED, these people would already be dead. The people on the side, Xiao Shunzi, were all frightened. The core members of the Brotherhood are already very strong in his opinion. Unexpectedly, in front of the president of the Blood Slaughter Society, he would not be able to survive a single round. None of the brothers are opponents, so what will be waiting for them? Certain death. Xiao Shunzi is unwilling to give in, he has not lived enough. From the corner of his eye, he saw a silent woman standing aside. I never saw her take action. Could it be that he is the son of the president of the Blood Massacre Society? Xiao Shunzi's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward with a knife. He was going to kidnap the woman and try to get a chance to escape. The abacus is very good. Unfortunately, as soon as he got closer, he was kicked away. It flew to the wall and I almost couldn't dig it out. DK Dada. In the quiet hall, a burst of footsteps sounded, like a countdown to death. If you want to kill or behead me, please do whatever you want. Several members of the Brotherhood were tough. Don't get me wrong, you are all talented people, how could I kill you? Lao Mo grinned, but his face was ferocious, and his smile was more terrifying than a ghost. Anyway, the Brotherhood is gone, why not join our Blood Massacre Society? Brother. Some of the younger brothers couldn't believe their ears. Make sure they heard correctly. The guy in front of me destroyed their brother gang and beat them to the point of losing their fighting ability. You actually want to invite them to join the Blood Slaughter Club? What's going on in your mind? Are you sure there's nothing wrong? You want us to join the Laoshizi Blood Massacre Society? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not join you if I die here. A force that can only play dirty tricks, why is it worth joining? Don't be complacent. When our elder brother comes out, he will avenge us. We will wait for you on the road to hell. Several members of the Brotherhood sneered, with disdain on their faces. All he had to do was look down on the Blood Massacre Society on his face. Ogog. Lao Mo didn't get angry, but took out a few photos and threw them in front of a few people. I urge you to think it over carefully. Looking intently, the bodies of several people suddenly stiffened, and their pupils suddenly stared into the sky. It was a photo of their relatives. What are you going to do? Do you understand the rules of the road? It won't bring harm to your family. After reading each photo, several people glared at Lao Mo. Didn't I move? I just quietly took a few photos. But not moving them is based on the condition that you join the Blood Slaughter Society. If you don't know how to appreciate others, then I can't guarantee what will happen. Lao Mo's tone was faint. You are despicable. I have never seen such a shameless person like you. If you dare, come to me if you dare. What's the point of attacking some old, weak, women and children? The brothers were filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Lao Mo would have turned into ashes by now. Enough. Seeing that they still had the tendency to continue scolding, Lao Mo interrupted impatiently. Now I give you 10 seconds to tell me your choice. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3. When the count was about to reach 1, several people expressed their willingness to join. There's no way around it if you don't join. They are not afraid of death, but they cannot harm their families because of them. Decided to agree on the surface, and then find an opportunity to give him a harsh sentence later. The 6 of them are brothers. How could you betray your elder brother? At this moment, a dagger was thrown in front of them. What's the meaning? Several people looked at Lao Mo in confusion. Since you have joined our Blood Slaughter Society, please show some sincerity. Several members of the Brotherhood were a little confused and did not react. Lao Mo stretched out his hand and pointed at Xiao Shunzi, who was lying by the wall, vomiting blood. He's still alive. It's very painful. Each of you go and help him. The brothers' pupils shrank and their hearts trembled. So cruel. Xiao Shunzi was from their brother's gang, and even after the brothers' gang was destroyed, he had to inform them even if he escaped. It can be said that he is loyal. Lao Mo asked them to kill this loyal brother. If this news gets out, they will become the laughing stock of everyone. There is no place for them in the entire underground world. In the past, even if they died, they would not do anything to harm their brothers. But now, they can't die. When they die, their families suffer as well. Lao Wu was the first to pick up the dagger and walk towards Xiao Shunzi step by step. After being kicked away just now, Xiao Shunzi felt that all his internal organs had been displaced. He listened to what Lao Mo said and felt uneasy in his heart. Seeing Lao Wu walking along the way, he said with fear in his eyes. Fifth brother doesn't want it. I'm Xiao Shunzi. You said that brothers are like brothers. Even if you kill them, you won't do anything to hurt them. Lao Wu's face was expressionless, and his heart was throbbing. He raised his hand, preparing a knife to make a small straight. That way he can bear the blame alone and the brothers can live in peace. Just as he was thinking this, Lao Mo's voice came. I mean, one knife for each of you. If someone dies without stabbing him, I will not guarantee that your family will be safe. Lao Wu took a breath and relaxed again, stabbing Xiao Shunzi with a knife in his body. Next is the fourth child, the third child, and the second child. What the hell, what a bunch of bullshit brothers, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Xiao Shunzi roared angrily. Brother, just go ahead. We are sorry for you. We will definitely help you take care of your family. The last stroke of his dick passed over Xiao Shunzi's neck. Bang bang bang, there was a burst of applause. Lao Mo clapped his hands and smiled. Welcome to join the Blood Slaughter Society. 071A White Lie teachers and students have a tacit understanding personal harassment. Chapter 71. White Lies tacit understanding between teachers and students personal harassment. Welcome to join the Blood Slaughter Society. Facing Lao Mo, who had a smile on his face, the brothers and gang couldn't help but smile, and their expressions were extremely gloomy. Suddenly, they discovered that the woman who had been watching the show was pointing a camera at them. The second child was keenly observant, his heart sank, and he frowned and asked. What do you mean? It's just a record of the brotherhood between you. Don't worry, as long as you don't cause any trouble, the video will not be circulated. The expressions of the brothers changed wildly, and their thoughts soared to the sky. It's not enough for them to stab their brothers, but also to leave evidence for them. I believe that once this video is released, the reputation of these brothers will be completely ruined. Not only can't I stay in the underground world, family members will also be affected. A video extinguished all their crooked thoughts. This is to control them for the rest of their lives. The brothers were so depressed that they vomited blood. Xu Hao asked Lao Mo to conquer the brothers, naturally not because he wanted to add more battle experience to the Blood Massacre Society. In fact, it doesn't add much combat power. They may also be stabbed in the back at critical moments. After all, it was forced through abnormal means. The reason why they were threatened to join was actually to prepare for dealing with their eldest brother and the protagonist Chen Mo. The master and apprentice of the protagonist are very strong, and the Blood Massacre Society is no match. Then you can only use some intrigues. I believe it would be very interesting for these brothers to stab them. Xu Family Villa. In the courtyard, Xu Hao is teaching Xiao Wanling the tea art step by step, with her chest touching her back, which is extremely ambiguous. After being shy at first, Xiao Wanling gradually got used to it. The step-by-step teaching is really effective. She could feel that she was becoming more and more sk*LLED at making tea, and her tsk*LLS were improving rapidly. It's just that when two people hug each other, there will inevitably be some bumps and bumps. There are also some more embarrassing things. Just like now, Xiao Wanling is standing making tea. Xu Hao hugged her from behind. It was her idea to make tea while standing. The reason was that Xu Hao had to bend over and hold her hand while she was making tea. That would be very tiring and costly. What Xiao Wanling doesn't know is, Xu Hao has the bully kidney buff. Not to mention bowing for a while, even bowing all night is no problem. Xiao Wanling also fell into an embarrassing situation because of her own decision. As if sensing something, her pretty face turned slightly red. At this moment, she finally understood what Xu Hongzhuang told her last time, why her beautiful stepmother screamed so loudly. She was a little curious. How did my best friend Xu Hongzhuang hold up? Wouldn't she feel embarrassed? Yes, they are father and daughter, so they shouldn't have such a reaction. She is different. Isn't this too embarrassing? I can't sit still and study at all. Just when Xiao Wanling was flustered and at a loss, Xu Hao's magnetic voice sounded in her ears. I'm sorry, Wanling, you are too beautiful and I can't control it. The two of them just pretended not to know anything. Xiao Wanling just felt shy, but now that Xu Hao brought it up, she couldn't help but blush like blood. If there was a hole in the ground, she would be so embarrassed that she would crawl into it. I really feel ashamed. While she was shy, she was also a little happy. Is Xu Hao complimenting her on her beauty? Ding Xiao Wanling couldn't help being ashamed, her mood value was plus 683. Ding Xiao Wanling was secretly happy, her mood value was plus 596. Xu Hao smiled slightly. Yes, he did it on purpose. This cannot be called teaching, it should be called harassment. Xiao Wanling was kept in the dark and thought it was a natural reaction. I can only suffer this dumb loss. This is the result of Xu Hao's teaching these days. Test the heroine step by step. Until the final siege of the city. After teaching Xiao Wanling how to make a pot of tea, Xu Hao let go and said righteously. Wanling, try it yourself, just follow the technique I just practiced. Xiao Wanling's expression was confused and she looked broken. Hearing Xu Hao's words, she just nodded blankly. When he picked up the teapot, he suddenly paused. What's the method? He didn't listen at all to what Xu Hao said just now. I even forgot what I learned before. I'm going to the bathroom. Xiao Wanling felt uncomfortable all over, being stared at by Xu Hao, as if she had been seen through. He hurriedly dropped a word and ran away as if running away. Ding Xiao Wanling is ashamed, her emotional value is plus 826. Xu Hao withdrew his joking gaze. Came to the study alone. Picked up the 3 pieces of paper that had been prepared long ago. 676,767. Outside the daughter's study, Xu Hao knocked on the door. Please come in. Xu Hongzhuang's somewhat panicked voice came from inside. Xu Hao opened the door and walked in. He clearly saw Xu Hongzhuang quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xu Hongzhuang was banned by Zhao Media. Because of her full support, the two sides fought evenly. Zhao Media invited trolls to smear her, and there were also people on Xu Hongzhuang's side to support and defend her. But just a few days ago, because of the death of his son, Zhao's father attributed the cause to Xu Hongzhuang and increased the intensity of the ban several times. Although the Xu group has a market value of tens of billions, it is not a circle after all. In addition, Xu Hao did not try his best and even intended to lose. Suddenly, the smear campaign against Xu Hongzhuang became one-sided. The ban was tightened, and Xu Hao could no longer support her, which meant that her dream of becoming a star was completely over. What Xu Hao said is right. Xu Hongzhuang has put in countless efforts and sweat in order to become a big star. When I think of my dream of stardom being shattered, I come from it. In the past few days, thanks to Xu Hao's teaching, my piano *LLS have improved rapidly. It stopped her from thinking about those sad things. Now Xu Hao's defeat has completely brought her back to reality. I have been in the emo mood for the past few days, I don't think about food and drink, and I often secretly wipe my tears. Xu Hao saw that the time was almost up. So I took over the method to break the situation. Hongzhuang, are you sad alone again? Xu Hao walked closer, stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Didn't I tell you? I will find a way and I will never let your dream be shattered. A forced smile appeared on Xu Hongzhuang's lips. I didn't take Xu Hao's words seriously, thinking that I should comfort myself. What? Don't believe it. Look what this is. Xu Hao put the 3 pieces of paper in front of Xu Hongzhuang. 3 pieces of paper, corresponding to 3 songs. They are all popular songs from his previous life. There is no such thing in this world, so it must be strange to surround it. Zhao Media's ban on Xu Hongzhuang is nothing more than prohibiting the broadcast of her works. And because Xu Hongzhuang is only very good at piano, her songs are not popular. I can barely be considered a half-entertainment person. Coupled with Zhao Media's status in the entertainment industry, Xu Hongzhuang did not become popular for a long time and did not form die-hard fans. It's not difficult to block it. It is also very simple to break through the blockade. Play a few more famous piano songs and sing a few more popular songs. Xu Hao also provided channels for her. Zhao Media couldn't block it even if they wanted to. Piano music, Xu Hao has taught her this time. Now I just need to come up with some popular songs for her to sing. Under the Sea, The Wind Rises, Kai Ling. These were all popular in previous lives. Xu Hao completely reproduced it through the memory in his mind and his master-level musical *LLS. One song is healing, one song is light and blood-curdling, and one song is setting off a drama craze. 3 songs will definitely make Xu Hongzhuang popular. Seeing a few songs on the paper, Xu Hongzhuang was a little confused. When did Xu start writing songs? Looked at it in surprise. She looked more and more focused. By the end, I couldn't hide the excitement on my face. After finishing a song, she took out another piece of paper, and then a third piece of paper. Until I finished 3 songs. Xu Hongzhuang was so excited that she couldn't help herself. All 3 songs are so well written. Every song that is released is a phenomenon and will definitely become popular. It would be unimaginable if the 3 songs were released together. After calming down her excitement, Xu Hongzhuang turned her head and looked at Xu Hao without blinking. Where did this come from? I wrote it all night long these days. When Xu Hao told lies, his face did not turn red or he was out of breath. In order to let Xu Hongzhuang know that it is not easy for her to create, she also added the word all night. The main theme is a plan to repay a favor. In fact, it only took him a few minutes to write these songs. What? Is this deceiving my daughter? How can this be considered deception? He told a white lie to get his daughter home. Xu Hongzhuang was stunned and asked from the side. Can you still write songs? Understand a little bit. Xu Hao hesitated and said. His musical SK*LLS are only at the master level. Compared with a series of master level and god level, he can only be considered to have some understanding. Xu Hongzhuang felt numb after hearing this. She would not think that Xu Hao really only understood it slightly. To be able to write such a beautiful song that transcends the current era, the musical level is definitely not low. These songs were all written by you for me? Xu Hongzhuang asked tentatively. Otherwise, if I hadn't seen you depressed all day long, why would I, a dignified CEO of a tens of billions group, write a song? Xu Hongzhuang was so moved that she burst into tears for a moment. Xu Hao doesn't like playing the piano, but he is willing to teach her step by step. He didn't want to see her looking sad all day, so he wrote 3 songs for her. Help her break through Zhao's media blockade. If she remained indifferent to Xu Hao's deep fatherly love, she would not be a human being. Now, she no longer objects to being called Xu Yitutu. It's just that in more than 20 years, he has never screamed. She was still a little nervous and couldn't scream. Thanks. Ding. Xu Hongzhuang was so moved, her emotional value plus 8962. Thank you. Try singing it now so that I can guide you if you have any shortcomings. Isn't Zhao Media going to ban you? When these 3 songs are released, I think they will. How can it be blocked? The smile in Xu Hao's eyes flashed away, and he waved his hand. The 3rd daughter is already married. Xu Hongzhuang nodded and sang one of the songs The Wind is Blowing in the Factory. Hum gently according to the notes above. Stop and go along the way. Follow the traces of youth drifting. The moment before stepping out of the station. A little hesitant. I have to say that Xu Hongzhuang has a very good musical talent and sings very beautifully. After finishing the song, Hongzhuang looked at Xu Hao nervously. This is her first time singing, and there are many shortcomings. Hope you won't disappoint Xu Hao. You should raise your voice here, you should have emotion here, you should sing like this so. Xu Hao began to correct her shortcomings. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes became brighter and brighter. This master-level appreciation ability. And you said you only know a little bit about music. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel glad that she didn't believe what Xu Hao said before. Under Xu Hao's guidance, Xu Hongzhuang gradually became proficient. I'll dub it for you, you try again. I once had a hard time extricating myself from the size of the world. Also indulged in sleep talking. No truth or falsehood, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I once turned my youth into her. I also had summer popping up at my fingertips. Whatever your heart moves, just go with it. Along with the melodious sound of the piano, sweet singing sounded. Gradually it spread out from the study room. Xiao Wanling came back from the bathroom to tidy up. He patted his hot cheek and thought about how to face Xu Hao next. As soon as she walked into the living room, she heard singing coming from the study on the 2nd floor, and her eyes lit up. Listen well. Strange, I don't remember this song. Is it a new creation by Hongzhuang? Xiao Wanling went upstairs curiously and listened outside the door for a long time. After the song ended, she opened the study door and entered. At a glance, I saw Xu Hao sitting in front of the piano. She blushed and quickly turned away. Seeing Xu Hongzhuang holding a piece of paper in her hand, she stepped forward to check it curiously and couldn't help but exhale. Hongzhuang, you are so talented, aren't you? You have written such a beautiful song, and you will definitely become a hit now. Xiao Wanling could already imagine what a sensation Xu Hongzhuang would create if she sang this song. Wan Ling, you misunderstood, I didn't write it. Xu Hongzhuang blushed with embarrassment. Facing the confused gaze of his best friend, he gestured in the direction of Xu Hao. Xiao Wanling was dumbfounded, her eyes widened. Oh my god, this song that is destined to be a big hit was written by Xu Hao again. Could it be that Uncle Xu has really filled up the technology tree? It's really a heifer flying, so awesome. Not just this one, but 2 more. Xu Hongzhuang took out 2 other songs. After Xiao Wanling saw it, she was so shocked that her whole body went numb. 3 songs, each of which is a hit song that transcends the current era. Take it out and let dimensionality reduction hit. Uncle Xu is too talented, right? Xiao Wanling's eyes were bright. Ding Xiao Wanling is worshipped in her heart, her emotional value is +864. After almost learning 1 song, Xu Hao taught Xu Hongzhuang 2 more songs. When Xu Hao was teaching Xu Hongzhuang, Wan Ling was also learning next to him. She believes that the 3 songs will definitely become a hit. She learned these 3 songs first before others knew about them, and she felt full of accomplishment. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. All 3 songs are almost sung. A cell phone rang. Xu Hao picked it up and saw that it was Wang Zuying calling. He calmly picked up his phone and walked outside. After closing the study door, Chen Hao clicked to connect. Drive Xu, thank you so much. If you hadn't found a professional doctor, I really don't know what I would have done. We are friends, how can I help you a little? How is your mother's condition now? The operation was successful. I have just arranged to be discharged from the hospital. By the way, Mr. Xu, are you free tomorrow? My mother and I would like to treat you to dinner and thank you in person. There's no need to thank you. It's okay to have a meal together, but we don't need to go to the hotel this time. Just find a place to eat. Xu Hao seemed to be thinking about Wang Zuying. Wang Zuying's favorability has almost improved. It's time to take her down. This time if 2 people go to the hotel together he is sure to win it directly. But if you follow a queen mother, forget it. It saves him a pickup trip. Wang Zuying thought Xu Hao was worried that she would have to spend a lot of money to go to a 5-star hotel, and she was moved. Then Mr. Xu, how about this? I will go shopping tomorrow and cook at home to entertain you. You can have this. Xu Hao became interested. You did it at Sha Qingyi's house last time. Are you going to Wang Zuying's house tomorrow? Do teachers and students have such a tacit understanding? 072 The heroine returns the favor massage from my daughter visiting the hostess's house. Chapter 72 The heroine returns the favor a massage from her daughter visiting the heroine's home. Xu came out of the study room. The 2 girlfriends felt relieved and were no longer so restrained. Hongzhuang, tell me quickly, how did Uncle Chen come up with the idea of writing a song for you? Xiao Wanling was very curious. Judging from the songs written by Xu Hao, the musical level is definitely not low. You've never written before, so why did you suddenly think of writing songs? When she mentioned this, Hongzhuang showed a happy smile on her face. Dad saw that I was depressed during this period and said he would not see my dream of becoming a star shattered. He wrote these 3 songs overnight to break the blockade of Zhao's media. She was still very moved when she thought about it now. Xiao Wanling drooled with envy. Isn't your father too kind? Otherwise, just give Uncle Xu to me. You don't care about him anyway. You want to be beautiful, but you are shameless. When did I say that I don't care about daddy? Xu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes at her best friend angrily. Xiao Wanling was surprised and read. Aren't you always reluctant to call Uncle Xu dad? Why does it come so naturally? It's always been so natural. Well, Xu Hongzhuang, your face changes so quickly. Xiao Wanling was very angry, rolled her eyes and said. Hongzhuang, for the sake of our friendship as best friends, can you share Uncle Xu's love for you with me? Gungan, where can you go to cool down and where can you stay? Love is not a thing, how can you divide it? Xu Hongzhuang pushed her best friend aside and continued to practice singing by herself. Why can't we tell them apart? If I become your stepmother, won't I take away Uncle Xu's love for you? Xiao Wanling curled her lips in a low voice. Thinking of Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching to her not long ago, and that last tremor. I couldn't help but blush. I can't help but think. Uncle Xu Qi Lu San, Probably didn't notice it, right? Night. Two sisters, Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai, went home. I heard the sweet singing voice of the third sister Xu Hongzhuang coming from upstairs. The two sisters looked at each other, thought it sounded good, and went upstairs to inquire. I know that all three songs were written by Xu Hao. While I was envious, I also admired Xu Hao endlessly. Sister, you are almost done with massage. Is it time to fulfill your punishment? Xu Huai approached her sister, touched her elbow, and said teasingly. Xu Shiqing glared at her sister in shame. Aren't you just going to give Dad a massage? Do you need to remind me every day? Last time the two sisters made a bet, whoever made the most progress would win. The loser has to give Xu Hao a massage. Xu Shiqing lost without a doubt. It's just that she doesn't know how to massage at all, so she spends this time studying online. What's annoying is, this sister was actually supervising her and urging her to fulfill the agreement every day. Massage, she has almost learned it. But the thought of giving her father a massage made her feel a little embarrassed. No matter how embarrassed you are, you have to face it. Who made her lose the bet? Immediately prepare to find Xu Hao. I paused again, thinking of the last time I washed Xu Hao's feet, when my sister, her third sister, and her stepmother came over to watch her laugh. Xu Shiqing couldn't help but warn her sister fiercely. I'm going to give Dad a massage. You're not allowed to cause trouble for me this time, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. As she said that, she raised her hand and glanced behind Xu Huai vaguely. Xu Huai quickly covered her fleshy area and smiled. Okay, you sound like a naughty child. Am I that kind of person? You can go with peace of mind. Harder fist. Xu Shiqing clenched her fist and waved it several times. Can this sister speak? What does it mean to go with peace of mind? Only then will you feel at ease, your whole family will. Forget it, my dear sister. Cursing her, doesn't it mean cursing yourself? Xu Shiqing calmed down her chaotic thoughts, warned her sister, and turned around and left the study. I don't know whether Xu Huai was afraid of the lesson she learned last time or was not interested in her sister's massage, so she didn't follow her. Instead, he caught his third sister Xu Hongzhuang and asked her to teach him how to sing. Xu Shiqing saw Xu Hao in the pond in the courtyard. At this time, Xu Hao was enjoying the fish playing in the pond. Hearing the footsteps, Xu Hao looked back. Shiqing is back from school. How was school today? Did anything interesting happen? It's average, a bit boring. Xu Shiqing replied. The twin sisters are relatively mature mentally and cannot play together with those classmates. I always think they are very childish. The two sisters have good academic performance. No worries about exams. Just go to school and dawdle. If it weren't for the joy of painting, I would have to prepare for the international painting competition in 3 months. Sisters Xu Shiqing are too lazy to go to school. Dad, come with me, I have something I want to ask you to cooperate with. Xu Shiqing took the initiative to take Xu Hao's hand and came to the recliner nearby. Dad, you have worked hard to teach us this time. I have learned a set of massage techniques and want to give you a massage. Is there such a good thing? After thinking about it, Xu Hao knew that this should be the bet between the two sisters. It's just a massage. Xu Hao was a little disappointed. It seems that he still hasn't let go. Xu Hao lay down as instructed. Xu Shiqing began to practice the massage techniques she had learned on Xu Hao. Feeling her daughter's cold little hands pressing on her body, the forces neither light nor heavy, just right. Comfortable. I thought my daughter would just press her shoulder casually and that would be enough to complete the task. He was wrong. This turned out to be a full-body massage. Ding Xu Shiqing is so shy that her mood value is +849. Ding Xu Shiqing's heartbeat quickened, her emotional value +987. The massage is over. Xu Shiqing didn't know what she thought of, and ran away in despair. Xu Hao didn't even have time to say thank you. At night. Looking at Su Wancho, who was dressed in a teacher's professional attire, wearing hollow black stockings and a pair of high heels on her feet. The protagonist's beautiful stepmother becomes even more beautiful. I'm very angry. Ding Su Wancho cheered for joy, her mood value was +888. The next day, Xu Hao came to a community based on the address given by Wang Zuying. After receiving the news that Xu Hao was coming, Wang Shuikong came to the gate of the community early to wait. It is a happy thing to think about meeting Xu Hao soon. At this time, Wang Zuying frowned slightly. Because there was a fly buzzing next to her. Zuying, why haven't you replied to my messages these days? If I hadn't come here today, I wouldn't have known that my aunt was sick and hospitalized. This is a gentle and elegant young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His name is Chen Zhou, and he is a teacher at Modu University. One of Wang Zuying's many suitors. But this man has a thick skin. The other suitors saw that Wang Zuying didn't agree and just let it go. Fortunately for Chen Zhou, he chased him directly to his home. He often sent gifts home to please the Queen Mother. It's the same today, I don't know where he got the news. I bought a lot of supplements early in the morning. If it were any other suitor, she would not accept any gift given to her. But Chen Zhou was so smart that he gave the gift directly to the Queen Mother. Wang Zuying could not find a reason to refuse. Wang Zuying was too lazy to look at his face at home. Just when she learned that Xu Hao was coming, she came out to greet him. Unexpectedly, this guy followed him out shamelessly. Wang Zuying was in a very irritable mood. Instinctively, Xu Hao didn't want to misunderstand her relationship with this guy. This is very strange. Obviously Xu Hao is already a family man and has 7 daughters. It's impossible between the two of them. Maybe it's because we went into the woods last time. Recalling that embrace full of security, the manly scent that hit her face made her intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. 3%, 4%. Wang Zuying's pupils returned to focus. He frowned when he saw a hand waving in front of him. What did you say? What I want to ask is, who is the distinguished guest you are waiting for? He helped Aunt Wang while she was in the hospital. I will definitely thank him later. In his words, he actually thought that he was a member of the Wang family. Wang Zuying was convinced. I have never seen such a shameless person. Thinking of Xu Hao's identity, her eyes became playful. The anger suddenly disappeared. Are you sure you want to thank him in person? Sensing Wang Zuying's strange expression, Chen Zhou was a little confused. Nodded. Of course. In his opinion, if the Queen Mother could be discharged from the hospital so quickly, it shouldn't be a serious illness. Even if the distinguished guest was helping, the most he could do was call an ambulance, arrange hospitalization procedures, etc. His position in the eyes of the Queen Mother should not be threatened. Facts have proved that there is nothing wrong with his strategy. If you are unable to pursue Wang Zuying, you can start with your mother-in-law. No, he talked to Wang Zuying at close range. Like those suitors, they have no chance to say a few words to Wang Zuying. Today's guest is a threat. You must perform well and maintain your position in the Queen Mother's heart. Wang Zuying withdrew her gaze, but she sneered in her heart. She wanted to see what this guy looked like in front of Xu Hao later. Time passes little by little. From a distance, Wang Zuying saw a familiar car approaching. She has ridden in Xu Hao's car several times and is very familiar with it. The car stopped. Wang Zuying stepped forward to greet him. It seems that guy's status in Zuying's heart is not low. Chen Zhou thought to himself and followed cautiously. When he saw the familiar figure getting out of the car, Chen Zhou paused. Blinked hard several times. That's right. Isn't this Xu Hao, one of the school directors? CEO of Xu Group. The distinguished guest Wang Zuying and her family are waiting for his Xu Hao. Chen Zhou was numb. I originally wanted to show it in front of the other party. His own status told him not to have any ideas about Wang Zuying. Isn't this showing off your shitty status? You are nothing in front of the other person, okay. At this time, Wang Zuying happened to come with Xu Hao. Wang Zuying's joking voice sounded. Teacher Chen, don't you want to thank me? Director Xu is already here. Chen Zhou suddenly felt embarrassed. Are you thankful for this? Now that I am not a member of the Wang family, how can I express my gratitude? If you follow the idea just now and pretend to be a big-tailed wolf. Maybe Xu Hao would be unhappy and fire him when he got home. Hello Xu Han. He grinned a somewhat ugly smile. Quote, Xu Hao's eyes fell on Wang Zuying. For minor supporting characters who are not the protagonist, pursue the heroine. Xu Hao didn't take it to heart at all. Because he is destined to be a licking dog, the kind who can't even lick a hair. His name is Chen Zhou. He is a teacher of finance in our school. I know that Director Xu helped my mother contact the experts in the heart field of the first hospital for treatment. I want to thank you in person. Wang Zuying introduced it kindly. Seeing this guy's embarrassed look, she felt relieved. Chen Zhou was embarrassed. He thought that the other party was helping the Queen Mother by calling an ambulance and going through the admission procedures. Is this Tama directly contacting the experts and professors at the hospital? The two are not on the same level at all. Chen Zhou felt uncomfortable all over. She was afraid that if Wang Zuying continued to say something, Xu Hao would have a bad impression of him. He hurriedly said goodbye. Suddenly I remembered that I have something to do at home. Director Xu and Teacher Wang, please chat slowly. Just when Chen Zhou turned to leave, Xu Hongzhuang's voice sounded behind him. Teacher Chen, why don't you go back and have a meal together? After all, you gave me gifts. Chen Zhou was originally worried about Xu Hao's anger because of what happened just now. How dare we have dinner together? Run away quickly. Saw his embarrassed back. Wang Zuying finally showed a happy smile on her face. This smile is so beautiful that it bubbles up. It's a pity that Chen Zhou can't see it. Seeing Xu Hao staring straight at her, Wang Zuying was a little shy and explained. This guy is so annoying. Immediately told Chen Zhou's bad deeds. Do you want me to help you drive him away? Xu Hao suggested. No. Wang Zuying shook her head. Presumably after going through this incident, he will not harass me again. Remember to tell me if you have anything. Wang Zuying's heart trembled and she responded quietly. All the way to Wang Zuying's house. The operation was successful. The Queen Mother was fine and could even cook in the kitchen. The Queen Mother is not very old. She gave birth to Wang Zuying relatively early, and she still looks charming. Hearing the movement at the door, the Queen Mother looked over. Knowing that the savior was coming, he greeted his daughter. Take care of your 0.5 Mr. Xu first. The food will be ready soon. Sure enough, within a short while, the whole table was filled with plates of dishes. On the table, the Queen Mother solemnly expressed her gratitude to Xu Hao. Drive Xu, I really don't know how to thank you for asking you to find a favor with the dean for my minor illness. Zuying is my daughter's teacher, and we are also friends. This small favor is nothing. Xu Hao Feng Qingyan smiled lightly. The Queen Mother couldn't help but sigh. This lifesaver Xu Dong is also amazing. I heard that he is the father of 7 daughters, and he actually looks the same as 30 years old. Noticed the way his daughter looked at Xu Hao. The Queen Mother sighed. Xu Hao has family troubles and her children are already so old. This longing for my daughter will eventually be stillborn. Even if there is no family matter, the age gap between the two is still there. It's impossible for my daughter, but I'm pretty much the same. The Queen Mother was startled by the sudden idea. Xu Hao is the type of mature and handsome man who is very popular with girls. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely have to marry Xu Yi. Because the Queen Mother had just been discharged from the hospital, she couldn't eat much, and the doctor told her to rest more. After eating and chatting together for a while, I felt a little sleepy and went back to my bedroom to rest. Ask your daughter to entertain Xu Hao well. Wang Zuying poured Xu Hao a cup of tea and thanked him. Drive Xu, thank you for that day. Before Wang Zuying finished speaking, she felt her waist tighten and fell into that familiar embrace again. If you want to thank me, it's not just words. I only heard Xu Hao's words. Then in her shocked eyes, that handsome face slowly approached again. A familiar feeling comes. 073 The personal bodyguard appears. The heroine is half convinced and half convinced. Sleepless nights. Chapter 73. The personal bodyguard appears. The heroine is half recommended and half-hearted. Sleepless night. Out of gratitude to Xu Hao and the throbbing in her heart, Wang Zuying did not refuse. Ding Wang Zuying was shocked, her emotional value plus 777. Ding Wang Zuying is scared, her mood value is plus 888. Ding Wang Zuying's heart is pounding, her mood value is plus 999. In the room decoration is simple and elegant, not in a pink girly style, but with a bookish aroma. Glancing at Wang Zuying, Chen Hao checked the system's mood value. It's time to improve yourself. You wouldn't know it if you didn't check it, but the emotion value actually reached as much as 200,000. These are the accumulated results of so many days. A small part of it was provided by Xiao Wanling during teaching. Prove that his plan is correct. Through this step-by-step teaching method, you can really learn a lot. However, why is it that the emotional value provided is getting less and less? Isn't it no longer exclusive? It seems it's time to make the next step. Take back your mind, 200,000 emotional points, you must have a high-quality lottery. Not in a hurry. Let's talk about the 10 consecutive ordinary draws first. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 8 points of free attributes. 8 attribute points, not bad. Is a good sign. Ding, congratulations to the host, the reward SK*LL is, Firearms Master Level 1. Brush. A flood of memories flooded into my mind. All kinds of firearms knowledge are memorized by heart. As soon as I thought about it, the desert eagle that I had drawn before appeared in my hand. Hold it in your hand and play with it for a moment, and it feels like waving it with your arms. There is no more strangeness that I couldn't even grab before. Him now. It's not an exaggeration to call him a sharpshooter. Xu Hao was a little disappointed. As the strength increases, the role of firearms becomes smaller and smaller. Might as well come up with some alternative shooting techniques. Conquering can also gain emotional points. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize, 4 dead soldiers in the early stage of Ming Jin. Oops. That's awesome. 4 dead soldiers were drawn out at once. 16. Very good, I can finally protect all his women. There is no need for a dead soldier to protect the heroine well. In fact, their little strength cannot provide complete protection. To prevent some pornographic harassment, the plot is enough. Just notify yourself when you meet the protagonist. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, Grandmaster SK*LL improvement card. Not bad stuff. Haven't seen it for a long time. Now he has master level SK*LLS in music and firearms. They are all a bit useless, and there is no need to improve them to perfection. Let's wait until we encounter good SK*LLS. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the lottery to reward 2 dead soldiers in the middle stage of Mingjin C. Ah, this. Is there a bug in the system? When did you become so generous? There was one last time. Very good. He is short of people, very much so, the more the better. If you want to build the world's first family, a strong intelligence network is indispensable. He wants to build a global intelligence network, similar to the Great Qin network he saw in his previous life. Combining assassination and intelligence, he is the bloodthirsty king in the darkness. Today, his intelligence network is too low. I couldn't even find out all the information about the protagonist, so he's a shitty villain. Ding, congratulations to the host, a draw will reward Ming Jin for 1 person who dies in the later stage. Brush. Xu Hao's eyes lit up. Did all the dead men show up in the later period? He rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. Could it be that the strength of the dead warrior is related to his strength? Otherwise, how can we explain that he only took out a middle stage of Mingjin when he was in the early stage of Mingjin? Now in the middle stage of Mingjin, I drew a late stage of Mingjin. Doesn't that mean? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, a small whip. Hitting on the body will not leave any trace. Xu Hao looked at the ambiguous whip in his hand and fell into deep thought. Is this whip serious? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, 3 points of free attributes. There are less and less. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, 9 points of free attributes. Not bad. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward SK*LL, 18 martial arts grandmaster level. My mind was shaken. There is an influx of information. 18 kinds of martial arts are actually 18 kinds of weapons in ancient times. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axe, hook, fork. All weapons knowledge and usage are deeply imprinted in his mind. After digesting all the memories, Chen Hao smiled. For him, this thing is much better than a pistol. In battles between masters, pistols often have little effect. Not as lethal as a knife. It seems we still need to find a suitable weapon. Xu Hao recovered his mind, took a deep breath, and looked at the last 100,000 emotion points. System, Premium Lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize character, a personal bodyguard mid-stage Anjin. Damn it, so fierce. Should it be said that it is a quality lottery? All the masters of Anjin have drawn out. Xu Hao grinned. With a bodyguard who is an expert in Anjin, he doesn't have to be so cautious when doing things, and can be a little more relaxed. Before, he thought about continuing to guide the protagonist Zheng Fifan, but now it is no longer necessary. There are bodyguards around, and this is a society governed by the rule of law, even if Zheng Fifan knows that he is the enemy who *LLED his father. Nothing can be done to him. On the contrary, he can control Zheng Fifan at any time. He is not one of those mindless villains who doesn't know how to call the police and insists on confronting the protagonist. But, still can't float. This is a comprehensive novel world, and his villain is invincible. Does anyone know if there are other similar protagonists? Stable development is also needed. The draw is over. Xu Hao inspects the harvest. 20 points of free attributes. Next, he is going to deal with the protagonist. There is no need to increase the spirit for the time being, but increase the physique and strength. Let's add 10 points to each first. The familiar warmth came back again. The fatigue after exercise dissipated without a trace. With a slight thought, check the properties panel. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, controller of Xu Group. Charm, 93, full value 100. Strength, 80, mid-term Ming Jin. Physique, 46-10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 35-10 for ordinary people. SK*LLS. Close combat Grandmaster level painting, Grandmaster level calligraphy, God level piano, Grandmaster level music, Master level T-art, God level firearms, Master level 18 general martial arts, Grandmaster level. Items: Desert Eagle, Grandmaster SK*LL upgrade card, small whip. Special: portable space 1 cubic meter teleportation, bullying. Emotional value: 6948. Free attribute: 0. If I remember correctly. The protagonist named Chen Mo has a talent of 89 points. My master level close combat is no longer inferior to his. What's more, he has the ability to teleport several times and has a backup plan, so he is absolutely foolproof. It's time to deal with him too. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. At this time, he noticed that Wang Zuying's brows moved and she seemed to be waking up. The afternoon passed like this. The Queen Mother woke up from her sleep and came out of the bedroom. This is what I saw. Xu Hao was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, with her daughter sitting next to her obediently, like a good wife and mother. I saw there was only a pot of tea on the coffee table, not even a fruit plate. The Queen Mother couldn't help but blame her daughter. Didn't I buy a lot of fruit? You didn't take it out, you have no sense at all. I asked you to entertain Director Xu well. Is this how you entertained him? Wang Zuying's expression was a little confused. She hasn't entertained Xu Hao yet. Even he was eaten dry. Speaking of which, she didn't even know how she and Xu Hao got to this point. When they were together, she gradually lost herself and indulged in Xu Hao's tenderness. Because of the gratitude and throbbing in my heart. She half-asked it. By the time she came to her senses, it was already a done deal. Wang Zuying felt annoyed and regretful. Xu Hao's age doesn't matter. He looks to be in his 30s, and his body functions are as strong as an ox. But Xu Hao is a family man. As a teacher, I intervene in other people's lives. It would be over if someone found out. Xu Hao's long-standing good reputation will also be questioned. But now that the matter has come to this, it is useless for her to regret it. Just think of it as a beautiful encounter. Director Xu, it is wrong for us to do this. Can we just treat it as an accident? After today, we will resume our previous relationship as friends. This is what Wang Zuying said to Xu Hao after she regained consciousness. Okay. Considering that she was emotionally unstable now, Xu Hao did not stimulate her. Women just mean what they say. After the first time, there will be a second time, a third time, countless times. Queen Mother wanted to go to the kitchen to take out the fruit, but Xu Hao stopped her. No, it's time for me to go back. I had a great time talking to Zuying today. Xu Hao glanced at the sky outside. It's almost dusk. He turned around and blinked at Wang Zuying. Wang Zuying lowered her head in panic, her fingers tightly entangled with the corners of her clothes, feeling extremely shy. Wherever you talk happily, you obviously do it openly. The Queen Mother quits. At this point in time, it's dinner time. Her savior is the boss of the company and her daughter's friend. It would be outrageous to let people leave at this time. It's about to be done right away. It's time to eat, why are you in such a hurry? Just stay and finish your dinner before leaving. The Queen Mother asked to stay. Suddenly she reacted. All the vegetables I bought in the morning have been cooked by noon. I didn't buy anything at night, only some leftovers. How can anyone serve leftovers to guests? She slapped her forehead and blamed herself. Look at my memory. There is no fresh food at home. Otherwise, you can go out to eat. Wang Zuying nodded in agreement. She feels a little embarrassed to face Xu Hao now. But Xu Hao had helped his mother after all, so out of politeness, he had to retain her no matter what. Drive Xu, my mother is right, it's so late, let's have a meal together before leaving. The Queen Mother glanced at her daughter. Without Bai Jiao, her daughter would not have lost her humanity and sophistication after becoming a teacher. Zuying just go out to eat with you, Mr. Xu. Remember to choose a good hotel and don't be stingy with spending money. Xu Hao wanted to save her. However, I spent some favors and asked the hospital director for help, and I sent experts and professors to treat her. How much can a meal cost? Wang Zuying nodded, then was stunned. Then you won't come with us. She is currently ambiguous with Xu Hao. If you continue to stay with Xu Hao. Wang Zuying was not sure whether the suppressed emotions would completely explode. But Xu Hao still has her identity and really doesn't allow this. All she has to do is keep her distance from Xu Hao. Gradually forget what happened just now. The Queen Mother was kind enough to create a space for them to get along alone. I won't go. The doctor told me not to move too much for the time being. The Queen Mother shook her head and Yumai said. Besides, I'm a womanizer, so I can't get along with you. Zuying, please remember to thank Xu. 723 this. Wang Zuying was stupid. Thank you very much. How can I express my gratitude? Involuntarily, she turned to look at Xu Hao. I found that Xu Hao was looking at me meaningfully. Wang Zuying's pretty face turned red, her heart beat faster, and her shy eyes glanced around. Xu Hao was a little surprised. He was done for the day and wanted to see the personal bodyguard he had just drawn. However, the Queen Mother kept sending her daughter into her arms. If he doesn't accept it, it won't make sense. I've only been driving for an afternoon, and it's as if it didn't come. He still has more to say about this beautiful teacher. It would be best if we had more in-depth exchanges to leave a deep impression on the heroine. Maybe she will fall in love with him over time and take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. In school, you are a role model. But he is crazy and proactive in front of himself. Tisk tisk. Thinking about that picture gives you a sense of immersion. The two said goodbye to the Queen Mother and took a car together to a romantic Western restaurant. Xu Hao had already made a reservation for someone. Upon arrival, we went directly to a VIP box. Looking at the romantic atmosphere in the room, Wang Shui was moved. I didn't expect Xu Hao to have such a careful side. Today is a good day for us. Is it okay to have a drink? Xu Hao opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for each of them. Wang Zuying was a little embarrassed and said it as if it was their wedding night. In fact, there is nothing wrong with. Today is indeed her first time. Looking at the bright red wine in the tall wine glass, Wang Zuying was a little frightened. Could it be that Xu Hao was thinking about doing something while drunk? She shook her head, maybe she was overthinking. A whole afternoon, even a young man has consumed it. Just drink less yourself. Next, the two of them exchange glasses and enjoy a candlelight dinner. Seeing Wang Zuying finish a glass of wine, Xu Hao poured it for her again. Wang Zuying couldn't refuse, so she could only continue drinking. Still the same old routine. Xu Hao didn't let Wang Zuying get really drunk, otherwise it would be no different from picking up corpses. Drink less alcohol to cheer up and be more relaxed. He wanted to leave this beautiful teacher an unforgettable night. Ended with a candlelight dinner. Wang Zuying saw the darkening sky outside and was ready to go back. Just as she was about to stand up, she felt an extra hand on her waist, restraining her and preventing her from moving. When she turned around and saw that it was Xu Hao, Wang Zuying was a little panicked. Drive Xu, didn't you promise me that today's events will be treated as if they never happened? You also said it was today, has today not passed yet? Wang Zuying was stunned. That seems to be the case. She wanted to say something else, but her mouth no longer allowed her. 074 The long night the third daughter is subdued. The three sisters of the Xu family. Chapter 74. The long night the third daughter conquered the three sisters of the Xu family. For Wang Zuying, the night passed very long. During this period, the Queen Mother called and asked her daughter why she didn't come home. Wang Zuying could only lie that she had work to do at school and had not finished yet, so she came to school to work overtime. It's hard for her to pretend to be serious. The Queen Mother didn't think much about it. My daughter often lives in the school dormitory without going home because she is busy with work. After asking her to pay attention to her safety, she hung up the phone. Speaking of safety, Wang Zuying suddenly woke up. She didn't take any medicine in the afternoon. It won't kill anyone, right? If she were a teacher and got pregnant out of wedlock. It was found out by teachers and students in the school, and then exposed online. Wang Zuying couldn't imagine it. Ding Wang Zuying is in a happy mood, her mood value is +894. When Xu Hao and Wang Zuying walked out of the room, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Xu Hao found a dead man and sent Wang Zuying home. From now on, let her stay with you and be responsible for protection. Xu Hao came to a deserted alley. Greetings to the Lord. Xu Hao looked at the 8 women kneeling in front of him. Especially the one closest to me. His aura was restrained, and he didn't look like a master at all. He knew that this was due to his dark strength and hidden aura. Xu Hao spoke calmly. His eyes fell on the bodyguard in front of him. May I have your name? My lord, my name is Bai Ling. Bai Ling didn't have any emotion at all, but when he looked at Xu Hao, the enthusiasm in his eyes could not be concealed. Loyalty has also reached 100%. Just stay with me from now on. There is a dark power expert for personal protection. Xu Hao breathed out a sigh of relief. 573. Finally, I don't have to worry too much about being walked outside and a protagonist suddenly appears to do justice for me. When Xu Hao returned home, he saw his family gathering together. Everyone is in a more excited mood. What good thing happened to make you so happy? Xu Hao walked over with a smile. Dad, you are back and I want to tell you that third sister just released the song. Xu Huai ran over excitedly, took his arm, and talked about the process of recording music together today. It turns out that the 2 sisters have no class today. I accompanied Xu Hongzhuang and Xiao Wanling to the recording studio to record 3 songs. Dad, listen to what third sister sings, doesn't it sound good? Third sister is going to be popular now. Xu Huai took out her mobile phone and clicked on the 3 songs in her collection. After hearing this, Xu Hao thought there was no problem. Even some shortcomings have been corrected by his masterful music, and it should be more popular than in the previous life. I see how those people still say that the third sisters singing SK*LLS are not good. Xu Shiqing also snorted. I am disgusted by the trolls on the internet who are slandering Xu Hongzhuang. Xiao Wanling and Su Wancho were both sincerely happy for Xu Hongzhuang. Xu Hongzhuang was worried and stared at the screen nervously. Although several sisters thought it sounded good, she also felt good about it. But I don't know what the specific response will be if it is released. Xu Hao smiled. Xu Hongzhuang's worries are unnecessary. Presumably at this time, his channels also started to activate. Since I want to use these 3 songs to let Xu Hongzhuang break through the ban. Xu Hao has already made preparations and arranged all channels. It was different from just pretending to be in front of Xu Hongzhuang before. It seems that it is going all out to deal with Zhao Media, but in fact it is not working hard. This time, the powerful energy of Xu Hao Group was truly revealed. 3 songs quickly became popular on major platforms. In a multi-million-dollar company, a tall, graceful, elegant and elegant mature lady walked into the office. Dealing with company affairs made her a little tired. He rubbed his brows, sat down at his desk, and turned on his computer. The group of 7 fairies with flowery faces and moon faces. The number of group messages has increased to 99 plus. Curiously, I clicked on it and found out that it was my third sister, Xu Hongzhuang, who had released a new song. Everyone is talking about how good it sounds and how it is absolutely a hit. Click on the song The Wind Rises. The twilight covers your staggering steps. Entering the painting hidden by the bedside. In the painting, you lower your head and talk. I still marvel at how big the world is. Also indulged in childhood love stories. No truth or falsehood left, no struggle, no pointless jokes. I finally gave her my youth back. Together with the midsummer that pops up on your fingertips. Whatever the heart moves, it goes with the wind. In the name of love, are you still willing? After listening to a song, the mature lady was stunned. The fatigue in the body dissipates and is replaced by a new vitality. I feel like my whole body is on fire. She has never been in love, nor will she fall in love. She only wants to make money. She is Xu Hao's eldest daughter. He is also the one who suffers the most from Xu Hao's indifferent attitude. With Xu Hao as a role model, she doesn't trust any man but herself. Xu Hao was able to create tens of billions of assets in just a few decades. She believed she could do it too. I vowed to surpass this cold and heartless father. Therefore, after graduation, I refused to be recommended by the teacher to be a graduate student. Resolutely walked into the mall. She does have amazing talent and keen vision in business. quickly explore business opportunities and earn the first pot of gold in life. Then the company started smoothly. But at this time, she was facing more and more problems. Not only do you have to manage hundreds of people in the company, you also have to deal with competitors and find new business opportunities. I'm either working or on the way to work all day long. At the end of the day, I was very tired. After listening to the song The Wind Rises, sung by Sanmei, she felt that society was full of excitement. The she, in the song. Naturally, I think of dreams. No matter how difficult it is, she will persevere. In a research room, a beautiful woman with equal looks and temperament. Wearing a research suit, he was sitting in front of the computer and savoring the song Under the Sea, sung by his third sister, Xu Hao. Scattered moonlight passed through the clouds. Avoid the crowd. Scales that form the sea. The waves wet the white dress. Trying to push you back. Waves wash away blood. Delusion to warm you. Listen to the depths of the sea. Whose cry guides? The soul sinks into silence. No one wakes you up. The slightly depressing dubbing, combined with the heavy singing voice, makes the beauty excited. Suddenly he was brought into that desperate mood. Too late, too late. You laughed and cried. Too late, too late. Your trembling arms. Too late, too late. No one will pick you up. Too late, too late. You obviously hate suffocation. After listening to the song, the beauty's eyes turned red and she felt bad. In this song, she felt the deep helplessness. Depression, sadness, pain. Although she felt a little uncomfortable after listening, it didn't stop her from wanting to continue listening. An isolated mountain. There is endless traffic here, and chickens and dogs hear each other, just like a peach blossom garden isolated from the world. In the antique room, sitting there was a classical beauty who looked like a fish and was dressed in ancient costume, as if she had traveled from ancient times to the present day across 1,000 years. At this time, the classical beauty was holding her mobile phone, closing her eyes slightly and listening to Kai Ling, coming from the mobile phone. She is Xu Hao's fourth daughter. I have loved classical literature and admired traditional culture since I was a child. Once, I saw a Chinese-Western exchange competition and saw that Western medicine had devalued Chinese medicine as worthless and ridiculed it. She was furious. Traditional Chinese medicine is also a part of traditional culture, but it is gradually declining now. And was ridiculed so badly. She immediately decided to study medicine and was determined to promote traditional Chinese medicine. By chance, through the channel of her senior sister, she became her master. Now she has been studying in the mountains for 2 years. The third sister of the family was banned because she refused the confession of a rich second generation. She was very angry. I really want to go home and help my third sister. But she hasn't finished her studies yet and can't go down the mountain. But the master has already told her. When she learns the Tai divine needle, let her come out of the mountain. So during this time, she worked hard to improve herself. After receiving the news that the third sister released a new song in the group, she immediately started listening to it. Under the Sea and The Wind Rises are both very enjoyable to listen to. But her favorite is another song Kai Ling. Ancient singing methods and opera tunes are also part of traditional culture. She liked it very much and was hooked as soon as she heard it. The play breaks, the sleeves rise and fall. Singing joys and sorrows, singing separation and reunion, it has nothing to do with me. The fans open and close, the gongs and drums sound and then fall silent. Love in the play and outside the play, who can say? Habitually blending all the joy, anger, sorrow and joy into the ink. So what if the lyrics are sung through, my bones and ashes are all mine. In troubled times, duckweed endures to watch the beacon fire burning mountains and rivers. I am humble and dare not forget about my country, even if no one knows me. People in the audience walked by and could not see the old color. People on the stage sang a heartbreaking farewell song. It's hard to write the word love. In Chinese, she sings I will come back. The curtain rises, the curtain falls, and in the end we are the guests. The classical beauty looked excited. In today's era, the entertainment industry is full of sissies, and there are few such thought-provoking songs. I couldn't help but give third sister Xu Hongzhuang a thumbs up. At the same time, she waved her fist, feeling slightly relieved. Once these 3 songs are released, the ban on third sister will be self-defeating. Click. At this time, the door was pushed open. A mature beauty who was also wearing an ancient costume pushed the door open and came in. Her sweet voice rang out. Qingshe, today's teaching time is up, why are you still staying in the house? Don't want to go down the mountain. Master, you came just in time. My third sister has released a very good song. You should also come and listen to it. It's not just these three sisters. Under the full bombardment of the Xu group, many people across the country know these three songs. Once I heard it I couldn't stop. Isn't this so nice? Especially this song The Wind Rises. When I heard it, I felt energetic, my scalp was numb, and my blood was rising. Come on, this song Under the Sea is still good. I cry every time I listen to it. The more I cry, the more I want to listen to it. Haha, I like Kai Ling the most. Once the drama comes out, who can compete with her? Speaking of, do you know this singer and songwriter named Xu Hao? I have never heard of such a talented singer before. Isn't it? You don't even know about Xu Hao. The internet has been very popular recently. Zhao's media sealed it. What the hell? Such an awesome person needs to be banned. What on earth did she do? It is said that the son-in-law of Zhao's media failed to express his love and became angry and threatened to block her. These second-generation rich people are nothing. Damn it, we immediately reposted it and asked the Zhao media to lift the ban. If I never hear Xu Hongzhuang's songs again, I will definitely cry to death. As a result, countless netizens reposted and posted. Wanmin wrote in blood, allowing Zhao media to revoke the ban. Many similar topics are on the hot search. Shocking. Xu Hongzhuang, the youngest international pianist, released 3 popular songs. Who said she has no singing talent? Zhao media blocked her for no reason, and thousands of people protested. The song Kai Ling set off the craze of ancient style and ushered in the era of drama. Xu family. Xu Hongzhuang kept staring at the computer screen and looking at the background data. I saw that the playback volume of the 3 songs was growing at a terrifying speed. Then she saw the hot search again. The audience reacted fiercely, and countless people protested against her injustice. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes were red with excitement. The whole family is happy for her. Third sister, you are completely popular now. You will definitely have a place as queen of this year. That's awesome, my third sister. From today on, we will all call you a big star. Congratulations, your dream has come true. Oh my god, I actually have a big star best friend, Hongzhuang, I'm so proud of you. I heard the excited tone of my 2 sisters and the praise from my best friend. Xu Hongzhuang took a deep breath to calm down her excitement. She turned her head and blurted out, Dad, thank you. Ding. Xu Hongzhuang was so moved, her emotional value plus 888. Ding. Xu Hongzhuang was very excited, her emotional value plus 999. Xu Hao gave her a smile. The third daughter was taken care of, and he was very happy to have a mood-boosting leak around him for a long time. Su Wancho smiled and felt slightly relaxed. This daughter finally got it done. If her daughter doesn't give in yet, she will. Every night Xu Hao used the excuse that she failed to convince Xu Hongzhuang to bully her. Thinking of Xu Hao's 4.5 figure holding a small whip in his hand, she couldn't help but feel scared. Strange, why do I still feel my heartbeat speeding up? Is it really like what Xu Hao said? What strange attributes do you have? No, it's impossible. She is a normal person. The shameful thing was already known to several daughters. If she still knew what attributes she had, she would be totally embarrassed to see anyone. Dad, you are partial and wrote 3 songs for the third sister. When will you write one for us too? Xu Wei suddenly remembered. The third sister is famous because of Xu Hao. She quickly stepped forward to hold Xu Hao's arm, shaking her and acting coquettishly. After hearing her sister's words, Xu Xiqing also stared at Xu Hao, her eyes full of expectation. Although Xiao Wanling also looked at Xu Hao, her eyes were evasive and she didn't know what she was thinking of. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. The Xu family is enjoying themselves happily. The other side. Zheng Fifan came out of a dark alley. Inside lay the bodies of 2 K***lers. I heard the people around me excitedly discussing the song released by Xu Hongzhuang. With 3 songs, he broke through the ban of Zhao media. Zheng Fifan looked complicated. Xu Hao asked him to solve the issue of Xu Hongzhuang's ban. It turns out that not long ago, due to pressure from the masses, a superior approached Father Zhao of Zhao media. Let him revoke the ban on Xu Hongzhuang. Although Father Zhao was unwilling to do so, he had to do it. Xu Hongzhuang is fine and has become a top star. Zheng Fifan was miserable. He promised to help resolve the blockade, but it turned out that the matter was not done and he even made a fuss about it. Now he has no peace every day. Killers often come to the door, which is very annoying. Zheng Fifan's face was gloomy and murderous. Damn it, don't let me know who is behind the scenes, otherwise I will make you pay with blood. 075 Backstab the fifth daughter is about to return, lead the heroine astray. Chapter 75. Backstab the fifth daughter is about to return, leading the heroine astray. Just when Xu Hongzhuang became popular and the internet was abuzz with excitement, a message was sent to the prison. In a cell, when a burly man received the news, his breathing stagnated and his expression changed wildly. He is the king in this prison, free from major organizations. In the prison, many prisoners huddled together for warmth, forming small gangs. But no matter which gang they belong to, they all respect him and dare not offend him. When you see him, you have to say hello respectfully. Even the prison guards dare not offend, because he is the big brother of the brotherhood. The leader of the six brothers, Gao Chang, wins. He is also Chen Mo's master. 3 years ago, Chen Mo was arrested and bullied. At that time, seeing that he had a tough character and was bored in prison, he simply accepted such an apprentice. Unexpectedly, this apprentice's martial arts talent is unexpectedly good. In just 3 years, he reached the same state as him, the late stage of Ming Jin. But at this time this brother of Furui Mubo could no longer remain calm. The gang of brothers was wiped out, the sixth brother was K*LLED, and the apprentice was framed. What's outrageous is that this series of changes only happened within a few days. What a joke. At first, the six brothers formed a brother gang. Along the way, gods will be K*LLED and gods will be K*LLED, and Buddhas will be K*LLED, leading the brotherhood to become the biggest force in Nanchang. It took more than 10 years. Now you tell me, how many days did it take for the brotherhood to be wiped out? But the news came from those good brothers, so he couldn't help but not believe it. No, I have to go out as soon as possible. Gao Qiangsheng's eyes flashed. Whether it's the destruction of the brotherhood he founded, the death of his fraternal sixth brother, or the frame-up of his apprentice, he couldn't just sit back and watch. According to the sentence, he will stay in prison for 5 years. It's been 4 years now. There is still 1 year to go. He couldn't get anyone to commute his sentence. But it's okay to activate the past relationship and let him go out and come back. In a hidden private room 16, the 4 people sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was very depressing. After a long silence, the youngest among them, Lao Wu, spoke. Are we really going to do this? That's the big brother we respect. My eldest brother is so good to me and has saved my life many times, but he lets me stab me in the back, but I really can't do it. The fourth child shook his head repeatedly. We don't want to hurt brother, but besides doing what that guy says, what else can we do? The third child picked up the wine on the table, which was filled with white wine, and he drank it in one gulp. Just in the morning, Lao Mo found them and asked them to write a letter to their eldest brother in prison to lure him out. Then wait for an opportunity to stab him in the back. Several members of the brotherhood were angry. The eldest brother is our brother, our dearest brother, no matter what the hell, we will not stab him in the back. We have already joined your blood slaughter society, what else do you want? We can be your thugs, but we must not listen to your words and hurt big brother. At most, when you want to deal with big brother, we just don't interfere. Facing the firm rejection of several people, Lao Mo just smiled coldly. You love your relatives, friends, and brothers, right? Then I'll give you money. Have you forgotten that your family is still under my control? If you don't agree, then I will have to operate on them. Add a few more knives to the original foundation. The methods are not cruel. These were all taught to him by Xu Hao. In order to achieve the goal, any means are necessary. History is written by the victors. Who cares about a dead person? The brothers were so angry that their whole bodies were throbbing with anger. Is this still the underground world they know? Loyalty, passionate brotherhood, lofty sentiments. They didn't see any similar qualities in Lao Mo. Some are just hypocritical and unscrupulous. Xu Hao has something to say here. You are just a member of society. You kill people and set fires every day. You act like you are noble. Angry as hell, the brothers finally had to agree. I had to do what Lao Mo said. They are not afraid of death, and even if they die, they will not hurt their brothers. Not to mention their big brother who is very good at backstabbing. However, when it comes to the safety of their loved ones, they have to compromise. 153. Hearing that several people were still arguing, the second child waved his hand impatiently. If any of you are not afraid of something happening to your family, don't do anything. Hearing this, the four of them were silent. Their family is their weak spot. The seven fairies with beautiful faces and moon faces, group of sisters. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS. And I'm really not a big star. Third sister, when you are entertaining yourself to death, how did you come up with the idea of composing the ancient song Wei Ling? It also incorporates drama. I like this song of yours so much. Technology is the primary productive force. Sanmei sang very well in the past, but the lyrics were not very good. The three songs she created this time are simply amazing and will definitely become popular in the industry. Especially this song Under the Sea, I never tire of listening to it. I just want to make money. I suggest you listen to The Wind Rises. After listening to it, I guarantee that you will be instantly energized. Sanmei is really amazing. It seems that we don't need our help anymore. With these three songs, she has broken through the ban of Zhao Media. There is really going to be a big star among our sisters. Please call me queen. I admit that the songs written by the third sister are indeed good and the songs they sing are beautiful, but they are not my cup of tea. Third sister, when will you help me write a song with a domineering heroine? Sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei knew that several sisters had formed a new group behind their backs. So they didn't tell anything about Xu Hongzhuang. They are looking forward to the third sister Xu Hongzhuang's words, when the sisters know that the third sister has joined their father's camp. What expressions will they have? At this time, I saw several sisters asking. The two sisters, poetic and picturesque, looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Staring at the screen without blinking. They were not disappointed. Xu Hongzhuang responded to the message. I am not a big star. Eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, you have all misunderstood. I sang those three songs correctly, but the lyrics were written by my father. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS. Please call me queen. Science and technology are primary productive forces. I just want to make money. Sanmei, did you make a typo? You are allowed to withdraw and type again. Xu Hongzhuang felt a little guilty when she saw the news about her eldest sister. But she has already admitted Xu Hao's identity and called her dad, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Not only that, she also wanted to bring back several sisters. In the past, maybe they misunderstood their father. Ever since she returned home, Xu Hao could see how much he cared about her. He doesn't look like that kind of heartless and indifferent person. She raised her finger, thought for a moment, and typed a reply. Sister, we may all have misunderstood. Dad had a cold attitude towards us in the past, and he may have hidden secrets. Actually, he is a very elegant and easygoing father who loves us very much. Let me tell you what I experienced after I came back. My father taught me to play the piano every day, and he also taught my two younger sisters painting and calligraphy. Not long after I came back, he bought me a piano worth more than 9 million yuan that I liked. Later, when I was blocked by Zhao Media, he tried his best to speak out for me online. Some time ago, because of my mental illness, I wrote 3 songs overnight to help me break through the blockade. You don't know how mysterious my father is. Not only is he great at piano, but he's not as good at music as I am. If Dad makes his debut, he will definitely be a superstar. I have a best friend, Xiao Wanling, do you all know that? She has always been top-notch in tea art, and she feels that she is no worse than those tea masters praised on TV. But after seeing her father's tea art, she felt ashamed of herself. Recently, she has been catching her father teaching her. Eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister and fifth sister, please come back. My 2 sisters and I are looking forward to being reunited with you. Please call me queen. Third sister, don't you have any brains? TCMYYDS, third sister, are you going to betray our organization? Technology is the primary productive force. Sanmei, what are you doing? Didn't you go back and check whether the 2 sisters have been brainwashed by Xu Hao? How come you have been brainwashed yourself? Just want to make money. Sanmei, even if what you said is true, have you forgotten what Xu did to us before? You just forgive him like this. Seeing this news, Xu Hongzhuang bit her lip with a complicated expression. This is actually true. Before, she had the same idea as these sisters. No matter what Xu did, she would never forgive her. But after the experience, only then can you understand the deep helplessness and how wonderful it feels to have your father by your side holding up the sky. The two sisters were moved by the poetic and picturesque scenery. I know it's time for them to appear. The little girl selling nuclear bombs. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. I told you that my father is a very kind person. You didn't believe anything I said, but do you believe it now? Third sister is the proof. Draw a circle and curse you. Yes, yes, Dad is very good to us, and I believe he will be no exception to you. If you come back, you will be surprised. Chinese medicine doctor YYDS, I believed you're evil. And I'm really not a big star. Didn't you say before that even if you die outside or jump from a tall building, you won't forgive Xu Hao? We need an explanation. Technology is the primary productive force. What kind of ecstasy have you been fed? I still don't know who Xu Hao is. What you are saying is too ridiculous. Please call me your lady queen. Ha ha, stop talking to these two little traitors, you are too poisoned. As I happen to be free recently, I will come back and take a look at some time to see how Xu Hao brainwashed you. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, fifth sister is coming back. Welcome, +1 for family members. Please call me her lady queen. After Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai joined the discussion, the group of 7 fairies gradually became quiet. Several sisters moved to another group. 5 sisters who love each other. I just want to make money. And I'm really not a big star, shouldn't you give us 10 explanations? Xu Hongzhuang couldn't laugh or cry. Haven't they all been explained? It seemed that all her sisters thought they were hypnotized by their father, just like her before. I'm really not a big star, sister, everything I said is true. Dad is really good. You will know when you come back. I believe you will also have a different impression of Dad like me. After sending a message, Xu Hongzhuang edited another one, but an exclamation mark appeared. You have been removed from the group chat. Xu Hongzhuang was confused. After kicking Xu Hongzhuang, the group name was also changed to 4 sisters who love each other. Technology is the primary productive force. Please call me queen, 5th sister, do you really want to go back? Chinese medicine YYDS, you must not be like the 3rd sister, who gave it away for free after you returned. I don't know what trick Xu Hao used. She only wants to make money. Wumei can go back, she has martial arts SK*LLS, and she can resist anything Xu Hao does. Remember to report the real situation to us after you go back. In fact, she didn't doubt what Xu Hongzhuang said, she just doubted whether Xu Hao had the ability. Can she play the piano? She plays so well. Why didn't she know about it before? Mostly I took other people's piano music and used it myself. Please call me your lady queen. Just look at me and promise to expose the true face of that hypocrite and rescue the 3rd sister and 2 younger sisters from fire and water. Even if I die outside, jumping from 123rd floor on the 30th floor, I will not forgive Xu Hao. Seeing this message from her, several sisters in different positions were shocked in their hearts. There is an ominous feeling. Just when the 3 sisters were chatting in a group. In the courtyard, Xu Hao is teaching Xiao Wanling tea art step by step. Still standing, Xiao Wanling didn't know that it was for Xu Hao's sake and she didn't want him to bend over backwards to teach her. Still like this feeling, when Xu Hao taught her step by step, she put the tea set on the high platform very wisely. Standing in front of me obediently. Xu Hao smiled playfully. Very interesting, but it won't end that easily today. The step-by-step teaching begins. Although Xiao Wanling has gradually gotten used to it, she can't help but blush every time. After all, she is a young lady. Where have you ever been exposed to such a scene? Xiao Wanling thought this time would be the same as before, and Xu Hao would let her go after teaching her. But Xu Hao didn't. After putting down her hands, he wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly. Xiao Wanling's heartbeat accelerated. What do you want to do? Xiao Wanling didn't hear clearly and was a little confused. What? I've been teaching you for so long, shouldn't you help me? You should know that it will be bad for your health over time. Xiao Wanling thought about it. This is indeed the case. She learned this knowledge when she was studying in school. Thinking about it, Uncle Xu knew that this would be harmful to her body, but he still taught her unshakably every day. It must be very hard to endure, right? But Uncle Xu asked him to help, how should he help? Xiao Wanling did not reject it, but really asked Xu Hao this question. This is all because Xu Hao has been cultivating and improving his goodwill over the past few days. Xu Hao has always controlled the degree of favorability. And today is the opportunity for the relationship to turn sour. Xu Hao bowed slightly and whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Xiao Wanling's eyes widened, she opened her mouth, then closed it immediately. I couldn't help but touch my lips. Is this also possible? Xiao Wanling's cheeks were hot, her face was red, and her forehead was smoking. It's really embarrassing. I can't do it, but thinking of Xu Zhen's meticulous teaching these days, too. If I refuse, it will be too hurtful to others. How about helping me once? Then okay, but where can I help? We can't let Hongzhuang and the others find out. Xu Hao's eyes flashed with a smile of success. Come with me, let's find a quiet place. So, Xu Hao took Xiao Wanling, who was blushing, to his study. 076 The heroine's office. Learn a foreign language. The protagonist's mentality explodes. Chapter 76 The heroine's office. Learning foreign languages. The protagonist's mentality explodes. Ding Xiao Wanling feels shy, her mood value is plus 555. Ding Xiao Wanling is curious, her mood value is plus 666. Ding Xiao Wanling was extremely shocked, her emotional value was plus 888. After an hour, Xiao Wanling came out of the study, returned to the courtyard, and continued to practice tea art. Sister Wanling. Just when Xiao Wanling's thoughts were racing, thinking about the scene just now, she was too weak to make tea. A voice suddenly came from behind. Xiao Wanling's body stiffened and she was startled. I feel like I've done something bad and been discovered. Xiao Wanling turned around and saw Xu Xiqing, her eyes immediately dodged, and she hesitated. It's Xiqing. What's wrong with you? She was with her father just now, and now she met her daughter. She was afraid that some clues would be discovered. Do you know where Dad is? Xu Xiqing asked the reason why she was looking for her. Uncle Xu. No, I don't know. Xiao Wanling laughed. Xu Xiqing looked strange, feeling that Xiao Wanling was a little strange today. Sister Wanling, why are you blushing like this? Are you sick? No number, maybe it's because the weather is too hot. Xiao Wanling quickly looked out at the clear sky and stretched out her hand to fan herself. Xu Xishan felt even more strange. The weather outside is indeed very hot. But the Xu family villa was cool and didn't feel hot at all. Xu Xiqing was surprised, feeling that something was wrong with Xiao Wanling's mouth. Did she eat something bad? Sister Wanling, are you having a fever? Do you want to go to the hospital? Xiao Wanling shook her head repeatedly. It's okay, it'll be fine in a moment. Although she was a little worried about Xiao Wanling's condition at this time, since she said she was fine. Xu Xiqing said no more. Just as she was about to leave, she discovered another problem and said in surprise. Sister Wanling, what's wrong with your legs? You feel a little shaky. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? Xiao Wanling glanced down. It was indeed trembling slightly. She waved her hands quickly and said, it's okay, it's just that I'm a little numb after squatting for a long time. Xu Xiqing nodded suddenly, and then a new question emerged. Sister Wanling, don't you make tea standing up? What do you need to squat for? Triggering the keyword, Xiao Wanling's heart skipped a beat. I complained in my heart that this little girl Xu Xiqing acted like a curious baby. Why are there so many problems? Of course, it was definitely impossible for Xiao Wanling to say it. In desperation, I came up with a lame excuse. I just stood for a long time, so I took a rest. Xu Xishan felt strange. Even if Xiao Wanling is tired, shouldn't she sit for a while? There is no one left squatting to rest. She did not continue to ask further. Xu Hao was not found here, so she immediately went to the next place. Seeing that Xu Xiqing finally left, Xiao Wanling felt relieved before letting go. He patted the wrinkled clothes in front of him. He breathed a sigh of relief. It almost scared her to death. Ding Xiao Wanling is terrified, her mood value is plus 999. A day flies by. Xu Hao stayed in the company for half a day and listened to Xia Qingdi's work report for more than an hour. Afternoon. Xu Hao came to school by car. Now there is Bai Ling as his personal bodyguard. Li Kun, the secretary and driver, can get away. The investigation into Li Kun, a rebellious old man, has already begun. Once the evidence about him is found, it's time to destroy the anti-Gu Zagu. According to the news from the dead bodyguards arranged beside Wang Zuying. Wang Zuying was currently working on teaching copywriting alone in the office. This beautiful teacher resisted a little fiercely and was not completely conquered yet. Xu Hao decided to strike while the iron was hot and captured it in one fell swoop. The office, to a dedicated teacher, is extremely sacred and cannot be violated. What if you had a romantic encounter here? Conquest is not far away. Is there any idea here that after listening to the work reported by her students just now, I would come to her for comparison? Only Xu Hao knows it in his heart. In Bai Ling's Chen Haoying's office. As a professional lecturer, the office arranged by the school is quite luxurious. And there are only 2 teachers in one office. Another female teacher didn't come because she had no class today. Wang Zuying was the only one in the office. This is convenient for him. Xu Hao stopped in front of the office door and raised his hand to knock on the door. Wang Zuying is busy at her desk. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she couldn't help but wonder. Who will come at this time? With a click, the door opened. Xu Hao's figure came into her eyes. Drive Xu, why are you here? Wang Zuying was surprised. I missed you, so I came to see you. Xu Hao approached slowly, and Wang Zuying's heart skipped a beat. That afternoon, and another night, the door to memories opened again. She would always think of that embarrassing scene from time to time, and her face would turn red. So, you can only force yourself. Only if you keep working and don't let yourself relax will you feel better. Did not expect. Just when she was about to forget about it, Chen Hao suddenly appeared. Wang Zuying was a little at a loss when she heard him talk about missing her in an ambiguous tone. Drive Xu, don't be like this. We agreed before to return to being friends. Xu Hao sat directly in front of her. Wang Zuying lowered her head and said weakly. Xu Hao started to perform as a scumbag, and his eyes suddenly became affectionate. He grabbed her hand with affection. Zuying, I tried to forget you as you said, but I can't. The more I want to forget you, the more your figure will appear in my mind. You have entered my heart deeply. Wang Zuying's heartbeat quickened. What Xu Hao said was exactly how she felt. Could it be that his status in Xu Hao's heart is also so high? Sensing the change in her expression, Xu Hao continued to speak. Zuying, if you don't believe it, I will announce that we are together now. Bu. Wang Zuying was startled. What if Xu Hao really announced the news? He is her daughter's teacher, and Xu Hao is a family man. If you tell me, you may not know what people will think of you. This matter can only be hidden and must not be known to others. 3W. His own reputation was ruined, and Xu Ji's reputation was also ruined. But even so, Xu Hao is still willing to announce it. It is enough to show Xu Hao's sincerity towards herself. Wang Zuying was moved for a moment. Ding Wang Zuying was deeply moved, her emotional value plus 694. Touched and moved, they still can't be together. Drive Xu, you have a family, and I am your daughter's teacher. I don't want to destroy your family. Wang Zuying wanted to take her hand out of Xu Hao's hand. However, her strength was not enough in front of Xu Hao. In the end, I had to let him catch me. Xu Hao also knew that the beautiful teacher and heroine would not tell anyone, so he said it deliberately. Otherwise, if it were some yandere heroine with a weird temper, he really wouldn't dare to do this. The character he has created now is pretty good. Before he has enough strength to deal with possible crises in this world, he should try to keep a low profile. But I really can't let you go, I can't let you go. Xu Hao acted rogue. The poor beautiful teacher is like a helpless little white rabbit in the office. Teacher, I don't know English, please teach me. Just when Xu Hao was obsessed with learning foreign languages. The entrance to Nanchang prison. A figure walked out. It was Gao Qiangsheng, the eldest brother of the Brotherhood. Since getting the news yesterday, he immediately contacted the above relationship. I agreed that he would come out for a few days and then go back. Brother, I finally see you. Brother, long time no see. Although Big Brother has been here for 4 years, his style is still the same as before BGCD. Brother, is there anyone bullying you in prison? I will definitely break his legs. Seeing him walking out of the prison, 4 figures came to greet him. Gao Qiangsheng was also very happy to see several brothers this time. I am the boss in prison, who dares to bully me? I hugged each other with some brothers. The smile on Gao Qiangsheng's face gradually disappeared and he asked in a deep voice. Lao Lu, is he really? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The brothers were a little sad. Thinking of the backstab he was going to do next, he lowered his head even more. The second child, with a complicated look on his face, recounted what had happened in the past few days. He thought the brothers were sad for Lao Lu's death, but Gao Qiangsheng didn't think much about it. After learning the cause of Lao Lu's death, Zhan Sheng became furious. What? Lao Lu died at the hands of Lur hired by the Lu family. Lu family. No matter how he framed his apprentice, he also K*LLED his brother. This is a life-and-death hatred. Brother, the Lu family and his son are dead. The second child continued to say that they were targeting the Lu family, and then the Lu family and his son were K*LLED on the way to escape. Their brothers became the scapegoats. Chen Mo has become a key target of suspicion. Gao Qiangsheng was stunned for a while. Thinking of something, he flashed his eyes and asked, "By the way, what happened to the blood massacre you mentioned? How was the Brotherhood eliminated?" The second brother explained again. It turned out that when their brother gang was fighting with the Alliance forces and dealing with the Lu family. Bloody massacre. It will continue to develop secretly and accumulate power. The senior members of the Brotherhood were captured. They no longer hid and beat up the drowned dog. Chen Mo was framed, most likely by the Lu family and his son who were K*LLED in the blood massacre, making their brother gang the scapegoat. M.A. Gao Qiangsheng clenched his fists. A majestic aura exuded from his body. The brothers were all shocked. "Brother, have you made a breakthrough?" Gao Qiangsheng nodded. Lao Er's eyes lit up, then dimmed. In fact, it doesn't matter even if the Brotherhood is gone. As long as their brothers are still there. Especially when the eldest brother has reached the peak of Mingjin. A gang of brothers can be re-established easily. However, Butcher Mo has no moral ethics and has been secretly monitoring their family. Once they make any move, they will do it without hesitation. The second child had to suppress the idea of telling the eldest brother the truth. "Brother, revenge must be avenged. Today, eldest brother is released from prison. We must celebrate. There is no rush for revenge." Gao Qiangsheng nodded. "Let's go, it's time to start eating meat. The food in the prison has almost faded away." "Brother, aren't we going to pick up Xiao Mo?" Lao Wu asked aloud. Just when Gao Qiangsheng used his connections to let himself out. He also got his apprentice Chen Mo out. Chen Mo's matter is quite simple. Although he is the most suspected, there is no definite evidence. The police could only let him go. No, just give him a call and ask him to come over after he comes out. I have only been out for a few days. Today we brothers are gathered together. I have many things to ask you. The second child opened his mouth when he heard this, but in the end he didn't say much. What Lao Mo explained is, let them take Gao Qiangsheng and Chen Mo with them. However, these brothers were already feeling guilty about the backstab they were about to do. If Chen Mo is forcibly brought along, Gao Qiangsheng may be suspicious. If Xu Hao were here, he would definitely sigh. This is the protagonist aura. According to normal circumstances, after Gao Cheng wins, he should talk to his apprentice about his true feelings. It turned out that he wanted to join his brothers to ask some questions. I just missed the protagonist Chen Mo. Chen Mo walked out of the police station. Seeing the clear sky outside, I took a deep breath of free air. It feels so good to be free. Looking back at the police station door, it looked like a beast that was choosing people to devour. He never wanted to go in for a third time. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Chen Mo was about to leave when his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was the second person calling. Chen Mo answered. Second uncle, where are you? I came out of the police station. Come to Tianyuan restaurant. Your master has also come out and is here with us. Chen Mo still didn't know the news about the demise of the Brotherhood, but learned that Tianyuan restaurant was under the Brotherhood. Didn't think much about it. Thinking that he was about to meet his master, Chen Mo stopped a taxi on the side of the road with excitement. After getting in the car, Chen Mo tilted his head and admired the scenery receding outside the window. The bustling city and the deserted prison are in sharp contrast. Chen Mo's pupils shrank sharply. He quickly shouted to the driver. Number 4. Just then, he saw two familiar figures in a flash. It seems to be Xu Hao and his beautiful teacher Wang Zuying. Stopping the taxi, he quickly paid and got off. Run towards that alley. A private restaurant is located in a somewhat remote alley here. This is the characteristic of private restaurants, which provide customers with a quiet dining environment. Real big shots don't think that a prosperous restaurant is the only way to be stylish. They often pursue simplicity, and simplicity is the highest level. This private restaurant is pretty good. Chefs are passed down from generation to generation by ancient royal chefs. Every dish is carefully crafted and extremely exquisite. Usually it's just the rich nouveau riche who can't get it even if they want to. Rich people also have to queue up to make reservations. For people like Xu Hao, of course, no reservation is required. Just call and let them know. Just when Xu Hao and Wang Zuying were about to walk into the private restaurant, Chen Mo ran over quickly. He looked at his beautiful teacher in disbelief. Her eyes were moist and charming, her pretty face was slightly red, and her body exuded the charming temperament of a young woman. Chen Mo's mentality exploded instantly. 077 holding the heroine in his arms and killing people so deceived the protagonist is sad and angry. Chapter 77. Holding the heroine in his arms, K*ling people and K*ling her heart, she deceived everyone, the protagonist is sad and angry. Ding Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 826. Ding Chen Mo is angry, his emotional value is plus 972. Ding Chen Mo is filled with hatred, his emotional value is plus 999. Chen Mo's pupils widened, with a look of disbelief on his face. The beautiful teacher who is the best to him and is also his favorite is actually with Xu Hao. And it looked like he had just done something indescribable. The thought of teacher Wang, who was a saint in his heart, turned into a joy in the presence of Xu Hao, a 50-year-old man. Chen Mo had the urge to die. 3 years ago, he was framed by that dude from the Liu family. It was Wang Zuying, the teacher, who was running around to help him. That's when it entered his heart. After being released from prison, he vowed to protect this treasured teacher. She must not be harmed in any way. In the end, is this how you protect yourself? Just a few days after he was arrested and taken to the police station, his beloved teacher Wang was captured by Zhen Hao, an old scumbag. It's not just teacher Wang Zuying. And the school beauty goddess Sha Qingge also fell into Xu Hao's hands. The two of them still have a teacher-student relationship. Chen Mo couldn't imagine what it would be like in the future when his two favorite women were put together by Xu Hao. It felt like my heart was bleeding and my whole body was about to explode. Wang, teacher Wang, why are you with him? Chen Mo's heart was trembling, and his words were a little incoherent. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of her startled Wang Zuying. Recognized the other person's identity. Her former student Chen Mo. Wang Zuying couldn't help but blush and lowered her head shyly. She has always wanted to hide her relationship with Xu Hao. Unexpectedly, this student saw through it all at once. Did you show it so obviously? Thinking about the way I walked just now, it is indeed easy to think wrongly. He couldn't help but open his charming eyes and gave Yi Hao a white look. It's all his fault. I don't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. I really don't know what's going on with his body. It's like I'll never get tired. 16 Wang Zuying raised her head fiercely. No, the matter between her and Xu Hao must not be leaked. But now that he has been discovered, there is nothing he can do. For now, I have to find an excuse. Don't get me wrong, Xu Han and I are just ordinary friends, we just went out to have a meal together. Chen Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily. When you say this, do you want to stay away from Xu Hao? So close. Are you saying it's just an ordinary friendship? How about treating him as a 3-year-old child? Seeing that Chen Mo didn't believe it, Wang Zuying didn't want to explain. Suddenly I felt a tightness in my waist, and I threw myself into Xu Hao's arms uncontrollably. When she looked up, she saw Xu Hao looking at her affectionately. Now that everything has been discovered, we have nothing to hide. Then he looked directly at Chen Mo. You are right, we are together, you are Zuying's student, right? I hope you can bless us. Of course Xu Hao would not be stupid enough to announce their relationship. It just doesn't matter in front of Chen Mo. Anyway, this protagonist will never see the sun tomorrow. It would be okay even if I told him. You can also reap a wave of emotional value, why not? Wang Zuying was stunned after hearing this. Before, she thought Xu Hao was just talking about announcing their relationship. This is true. While moved, she was also completely panicked. If someone knew about this, what would the students and teachers in the school think of her? Does she want to be a human again? Wang Zuying wanted to break away from Xu Hao, but Xu Hao's hug was too tight. She couldn't get away at all. I thought of a way to pinch the soft flesh around Xu Hao's waist, hoping that he would feel the pain and let go. But what kind of physical fitness is Xu? It doesn't hurt at all. It's like flirting. Really unable to do anything about Xu Hao, Wang Zuying gave up her struggle. Being held in the arms of a man in front of the students, Wang Zuying blushed with embarrassment. He quickly turned his face away, like a quail, and buried his head in Xu Hao's arms. At this time, Chen Mo's mouth was no longer twitching, his whole body was trembling, and he was furious. What is murder and heartbreaking? This is called K*ling and K*ling one's heart. Not only did she steal his goddess teacher, she was now showing off in front of him. Do you still want to bless him? That's too much. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and dug his nails into his flesh. His heart broke when he saw the beautiful teacher acting coquettishly in Xu Hao's arms. You idiot, let go of teacher Wang. Chen Mo couldn't bear it anymore and no longer needed to bear it. He yelled and cursed loudly. He raised his fist and prepared to beat Xu Hao. However, when he took a step forward and punched Xu Hao with his fist, he froze in midair. It was Wang Zuying, standing in front of her. Hearing that Chen Mo's tone was wrong, she quickly broke away from Xu Hao's arms and stepped in front of him. Looking at Chen Mo with an angry face, Wang Zuying frowned and asked coldly. What are you going to do? Although I don't want my relationship with Xu Hao to be exposed. But after teaching Xu Hao a foreign language in the afternoon, she has already acquiesced in their relationship. The relationship is not exposed, but they can be together. Seeing his beloved goddess teacher standing in front of his enemy, facing him coldly. Chen Mo only felt his heart throbbing. It hurts, it hurts. It broke our hearts. Ding Chen Mo is mentally unstable, his mood value is +884. Teacher Wang, do you know that he is deceiving your feelings? Holding back the pain in his heart, Chen Mo took a deep breath and said heartily. This is our business, there is no need for you to meddle in our own business. Wang Zuying's eyes were cold. How does Xu Hao feel about her? Can she not feel it? In addition, last time I saw Chen Mo fooling around with a group of gangsters, they even talked about him to his face. The only sympathy she had for Chen Mo disappeared. I even felt that Chen Mo was trying to sow discord. Sensing Wang Zuying's distrustful eyes, Chen Mo was numb. How can we convince her that Xu Hao is a scumbag, a hypocrite who thinks one thing on the outside but another behind the scenes? Seeing the goddess teacher being deceived by Xu Hao, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through my mind. He thought about it. Teacher Wang, what I said is true. This guy is a scumbag. I didn't see him with Suan Qingge last time. That's right, Sha Qingge is the school belle of our class and your student. He wants to have both teachers and students. The more Chen Mo talked, the more sad and angry he became. He didn't even dare to think about having both teachers and students. Xu Hao did it by an old man. Chen Mo felt so uncomfortable that he was about to suffocate. Wang Zuying's face was full of confusion. Is there such a thing? Of course she knows Sha Qingge, who is her student 014005516 Filu 103,591,441. My grades in school were also very good at that time. Comparable to Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei. These three students are the best students she has ever taught. Could it be that Xu Hao and Sha Qingge are really together? Thinking that she and her students had become comrades carrying guns together, she felt ashamed and wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. At this time, Xu Hao, who had been standing nearby watching the show, finally spoke. Are you talking about Sha Qingge? She is the daughter of my friend. My friend saw that she had been harassed by the rich second generation of the Lu family, so he arranged for her to work in my company. I happened to be going to her house that day, so I took her with me. Wang Zuying nodded. She knew that Lu Fei, the second generation of the Lu family, was crazy about Sha Qingge. Xu Hao was distorting the facts, and Chen Mo was furious. I saw you gave her roses. It was her birthday, and she likes roses the most. They were given by the restaurant. Xu Hao said calmly. This explanation is somewhat far-fetched. He had no intention of explaining clearly to Wang Zuying. It's appropriate to make her suspicious or get a vaccination first. Xu Hao doesn't need to hide it forever. After all, one day, the teacher and the student will be honest with each other. Chen Mo felt itching with hatred. Thinking of that day, when I saw the two people talking about each other outside the car, my fists clenched. What happened when I saw you kissing each other in the car that day? Xu Hao had a look of confusion on his face, looking puzzled. This classmate, did you get it wrong? Qingge is the daughter of my friend, that is, my niece. And we are so different in age, how could it happen like you think? What Xu Hao said is called a righteous and awe-inspiring person. Wang Zuying nodded to express her belief. Xu Hao's character is there. No matter how shameless you are, you can't possibly attack your friend's daughter. Chen Mo vomited blood in his heart. Horse riding. If he hadn't seen it clearly that night, he would have asked Zhen Qingge about it. I really believed what Xu Hao said. Seeing that the goddess teacher was deceived, Chen Mo was very unwilling and glared at Xu Hao. Do you dare to swear that if you tell half a lie, you will be struck by lightning and die? What's wrong with that? Xu Hao immediately looked angry, raised his hands and was about to swear. Wang Zuying quickly stopped him. Can something like an oath be made casually? She turned her head and stared at Chen Mo displeased. Have you had enough trouble? If you have had enough, leave as soon as possible. No matter what director Xu has, it is also a matter between us. You, an outsider, do not need to intervene. Wang Zuying spoke coldly without any warmth. He turned around and took Xu Hao's hand and walked into the private restaurant. Chen Mo, who was standing there, seemed to have been struck by a bolt from the blue and was paralyzed on the spot. In his impression, teacher Wang Zuying has always been a gentle, kind, considerate and considerate teacher. No matter who you treat, you always greet them with a smile. Knowing that he was framed, he helped selflessly. Today, Wang Zuying showed him another side, cold and emotionless. Worse than treating strangers. A heart was broken into pieces. Why? Obviously what he said is true, Xu Hao has been lying, but teacher Wang just doesn't want to listen. My own. This is the most heart-wrenching thing to do for the good of others, only to be misunderstood and treated with indifference. Chen Mo wanted to leave, but he was unwilling to do so. In short, Wang Zuying is not wrong. She was just deceived by Xu Hao. He did not leave for the time being, but stayed to see the situation. What if teacher Wang is persuaded by him and falls out with Xu Hao? It's a pity to disappoint him. Wang Zuying did not make a fuss with Xu Hao, but snuggled together and had a sweet meal. What's the sweetest way? You feed me a bite, and I feed you a bite. More passionately in love than a couple in love. Xu Hao's hands were still on his waist. Chen Mo's eyes were red, his aura was unstable, and his murderous intent was fierce. Tianyuan Restaurant. According to the agreed place, the four brothers came here to eat with their first mate Gao Shengsheng. This is where the 6 brothers used to eat. After the brotherhood was established, the place was bought and became a property of the brotherhood. Now he has returned to the Blood Slaughter Society. Gao Cheng's victory was originally to deal with the Blood Slaughter Society. He didn't care that this was already the territory of the Blood Slaughter Society. In a private room, the number you have dialed cannot be reached. Seeing that Chen Mo had not arrived, several members of the Brotherhood called him again, but the result was that his phone was turned off. The second child said with a smile. It should be that Xiao Mo just came out and was left in the police station for a few days, and his phone ran out of battery. Gao Qiangsheng waved his hand. Don't worry about him, let's first. The brothers looked at each other, and the plan was to deal with Master Chen Mo and his disciples together. However, the plan cannot keep up with the changes. 510 now has no choice but to deal with Gao Chengsheng first. The meal is served. Several people ate meat and drank wine from large bowls, which was very cool.